Chapter 1 After a Spring Breeze with the Goddess Teacher. Immediately after graduating from university, Lin Feng's girlfriend ran away with a rich second generation. I want Gucci, LV, and Chanel. Can you buy them for me? I want to cry in $1 million luxury car, live in a penthouse, travel the world. Can you do all that for me? I want to live a luxurious life and enter the entertainment industry. You can't satisfy me in any way. Lin Feng, face reality. You're poor, except for this face. What else do you have left? Take your cheap flowers and go, don't come looking for me, we are destined to become strangers. Lin Feng slammed the bouquet of brightly colored roses onto the ground. He turned away without a trace of emotion, leaving a resolute back. He was not sad that years of affection had ended up like this. It wasn't that he hadn't given his all, worked hard enough, or didn't love her. It was just that he was facing a woman who ultimately didn't love him, and instead spoke words to humiliate him. It simply wasn't worth being sad about. In the bar, Lin Feng drank glass after glass until he became unconscious. The next day, with a groggy head, Lin Feng woke up in a big bed. He felt something pressing on his chest, and when he reached out to grab it, he froze. It was the arm of a woman with a pure and delicate body. As he looked down, Lin Feng's pupils widened. There was a woman sleeping next to him. She was not wearing any makeup, her face was absolutely stunning, and her long, black hair was scattered about, covering her rosy skin. Lin Feng gasped, cold. Cold. Teacher? My goodness, it's the goddess of thousands of boys at school. Lang Mengwei. What's going on? At that moment, the woman in her sleep slowly woke up, and Lin Feng's heart was about to jump out of his throat. Confused, puzzled, awake, shocked. Then there was a scream from the woman, and suddenly she sat up in shock. The little face, which was many times more beautiful than Zhang Jiahan's, was shocked and unable to say a word to Lin Feng. The sheet slipped down, and the woman looked at her chest from Lin Feng's gaze, followed by another scream. Lin Feng had a feast for the eyes this time, and she was worthy of being a goddess-level figure, with a figure that was beyond words. Lang Mengwei was infuriated and embarrassed, and her face flushed. What are you looking at? Don't look. Don't look. Lin Feng could only turn his head away. Behind him came the sound of rustling clothes and the sound of a woman's annoyance. She had no idea that there was a huge mirror next to the bed. Lin Feng had already taken in the whole picture of her flustered appearance as she hurriedly dressed. And her cute pouty lips, ready to burst into tears with remorse, were nothing like the aloof and elegant goddess rumored to be. Seeing her get dressed in the mirror, Lin Feng turned his head. When he accidentally glanced at the bright red stain on the white sheet, he was shocked. Yes, I'm sorry, I was drunk last night, and I will take responsibility for you. Lang Mengwei had a swan neck, and her chest was covered in strawberries, so she had to let her hair down to cover it up. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she looked a little surprised. No need to take responsibility, I was drunk last night too, let's just leave it at that. After saying that, she staggered away, holding onto the wall. When Lin Feng checked out, he found an exquisite necklace under the pillow, which should have belonged to her. He didn't know if he would have the opportunity to return it to her in the future. Hey, I didn't expect the opportunity to come that day. In the afternoon, Lin Feng went to the school to pick up some things and passed by a classroom. The person lecturing on the stage was Long Mengru. She was wearing a white shirt, black wide-legged pants, and a black overcoat. Her long hair fell loosely around her shoulders, and she had a flawless complexion with just a hint of makeup. She had an elegant and aloof air about her. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that made the boys fall in love with her even more. Her gaze swept the room, and finally rested on the handsome and popular Lin Feng. A flash of shock crossed her face, but she quickly and unemotionally withdrew her gaze. Lin Feng stood quietly at the door, listening. This class, Long Mengru taught very well, with a very high level of professionalism. From the podium, she seemed to be glowing to Lin Feng. However, after class, it was as if she was being chased by a ghost, as she grabbed her teaching materials and ran. Lin Feng. Is he that scary? 1 month later. Nanchur First Hospital. Due to elevator failure, Lin Feng had to take the stairs. As he passed the obstetrics and gynecology department on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng heard a very familiar name. Long Mengyu, your ultrasound report is ready. Lin Feng paused, changed direction, and went to the gynecology department. Upon seeing her, he realized it was really her. Among the crowd, Lang Mengwei's temperament, comparable to that of a movie star, was hard to ignore. Is she sick? Lin Feng thought it was best to go and check on her. After all, she was a woman who had had a relationship with him. Lang Mengwei came out of the attending physician's office, not noticing Lin Feng standing next to her at all, as she was too busy staring at the sheet. Lin Feng glanced at the report and noticed the words early pregnancy, which stood out. He suddenly had a thought and his heart skipped a beat. Are you pregnant? Is the baby mine? Lang Mengwei snapped back to reality, looked at Lin Feng, and widened her eyes. Why are you here? Lin Feng asked again, are you pregnant? Is it mine? Lang Mengwei's lips parted slightly, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer this question. Everything was so sudden, and she was completely unprepared. The cafe next to the hospital. The two of them sat there, both of them feeling a little overwhelmed. Lin Feng took out the necklace that he hadn't returned the last time. I wanted to return it to you the day you came to class, but I never found the chance. I thought I'd lost it somewhere, but I never imagined that. You kept it on you this whole time? Is the baby mine? Lang Mengwei choked up a little. The topic had changed so quickly that she was a little overwhelmed. After a long while, as if she had made a major decision, she gave her answer in the face of Lin Feng's expectant expression. Yes. Lin Feng's taut body relaxed, and his face could not hide his joy. Recalling Lang Mengwei's previous expression, Lin Feng tentatively asked, are you going to have them? I can take care of it. I will work hard to earn money and do my best to give you a good life. I have worked summer jobs since high school, and I have delivered takeaways and done orders while I was in college. I have saved a total of 160,000 yuan. I know that raising children will cost a lot of money, but this is nothing. I will work even harder. Lin Feng talked a lot, sincerely and urgently, afraid that Lang Mengwei would refuse him. In the end, Lang Mengwei made her attitude clear. She stroked her belly, her face gentle. I plan to give birth to them. She looked up and smiled at Lin Feng. You don't know yet, I'm pregnant with twins. Lin Feng was stunned. Lang Mengwei said half-jokingly, maybe, you'll have to work twice as hard. Detecting the host's DNA match with the baby, the novice dad system is activated. Activating. 10%, 30%, 50%. Detecting binding user overload, system upgrading, upgrading. 10%, 50%. Activated successfully. Binding successfully. System upgrade successful. A novice gift pack for the novice dad has been sent, please check your account. Chapter 2, Starting a Life Together. Lin Feng was in the middle of thinking when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the chef skill. As the baby's mother, you must eat well every day to help the babies grow faster and stronger. 1 bottle of pregnant mother business liquid has been automatically sent to your spouse. The mother of the babies must not only eat well every day, but also be in good health. The starting capital for the new father is 10 times 2, 200,000 yuan has been received through formal channels, please check. The next second, Lin Feng received a bank text message, indicating that 200,000 yuan had been received. Lin Feng? Lang Mengwei noticed that Lin Feng's expression was wrong and asked with concern. What's wrong with you? Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and hurriedly explained. I just got 2 children at once, I'm so happy I don't know what to do. I've always planned to have children as soon as possible, and ideally a boy and a girl. Lang Mengyu could tell that Lin Feng really liked children. Whenever they talked about children, his eyes would sparkle and his mouth would smile. At the end of the conversation, Lang Mengyu's meaning was that she didn't want anyone to know about it for the time being. It had happened so suddenly that she needed some time to accept it. Lin Feng expressed his understanding, as he felt the same way. Having children suddenly had caught him by surprise, and he needed some time to adjust. After all, they were a little better than strangers, and they still had a long way to go before they knew each other well. Lang Mengwei wanted to take this opportunity to see how they got on. Would she make a good father and husband? Lang Mengwei lived in an upscale residential area outside the university, and Lin Feng had been here when he dropped her off. Without the owner's permission, the security guard would not let him in, dead or alive. Even if he could get in, he would have to take a photo for registration, and the management was very strict. This was what attracted Lang Mengwei to the place when she first chose to rent a place here. What would you like to drink? I'm fine with whatever you want. The community is very diverse, with units ranging from 140 to 45 for singles like Lang Mengwei. The layout is very good, the decoration is also very good, and it is very clean. In addition to a one-bedroom apartment, there is also a small study, which is tastefully furnished. I'll move in with you so I can take care of you and the babies. I'll pay the rent and take care of all the other things, so you don't have to worry about anything and just take care of your health. Long Mengni was not being pretentious. After having a child, she felt particularly tired all the time, unable to muster any energy, and was also very sleepy. When the baby got older, it would definitely be even more inconvenient. When the rent here is up, we'll find a cheaper place to live. 8,000 yuan a month is too expensive. I didn't think anything of it before, but now that I have the babies to support, I'll take any savings I can get. Lin Feng pursed his lips. I'll work hard to earn money. He currently has 360,000 yuan in his hands, which is enough for the down payment on a house. But what about the 100,000 to 200,000 yuan needed for renovations? And the money to give birth to the babies and raise them? What do you want to eat tonight? He got up and went to the refrigerator to look around, and found that there were still quite a lot of ingredients. Perhaps the system had given him the skill of chef. As he looked at the ingredients, recipes flashed through his mind. Lang Mengni yawned. I can do it, I'm not picky. Lin Feng started to get busy. Go to bed for a while, I'll call you when dinner is ready. Lang Mengni wanted to help, but Lin Feng, wearing a little yellow duck apron, pushed her out of the kitchen. Be good, listen to me, go to sleep. This spoiled tone made Long Mengni blush shyly. She slept until it was dark. There was no sign of Lin Feng in the house, and the air was filled with the aroma of food. Lin Feng's message was stuck on the refrigerator. I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I couldn't bear to wake you. The ribs are in the casserole, the vegetables are warming in the steamer, and the fruit has been cut up. I'm going back to the rental to get my luggage, and I'll be there around 9 o'clock. If you've woken up, feel free to eat without waiting for me if I'm not back yet. Lung Mengwei's heart was warm and sweet, and she couldn't help but smile with happiness. On the other side, Lin Feng was packing up with a clatter. His buddies were confused, not understanding why he was moving away all of a sudden. Did you move in with a girl? Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything, preparing to grab his things and leave, but he was surrounded by his buddies. Tell us, which department at school is she from? Have we met her before? You usually don't say anything, but you've let one rip. If you don't explain today, you'll never get out of here. We all feel betrayed by you. Lin Feng grinned and said, call me Dad, and I'll tell you. The three brothers called him Dad over and over again, and Lin Feng looked like he was enjoying it. She is indeed from our school, but I can't reveal any details yet. I'll tell you when the time is right. As soon as he said this, he was beaten up by the three of them. After a meal, they calmed down and left, and Lin Feng's mouth was smiling the whole way. Everything that happened today completely exceeded his expectations. From the time he returned, he was in a daze. Lung Mengni, the twins, the system. Now, everything is developing in a good direction, and Lin Feng is full of expectations for his future life. Ding dong, ding dong. Lang Mengni opened the door and returned. Lin Feng was stunned. I'm back. At this moment, the two strangers shared a kind of bond that only a married couple could have. At that moment, the neighbor opened the door. Lin Feng hadn't reacted yet when Long Mengwei grabbed him and dragged him, luggage and all, into the house. What's going on? The neighbor is a freshman. Is it that exciting? This is the only bachelor apartment in the community, with 3 households per floor, and the freshman lives diagonally across the hall. You call that a coincidence? I'll try to avoid running into him when I go out in the future. Freshmen are so busy, how can they keep running into each other? Long Mengni smiled and helped Lin Feng carry his luggage. Lin Feng quickly helped himself. These things are so heavy, don't move, I'll do it. Have you eaten yet? Is it to your liking? Lang Mengni followed behind him, obediently answering. She was a little uncomfortable having an extra person in the family, but also a little excited. Lin Feng lived in the small study and slept on the sofa bed inside. After tidying up a bit, Lin Feng was finally able to eat. It's not bad at all. With the system in place, even the simple stewed ribs are very tasty. Under the orange light, one person eats and the other person watches. The scene is very warm. Cold Mingnua leans her chin in her hands and asks, I suddenly thought of a very serious question. I've always wanted to ask, do you have a girlfriend? No, we broke up the day after college. Before going to bed, Lin Feng thoughtfully prepares a cup of warm milk. If there's anything, just call me. The first night of the shared living arrangement. Both of them toss and turn, unable to sleep. Early the next morning. Lin Feng is about to go grocery shopping when he bumps into his neighbor diagonally across the street. The other person is a cute girl wearing cartoon pajamas, heading out to pick up takeout. She seems to have sensed something interesting, her eyes darting around. Chapter 3. Both are a little flustered now. Xiao Feng, you're also delivering here? It's a coincidence that Lin Feng knows the guy who delivers to the schoolgirl. Lin Feng didn't answer directly and changed the subject, getting into the elevator with him. Going downstairs, Lin Feng went to the nearby supermarket. He bought half a chicken, a sea base, and some vegetables and fruit. When he passed a baby products store, he couldn't help but take a look inside. Early in the morning, he saw a handsome man as the customer. The shop assistant came forward with a smile and asked, "Handsome man, are you buying for a friend's child or a relative's child?" "Neither, I'm buying for my own child." The shop assistant's eyes widened and he took another look at Lin Feng. "My, you're a father at such a young age? Then may I ask how many months your baby is? We have an event going on in the store right now, with discounts on clothes, formula, and toys." Looking at the shelves full of baby products, he didn't know what to do for a moment. "My wife is only a little over 2 months pregnant, with twins, and we don't know the gender yet," the clerk quickly said in the tone of someone who has been there. "You need to stock up before the baby is born, diapers, baby clothes, and everything else. Our store has great discounts, and the clothes are all made of pure cotton from big brands." Lin Feng gestured at his hands, which were full of groceries. "We'll come by and look together some other time, now I need to go home and cook." "Great. And congratulations on becoming a father." "Thanks." Well, getting off the elevator, he happened to run into his neighbor, a junior colleague, getting off the elevator. She looked him up and down with her eyes. Finally, she settled on the groceries and gave a puzzled expression. When he got home, Lung Mengwei was still asleep. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and started cooking, keeping the noise to a minimum this year. Lang Mengwei woke up as soon as she smelled the aroma, sat down blearily to prepare for breakfast. Suddenly realizing something, she hurriedly went to wash up, tidied herself up and then came out. "Is this a lunchbox? Don't you have a class in the morning?" "This is for school." Lang Mengwei really didn't expect it. Lin Feng would actually take such good care of her, he was practically a good family man. After breakfast, Lung Mengru changed her clothes and Lin Feng saw her off to the door. "Call if there's anything." "Okay." The school district's north gate is the starting point of the community, and there is a subway that goes directly to the school, which is only a 10-minute ride away. This was also one of the selling points of this community in the beginning. Long Mengru carried her lunchbox to the office. Although she was still the same Lang Mengru as before, the people around her always felt that she was different from before. "Teacher Lang, you brought lunch today, didn't you? You're not going to eat outside. Let me see what delicious food you've brought. Wow, it smells so good, did you make it? Ms. Lang, didn't you used to say you couldn't cook? Who made this? Could it be a breakfast in bed? Oh, Ms. Lang is in love, who is he? Introduce us, we want to meet him. There are so many suitors, I wonder who she'll choose." Teacher Lang gives the impression of being aloof at school. But after spending time with her, you realize that she is a cute girl inside, with a big contrast. After everyone took turns teasing her, Teacher Lang didn't know how to respond. Everyone could tell that there was something going on, and if they didn't make a scene at this time, when would they? In the end, she was forced to leave. Lang Mengyo could only take the lesson plan and leave in a hurry. Lin Feng finished cleaning the kitchen and called his parents back home. "Mom, do we still have any free-range chicken at home?" "Yes, if you want, I'll send you some tomorrow." "Well, I'll go back and get it, so you don't have to come over again." No, you go about your business, I'll call you when I get here." With that, she hung up the phone. In the afternoon, Lin Feng went to deliver takeout. Who would have thought that the school with the most takeout orders would be his own? "Hey, can I add you on WeChat?" "No." "Hey, do you have a girlfriend?" "I don't have a girlfriend, but I have a wife." "Brother, I want to have a baby with you." "No, I already have 2 babies, my wife gave birth to them." "Are you serious?" "You're lying." "I'll show you a puppy." "Brother, I heard you moved out, do you want to share an apartment?" Lin Feng sighed, the times have really changed. In my freshman year, I was not this busy. Although delivery is hard work, if you work hard every month, you can still earn a lot of money. He is now a family man with a wife and child, and has to work hard for them. When he has some free time, Lin Feng calls Lang Mingxi. Wait. 10 minutes later, Lang Mingxi receives a bouquet of flowers. The sender is still Lin Feng. Teacher Lang, here are your flowers. Lang Mingxi takes the flowers in shock and says thank you. Lang Feng smiles at Lang Mingxi and reminds her that there is a card inside the flowers, so remember to read it. After saying that, he walked away with a happy little tune humming in his mouth. As the campus goddess, Lang Mengwei used to receive flowers, chocolates, clothes, bags, jewelry, and so on all the time. But she rejected them all. Everyone thought she would reject them as usual, but they didn't expect her to happily find a vase and stick the flowers in one by one. This is obviously from her boyfriend. It's just that they would never have guessed. It was the delivery boy. The flowers were so fresh, Lang Mengwei had no idea where he had bought them. She took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. Without saying a word, it was full of love. Best friend, brandishing a 40-meter machete, said, "Who sent these?" Lang's mother, "They're quite nice. Are you back for the new year?" The two commented within seconds. Lang Mengwei secretly exclaimed, "Oh no," and quickly deleted and reposted the message, blocking them both. Less than 3 minutes later, her best friend Gao Huihui called to reprimand her. "Lang Mengxiao, what do you mean, you even blocked me? Isn't it normal to block you? You said that, and I couldn't respond. I just posted a circle of friends, I didn't mean anything else, don't think anything." "If you didn't mean anything else, then why did you block me?" "Because you're annoying. Believe it or not, I'll fly over there and shark you right now." "Ah, you're so busy, you have time to mind me." "Ha, I'm going on a business trip in a couple of days, and I'm going to stop by and see you when I'm in the area." "Are you serious?" "Zundu. Are you surprised, or are you not surprised? You have to treat me to a big meal when I come back." Lang Mengni is feeling very anxious. If her best friend finds out that she's pregnant, she'll definitely scold her to death, right? But it's okay, there's always a way to deal with it. At that time, just say that the family is renovating the house and tell her to go stay at a hotel. She can stay for a couple of days, and then I'll find a chance to tell her slowly. Lin Feng is also a little panicked. His mother came to the rental apartment to look for you, and those unreliable roommates betrayed him. They said that he was living with a girl outside, and exaggerated that they had a child. Lin Feng was shocked when he received his mother's call. Chapter 4, Lin Feng's mother comes to visit. Lin Feng's roommates probably never expected it. The nonsense they made up just like that would actually be true. This time, Lin Feng's mother came with 2 live hens and some fruit that she grew herself back home. She didn't doubt a thing after hearing what her son Lin Feng said. She thought that her son had moved out with Jiang Jiahan to find another place to share, and that the woman was really pregnant. So, it makes sense that her son suddenly asked her about the old hens. The thought that her son had gotten the girl pregnant before he was even married made her so angry that she started screaming on the phone. "Feng, I heard from your classmate that you moved out and are living with your girlfriend? Is it true that Xiaohan is pregnant? How could you do such a thing? Where are you right now? Come and get me." Seeing that Lin's mother was really angry, her roommates hurried over to persuade her, fearing that Lin would be beaten up if he went back. "Auntie, we were just joking. Lin Feng is not living with a girl." "That's right, we were just joking about the baby too. He doesn't even have a girlfriend." Lin Feng and Jiang Jiahan broke up right after graduation. Who would he have a baby with? Lin Feng's mother didn't believe them. "You guys are just covering for him." The roommates were at a loss for words. When they saw Lin Feng appear, they all cowered like quails and ran away. "Mom, I broke up with Jiang Jiahan as soon as we graduated." "Why? Weren't you two getting along well? You even told me that you were going to propose after graduation." "We just didn't get along. She wanted things that I couldn't give her." Jiang Jiahan and Lin's mother had met once, and they both realized that they didn't like each other. Lin's mother, who wanted her son to be happy, did her best not to show it. Now that they had broken up, she saw that her son didn't look sad, and he looked pretty good. She was relieved. The son she raised has impeccable character. He is sensible, filial, mature, stable, hard-working. Not to brag as his mother, Lin Feng is even better looking than the stars on TV. Therefore, cohabitation and pregnancy are out of the question. Absolutely not. Xiao Pang and the others were joking with me, saying that you are cohabiting with a girl and got her pregnant. I almost believed it. Never mind that, let's go, Mom will treat you to lunch. What do you want to eat? I'm fine with whatever. Noodle shop. Lin's mother saw her son looking so worried and asked with concern. Is it because you're short of money? Or is something wrong at work? Your father and I have saved up some money over the years, and with your father's 2,000 yuan monthly pension, you don't need to worry about us. You're our only child, and we don't expect you to be a genius, just that you stay healthy and safe. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you're not happy at work, just quit. Life is not all about work, there are many other interesting things. Lin Feng felt warm inside. That? Mum. Go on, tell me. If there's anything you want to talk about, you can tell me. Well, don't be angry if I tell you. Lin Feng has an outstanding appearance, which he must have inherited from his parents. He has perfectly inherited his parents' good traits, such as his mother's face shape and soft eyebrows and eyes. His mother gave her son encouragement with a smile. Go on, Mom won't be angry. I really won't be angry, and I won't let you hit me. What would I hit you for? You're not a kid anymore, you know what you're doing. While saying this, Lin Feng's mother's expression became serious. It was as if she were saying, you better not get me into trouble. Lin Feng grinned and laughed nervously. This matter is a long story. Then make it a short one. Lin Feng cleared his throat and stammered. In fact, Xiaopeng and the others weren't entirely wrong. I did move out to live with my girlfriend, and now you're a grandmother, and I'm going to be a father. Lin's mother's eyes widened, and she felt like she'd been slapped in the face. You little bastard, what did your father and I teach you? You young people can play around, but don't go too far, and definitely not get pregnant out of wedlock. We have to respect each other, get engaged, get married, and never do anything to hurt the other person. Did you just ignore what your father and I told you? Is that it? Lin's mother glares at the curious stares from the people around them. Let's go somewhere and talk this through. 20 minutes later. Lin's mother looks at her son, at a loss for words. She's angry at her son for his ridiculous actions, but also happy that she's going to be a grandmother. And twice as happy as a grandmother. Let's go and stew these 2 chickens first. When they arrived at the rental house, Lin's mother asked her son to boil some water while she shut the toilet door and killed the chickens. The mother and son were busy for a while, and the 2 chickens were cleaned up. One was stewed, and the other was temporarily put in the refrigerator. The toilet had a strong bloody smell, so you should wash it a few more times to avoid making the future daughter-in-law feel uncomfortable. When Long Mingnu opened the door, a rich, fragrant stewed chicken smell came to her nose. The chicken she bought just doesn't have this delicious smell. She follows the smell to the kitchen, only to find not only Lin Feng there, but also another woman. You're back, this is my mother. Without waiting for her son to introduce her, Lin's mother wipes her hands and exclaims in surprise. You must be Teacher Lang, hello? Hello, I'm Feng's mother. Lang Mengyi feels as if this is the first time the 2 sides have met the parents. Hello auntie. You go and sit in the living room. The kitchen is full of cooking fumes, so I don't want you to get them. I'll ask Xiaofeng to wash some fruit for you to eat. Lang Mengxi was a little overwhelmed by Lin's mother's hospitality, and she turned blankly and went to sit on the sofa in the living room. Lin's mother turned around and pinched her son's ear, and couldn't help but laugh. You little rascal, you're something. I don't know how many lives you've had to be so lucky as to meet someone so beautiful. Lin Feng grimaced in pain. Mom, it hurts, let go. Lin Feng winced as his mother glanced at the living room and said again, disgusted. Go wash the fruit. Never mind, I'll do it, you keep an eye on the fire. Lin Feng's mother carried the fruit to the living room and looked at Lung Menger's gaze, which was called like a favorite. This is the fruit I brought from the countryside, try it, it's delicious. Thank you, auntie. Lin Feng's mother saw that Lung Menger was a bit reserved, so her tone softened a bit. This time I was looking for Xiaofeng, and I just heard about your situation from him. I was so angry that I gave that bastard a good scolding right there. It's our Lin family that has wronged you. This time, I didn't. Prepare a gift for our meeting in a hurry, so please accept this. After saying this, she took off an emerald bracelet with an excellent waterhead from her wrist. Lang Mengxiao could tell that the bracelet was not cheap, and she refused again and again. "Auntie, this gift is too valuable, I can't accept it. This bracelet was given to me by Grandma Xiaofeng. It seems to be worth some money, so just consider it a gift." Lang Mengxia could not accept it anymore. Lin's mother put it on her wrist without saying a word, sighing in her heart that her future daughter-in-law had really soft hands. "Don't take it off, you look good wearing it." Without waiting for Lang Mengxia to say anything, she immediately got up and walked towards the kitchen. "I'll go check if the stewed chicken is ready." Chapter 5, Someone Snacking on Their CP. During the meal, Lin's mother kept on serving Lang Mengyu food and soup. Lang Mengyu behaved like a good girl the whole time, saying "thank you auntie" the whole time. "Are you dieting? You're a bit skinny. Girls should eat more, it's a blessing to be able to eat. My son is a good cook, just let him cook whatever you want, and he's also good at housework. I have things to do tomorrow, so I'll leave after dinner. I'll come visit you in a few days when I've slaughtered some chickens." After dinner, Lin's mother hurriedly left. "Mom, I'll walk you out. I'm a big girl, who needs you to walk me out? You should spend more time with Xiaoye. It's hard for a woman to get pregnant. Then I'll walk you to the door. I can find the door without your help." She had to hurry back and tell the old man about this. After dinner, Lang Menger felt sleepy and fell asleep after washing up. It seems like there's something I forgot to tell Lin Feng. What was it? What was it? Lin Feng looked at apps like 68 City and Anjike to see if there was any suitable housing. He also went to certain Bao, certain Jing, certain Shi, and certain Honshu to look at baby products. What before having a baby, you must prepare these things, how to stock up before giving birth, hospitalization list for childbirth, etc. Big data posts are being pushed like crazy. Lin Feng turns over to take notes: baby blankets, bottles, formula, diapers. Especially formula, this is what the baby eats, so it has to be carefully selected. Before long, it's time, and Lin Feng hears some noise outside. Since Lin Feng's father hasn't called at this hour, he probably won't. "I'm hungry. Let's see what we have. I'll make you some dumplings. Do you want the ones with pork and cabbage filling or the ones with seafood filling? Either one is fine. I'll just have a small bowl." Lang Mingnua rested her chin in her hand and watched Lin Feng's busy figure in the kitchen. A smile could not help but appear at the corner of her mouth. She had also guessed that she might be pregnant, and was frightened and anxious, trying to escape and constantly reassuring herself. If she really was pregnant, should she go find the father of her child? What kind of person was he? What was his character like? What would he think? It wasn't until the moment she faced the truth that she panicked completely. Lin Feng was like a powerful tranquilizer. From the day they met at the hospital, she had watched his words and actions. His stable mood also spread to her. Now not only is she symptom-free, she is eating and sleeping well and in a good mood. "Well, I've made you some dipping sauce. I'm not sure if it's to your liking. Is there any for me? I'm not hungry." Lang Mengyu eats spoonful after spoonful, taking small bites and trying to look as elegant as possible in front of Lin Feng. "Am I disturbing your rest?" "No, I wasn't asleep anyway." Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and went into the room to get a piece of paper and put it in front of Lang Mengwei. "This is what we are going to give the babies, and the goods we stocked up when you gave birth. Take a look." Lang Mengwei asked after a moment of hesitation. "Is this what you were doing at night?" "I have no experience being a father for the first time, so I read posts on the internet." Lang Mengwei was touched inside and believed that Lin Feng would definitely be a good father in the future. "Did you buy these online or in a physical store?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let's buy them from a physical store, where I can see the real thing." Lang Mengwei had no objection, and said, "Let's go buy them together someday when I don't have class." The next day, both of them had classes. They left the house together, and the elevator closed. "Hey, wait a minute." They saw a freshman rush into the elevator, repeatedly thanking them. When she saw Lin Feng and Lang Mengwei, she froze for a moment. "Hello, Miss Lang. Lang Mengwei is a school celebrity." Once, a photo of her in class uploaded by a student caused quite a stir online. At the time, the comment "look at other people's teachers, and then look at mine" triggered a lot of traffic like this. Away from home, Lang Mengwei transformed and returned to being the cold goddess. "Hello. The freshman smiled and asked Lin Feng. Are you here to deliver takeout today too? Lin Feng smiled a little, not speaking, which seemed to represent tacit consent. At that moment, someone was moving furniture, probably moving house. Lin Feng unobtrusively took Long Mingyu behind him, reminding the other person to be careful. He turned his head and saw the freshman's bright eyes looking at them, leaving Lin Feng confused. If he had known, he would have understood. That look was knocked out. At the start of the journey, Lin Feng sat next to Long Mingyu, and the handsome man and beautiful woman attracted a lot of attention. What do you want to eat at noon? I'll go shopping after I deliver takeout. It's fine, I'm not picky. Remember, we have to go to the hospital for a prenatal checkup the day after tomorrow, and we have to set up a medical file. The day after tomorrow, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. It's fine if you forget, I'll remember. The last time Lang Mingyu went out, the doctor gave her a list of tests to do and when to do them. He also kindly told her when her next checkup was. Next time we have to set up a medical file. The two sat next to each other, with no communication at all, but actually chatting away. When they arrived at the station, Lin Feng stood up to wait for Lang Mangru, and when they got off the subway, he whispered to her to go slowly. All of this was witnessed by a freshman girl. That day, there was an inconspicuous post on the school forum. I'm crushing on a school couple, two completely unrelated people. If it's true, the school forum is going to blow up. What? You're going to blow it up with a grenade? Yes, the person who can blow up the school forum is quite an influential figure. A picture is worth 1,000 words, but without a picture, it's just guesswork. It's all come out in the open, it's me. I can't hide the truth about me and the Ice Queen anymore. It's all come out in the open, it's me. I can't hide the truth about me and the school beauty anymore. Sorry, the Ice Queen and I have a child together. Upstairs, the CP may be unpopular, but it can't be evil. I'm putting it out there, it's definitely a teacher-student story. It's awesome. Sorry, the principal and I are brothers, it's time you guys knew. Everyone here is my brother. Ha ha. Finally, the building is getting more and more crooked. Chapter 6, Lin's mother uses all her acting skills. Lin's mother returned home non-stop. She was both happy and worried, and more worried that her husband would beat her son to death. Lin's father returned from the fields with the moon and stars in the sky, carrying a hoe. At first glance, he noticed that Lin's mother's bracelet was missing from her wrist, and couldn't help but smile. Where's the bracelet on your wrist? Did you put it away? What's the matter? You want to go work in the fields with me? This bracelet was passed down from Lin's paternal grandmother to his mother, and finally to his daughter-in-law. It has a very special meaning, and carries a sense of inheritance. Lin's mother came from a good family in the city, and her brothers and sisters were all quite capable. As the youngest child, she resolutely married Lin's father. Ever since she put on the jade bracelet, Lin's mother has been making excuses not to do the housework. What if I knock it or drop it? I'll pass it on to my daughter-in-law. It's a family heirloom, I can't let anything happen to it. What would I do without it? I'll never take it off. Over time, Lin's mother would flash her bracelet and Lin's father would understand. The older generation in the village envied Lin's father for spoiling his wife. One takes care of the household, the other takes care of the business outside the home. The couple have always been affectionate and harmonious. You didn't know that I would be late, so you could have cooked earlier. But there was still some work to be done in the fields. Besides, I like the food you cook. You didn't know to call and ask where I was, and whether I needed to stay in the city overnight. I did call, and you said to take the last bus back. I told you to call, but you only did it because I told you to, not because you wanted to. Lin's father didn't say anything. Lin Feng's mother served him a bowl of vegetable noodles with an egg in it. Lin Feng ate heartily, taking a quick glance at his daughter-in-law who was washing the kitchen. How is Xiaofeng? Did you give him the money? Lin Feng's mother then remembered that she had brought 2,000 yuan in cash to give to her son. She had forgotten all about it that day, her mind full of thoughts about her future daughter-in-law and future grandchildren. After dinner, Lin's father quietly finished washing the dishes, and the sensible ones did not provoke their daughter-in-law. When they were about to turn off the lights and go to bed, Lin's mother found a wooden stick about the thickness of an arm and placed it by the bed. Lin's father winced and weakly asked, "What are you doing?" Lin's mother said expressionlessly, "Tomorrow, take this stick with you and we'll go to the city and kill Xiaofeng." This startled Lin's father, who sat up in surprise. What's going on? What did Xiaofang do? Lin's mother adjusted her emotions and began her performance. That bastard, he actually got someone pregnant. Lin's father was furious when he heard this. That bastard, what have I taught him? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin's mother picked up the stick and swung it a few times in the air. Tomorrow, we'll use this stick to beat the bastard to death and give the girl's family an answer. Lin's father covered his chest, shocked by Lin's mother's swift movements. If he hadn't ducked quickly, it would have landed on him. Well, don't get angry just yet. Tell me what happened. Lin's mother sat down on the bed and told her son everything about his relationship with Lang Menger. You should have seen her, my future daughter-in-law. She's so beautiful, more beautiful than a movie star. My son is not good looking, and if I don't say it, he'll never be good enough for her. Lin's father disagreed. Xiaofeng is quite good looking, and he's quite handsome. At the beginning, everyone said I wasn't good enough for you, but look at how well we match. Lin's mother rolled her eyes and said, Don't interrupt. You've just organized your words and now you've messed them up. Lin's mother continued, You don't know yet, but your future daughter-in-law is pregnant with twins. Lin's father sat up straight. Twins? That's fine. Lin's mother immediately frowned. What's fine? Have you forgotten how we raised our son? How dare this bastard? After saying this, she tried to wave her cane. Lin's father was scared and quickly took it from her, afraid that she might accidentally hit him on the head. Calm down for a second. Although Xiaofeng has done wrong, it's understandable. He didn't know that his daughter-in-law was pregnant. Calm down. When we encounter a problem, we should first think about how to solve it. Calm down. Lin's mother asked with a stern face, So tell me, what should we do now? They just started living together, and I only went over there today. It's a bit inappropriate to go bother them again tomorrow. Lin Feng's father was actually quite confused. Let's do this, tomorrow we'll prepare some gifts for the meeting, tidy up a bit, and go the day after tomorrow. First, call my son and get ready. Lin Feng's mother pointed at the stick by the bed and said, Bring this too, and beat him to death. Lin Feng's father sighed. A beating is definitely necessary, but killing him is not. Just go easy on him. Lin Feng's mother sighed heavily. That's right, if you go too hard, how will you take care of your daughter-in-law, your future daughter-in-law, and your grandchildren? By the way, prepare some money for tomorrow, the child's side of the expenses are quite large. That night, Lin Feng's father couldn't sleep, so he got up to smoke. He always felt like he had been tricked. Lin Feng received a call from his mother at noon and learned that his parents would come the day after tomorrow, and he became nervous. Mom, what does my father think? Will he beat me to death? Lin Feng's mother sneered. Son, last night I used everything I have learned in my life, and your father decided to beat you lightly. You can't avoid this beating, so just get ready for it. After learning this, Long Mengwei was both nervous and apprehensive. Lin Feng reassured her. Don't worry, my parents are actually very easygoing people. After the checkup, let's have dinner together. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the prenatal checkup. I looked up the information and found that for this checkup, you need to have an empty stomach and not drink any water. We'll eat after the checkup. In just a few days, Long Mengwei had already gotten used to Lin Feng's arrangements and care. This time, she needed to set up a medical file, so she needed to bring her ID card, household registration, and other documents. They took a taxi to the hospital. Lang Mengwei asked, Do we need to register first? No, I already registered on the official account, so now we just need to go and check in. Lin Feng carried Lang Mengwei's bag and took her hand as they walked to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Lang Mengwei looked at the two of them holding hands and felt a little dazed. Lang Mengwei was wearing a mask for fear of being recognized. But her temperament, her eyebrows and eyes, her tall figure. She still attracted a lot of attention in the crowd. Let's sit here and wait for our number. The surroundings were full of family members accompanying their partners for prenatal checkups, and looking around, they were all pregnant women. Lin Feng, a young-looking and handsome guy, attracted a lot of attention from the people around him. Chapter 7, A Reward from the System. The old lady sitting nearby looked at the two of them. Young man, you look quite young. Wow, you're going to be a father soon, congratulations. Thank you, Auntie, and congratulations to you too. Lin Feng has an affable appearance, with a smile that lights up his face. Number 3, Lang Mengwei, please go to number 2 for consultation. The doctor is an old lady with gray hair, who pushes her reading glasses and smiles. Oh, you two are very young. You have a file, and you have had prenatal checkups, right? Have you brought the previous checkup forms? Lin Feng carried a bag with all the information for the new file and the previous prenatal checkup forms. Here they are, the ultrasound report, the blood test results. The doctor looked at them and said, "You haven't eaten or drunk anything this morning, have you?" Long Mengru shook her head, "No." The doctor nodded and said, "I will start the file for you. Give me your ID card and household registration book." Lin Feng handed over the materials. The file was quickly set up, and the doctor then wrote out the list of tests for the day. This can be paid for by scanning the QR code, or by paying at the WeChat public account, or at the payment desk on the first floor. Lin Feng took the list and asked again. "Excuse me, which floor is the blood test on? Can I eat after the blood test?" He was usually healthy and had not been to the hospital much, so he was naturally unfamiliar with it. The doctor said kindly, "It's on the second floor, to the right of the elevator. Wait for the report to come out and show it to me." There were many people waiting in line to have their blood drawn. "I'll go and wait in line, you just sit here. We'll call you when it's your turn." Lang Mengni was pregnant with twins, so she must have been more tired than an ordinary pregnant woman. In less than 10 minutes, it was Lang Mengni's turn to have her blood drawn. "Doctor, when will the test results be ready?" "I'm not sure about that. We'll get the results as soon as possible." This time, the doctor prescribed a relatively large number of tests, saying that they would check for anything that had not been detected before. Lin Feng took out the milk that he had prepared before leaving the house and handed it to Lang Mengxi. "It will fill you up a bit. I'll take you to breakfast. The hospital has a cafeteria, and there are restaurants outside, so you don't have to worry about food." However, the taste was far worse than what Lin Feng could cook, and Lang Mengxi was barely able to eat half of it. "If you don't want to eat it, just give it to me. We can't waste food." "You want to eat my leftovers? What's wrong with eating leftovers? I used to eat my dad's leftovers and my mom's leftovers at home, but I never ate the leftovers of the rhubarb dog." With a burst of laughter, Lang Mengyi couldn't help but laugh. "If I even ate the leftovers of the rhubarb dog, it would beat me." At the dinner table, Lin Feng talked a lot about his childhood, which made Lang Mengyi giggle. She is naturally beautiful, and has recently been eating well, so her face has become a little plump. When she smiles, it is hard for people to take their eyes off her. Some of the test results are in, while others still need to be processed. 2 hours pass while they wait. Lin Feng checks the public account and sees that the test results are all out. An elderly man is in front of the printer, tossing back and forth, muttering to himself. "Why can't I print? Why can they but not me? Uncle, this barcode needs to be aligned here, don't move, otherwise they won't be able to identify it." The prompt above said that printing had started. The old man looked at Lin Feng with a grateful expression. "Thank you, young man, I wouldn't know what to do here." "It's no problem, it's the least I can do." When Lin Feng took Lang Mingyu's examination report to the doctor was not in the office. There was only a couple, the woman covering her big belly in pain and sweating coldly. The quiet Lang Mengru could not hide her concern and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The woman gnashed her teeth in pain, her hand holding her husband's hand, the knuckles turning white. "It's almost time, the doctor has been called." "It hurts, it really hurts me to death, it's all your fault, why don't you men give birth to children?" "It hurts, you bastard, it's all your fault." The husband on the side quickly apologized. Yes, it's my fault. If I could give birth, I wouldn't need you to do it for me." The woman's pain was getting worse and worse, so the man quickly shouted for the doctor. In no time, a doctor and nurse led the couple away. Lin Feng and Lang Mengwei looked at each other. The old doctor also came back, sat down, and asked for the examination report. There was nothing wrong with the indicators, so don't forget to come back for the Down syndrome screening next time. When they left the hospital, it was almost noon. There is a vegetable market nearby, so I plan to buy some food to go back. There must be no shortage of chicken, duck, fish and meat, and I must not forget any vegetables or fruits. Lin Feng slung his bag over his shoulder, his hands full of vegetables, and he did not forget to remind Long Mengru not to get lost. She laughed, thinking to herself, "I'm not a child. Should we buy some grapes?" I heard that eating more grapes will give the baby big eyes when they are born. Boss, how much are these grapes? Lang Menger carried the grapes, ate the scallion pancakes in her mouth, and followed Lin Feng. The system has rewarded you with a Harvard H15 SUV for accompanying the baby's mother for the first time to the prenatal checkup. Please check your mailbox. The system has automatically purchased the corresponding insurance and other procedures. The car is already on its way. Please check your mailbox. Lin Feng was shocked. The system rewarded him with a car? What's on its way? Is it coming over here by itself without a driver? The next second, the phone rang. Long Mengru answered the phone for Lin Feng. Yes, this is. Ah. Okay, we'll be right there. Lin Feng asked, is it my parents who are here? After hanging up the phone, Long Mengru looked at Lin Feng and shook her head. No, it was Harvard Car Company calling to say that the car you picked up has arrived. The car is parked in the hospital parking lot, and we are told to come and pick it up. Lin Feng then understood what the system meant. Lang Mengwei wanted to ask why he bought a car, but thought better of it and decided not to interfere. The Harvard 15 was a new car that had just been released that month. Both its appearance and performance were highly praised. Upon seeing the actual car, Lin Feng immediately liked its beautiful appearance and generous feel. The interior was also very nice, with plenty of space and no unpleasant odors. The young man handed Lin Feng all the documents, as well as the car keys. Here are my contact details, so if you have any questions, you can call me, I'm online 24/7. After putting the groceries in the trunk, Lin Feng opened the passenger door and smiled at Lang Mengwei. Lang Mengwei got in the car and said, thank you. Lin Feng had obtained his driver's license in high school, and later, after going to college, he also worked as a substitute driver. Although he had not bought a car, he was no stranger to driving. Navigation, go home. Now that I have a car, I can drive you to class, take you on maternity leave, and even take you for a drive. He had previously considered buying a cost-effective car in the range of 100,000 yuan for commuting. In the future, it will be convenient to travel anywhere. Usually, if he is alone, he can just ride an electric bicycle. Who would have thought that the system would directly reward him with a car that costs just under 300,000 yuan? This is so unexpected. System, I love you so much. Chapter 8, The Ugly Daughter-in-Law Meets the Parents-in-Law. As soon as they arrived home, Lin Feng went into the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. Lang Mengwei was responsible for picking, washing, and peeling the vegetables. The two worked together and soon several dishes were cooked. Lang Mengwei was hungry just from the smell. Lin Feng served her some of the dishes. Just to fill your stomach a little, my parents won't be here for a while. Lung Mingxiu refused and went back to her room to tidy up and get ready. She felt as nervous as an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws for the first time. When Lin Feng's parents arrived, he was just finishing the last dish. Mom and Dad, you're here, come on in. Lin Feng's mother beamed. Lin Feng's father, on the other hand, snorted and gave his son a look to let him know what he thought. The two of them had tidied up and looked great. This time they have brought 2 chickens, a duck, some local pork and finally some vegetables that have not been sprayed with pesticides. Did you cook all this? Yes, Mom, I'm a great cook now. Lin Feng's father has not given his son a good look since he entered the house. Lin Feng's mother gives her son a wink, telling him to act according to the situation today and not to provoke Lin Feng. Where is Long Meng? Is she sleeping? I'll go and check. When she entered the room, she saw Lang Mengni looking at Lin Feng with trepidation, forcing a forced smile. I'm a little nervous. Lin Feng reassured her when he saw that she had changed her clothes and dressed up again. Don't worry, my parents are easygoing, and besides, I'm here, so you don't need to be nervous. Aren't you hungry? Let's go eat. Lin Feng held out his hand, and Lang Mengni hesitantly shook it. In the living room, Lin Feng's mother threatened her husband. When the future daughter-in-law comes out in a while, don't you dare put on that long face and scare the person. Lin Feng's father rubbed his face and adjusted his expression. It's not that I want to punch him when I see Xiaofeng. After dinner, you can punch him all you want, but for now, smile for me. Long Mingxiu greeted the 2 elderly people with a stiff smile. Hello, Auntie and Uncle. Good, this is Xiaofeng's father. His face has been like that since the day I met him, so don't mind him. Lin's mother took Long Mingxiu's hand and sat her down to eat. Let's eat first, you must be hungry at this hour, eat quickly. Long Mengshu turned her head and said to Lin's father, "Uncle, come sit down and eat with us." Lin's mother smiled and said, "Little Lang is sensible, but unfortunately I don't have a daughter-in-law." She turned her head and put on a different expression. "What are you standing there for?" Lin's father, who was about to sit down, said. At the dinner table, she is accompanied by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's mother is keeping the mood lively. Lang Mengniu gradually relaxes, obediently eats her meal and listens to Lin Feng's mother's chatter. Lin Feng's father eats quietly the whole time, but his internal monologue is rich. "Rascal, when did you become such a good cook? Not to mention, this future daughter-in-law is really good-looking and has a good personality. She's also a university teacher, and it feels like my own son is not good enough for her, really not good enough. Should I hit her hard or go easy? No matter what I do, I have to make my attitude clear. Oh, so this bracelet is for my daughter-in-law." After dinner, Lang Menger is ready to help Lin Feng wash the dishes. Lin Feng's mother happily takes the dishes from her son. "You must be tired after cooking such a big meal. Feng, go keep your father company, and Lang, go have some fruit. I'll wash the dishes." Lin Feng understood the unspoken meaning. "Kid, go and take your punishment." He walked slowly up to his father and said, "Dad." Lin Feng's father turned to Long Mengniu and said the second thing he had said since meeting her. "Good boy, Lin Feng, and I have something to talk about. Why don't you go back to the room and eat your fruit?" Long Mengniu looked at this and looked at that. She obediently picked up the fruit plate and went into the master bedroom, but she couldn't help being curious and listened to the sounds from inside through the door. "Your mother has told me everything about you and Xiaoling. You have really disappointed me. What have we always taught you? That you should be serious about relationships and behave yourself? I'll teach you a lesson today." Hearing this, Long Mengru suddenly pushed open the door and froze. She saw Lin's mother hand her husband a bamboo stick, and Lin Feng standing motionless in front of the coffee table, as if he was waiting to be punished. The three of them looked over at them. Lin Feng smiled at her and gave her a reassuring look. Lin's mother came over with a smile, took Long Mengyu's hand and led her into the house. "Auntie." Long Mengyu broke free from Lin's mother's grasp, walked up to Lin Feng and took him behind her. She looked straight at Lin's father. "Uncle, Lin Feng is not to blame for this. I am also responsible. At first, he wanted to take responsibility, but I refused. Later, when I learned that there was a child, he also took up his responsibilities. He is very good, really very good. Uncle, please don't beat him." The three Lin family members were all taken aback. Lin's father sighed, sat down, and gave his son a fierce glare. "We Lin family members must give you an explanation. Lin Feng, speak. What are you going to do with Xiao Lang and the baby in the future?" Lin Feng glanced at Long Mengniu and answered very seriously. "I will be good to her for the rest of my life, try to let her live a good life, and I will never let her down. I will also be a responsible father to the children and give them a happy and perfect home." Father Lin looked at Long Mengyu and spoke gently. "Lang, our family is not wealthy, and Lin Feng is not a second-generation rich man. If you marry into our family, we will treat you like our own daughter. But as they say, relationships are a matter of two people. If you feel that Feng is not the right person for you and want to separate, we will never shirk our responsibilities as your family." Mother Lin took 2 wads of money from the bottom of the basket. "Take this money and use it as a token of our help as your elders. I originally wanted to come over and take care of Lang, but seeing that you are uncomfortable with me, I will leave you two alone." Lang Mengni felt warm and fuzzy inside. She could feel the sincerity of Lin Feng's parents, and their goodwill towards her was also from the bottom of their hearts. When the 2 elderly people were about to leave, Lin Feng's father said, "If this kid treats you badly, you let me know and I'll beat him up." Lin Feng's mother, Feng, take good care of Lang, don't bully her. Lin Feng returned the money to them, but the 2 elderly people simply ignored him. "The money is not for you, it's for buying food for Lang and the grandchildren." Lin Feng said again, "Mom and Dad, let me take you back. It takes more than 2 hours to drive on the highway, and 4 hours round trip is pretty fast." Lin Feng's mother refused, "No need, we are going to your sister-in-law's house today, we have already said hello. Tomorrow we'll take the shuttle bus back ourselves, just take care of Xiaoling. Lin Feng's 2 uncles and his aunt all live in the same city. Then, parents, I'll take you to your aunt's house." Seeing that the 2 elderly people were going to refuse again, Lang Mengni quickly said, "Auntie and uncle, just let Lin Feng take you there." Just now, he had refused 3 times in a row, but now the two elderly people immediately agreed. Okay, then you take us to your aunt's house. Lin Feng. Chapter 9, a little bit of old news from the Lin family. Learning that the brand new SUV in front of them was just bought by Lin Feng. Lin's mother took the lead and twisted her son's ear, almost losing her temper. Are you crazy? You have a wife and child to support now, and you haven't even bought a house, and you dare to buy a car? Who gave you the courage? She knew that her son had saved more than 100,000 yuan, which was for starting a family in the future. Now a new car starts at 100,000 yuan, how dare he? Lin Feng covered his ears and begged for mercy. Mom, let me explain, it hurts, it hurts. Lin's mother snorted and let go of his hands. The car is expensive on the outside, but I got it from a friend, and he didn't charge me a commission, so it's a lot cheaper. And, you know that Xiaoling is pregnant with twins, and it's more convenient to have a car for prenatal checkups and classes. You can't keep riding in my electric car, it's barely enough when you're small, but it's impossible when you're older. Besides, in the future, when we take the babies for checkups, to kindergarten, out to play, and back to the old hometown, won't it be more comfortable to have a car? What's more, I want to buy a house, but I can't buy one right away. But a car is possible. I made this decision after weighing the pros and cons. Lin's mother's expression softened, and she felt that her son had a point. Lin's father had already climbed into the car, looking in a good mood. If we're going to buy it, we might as well buy it now, sooner or later we need to buy a car. Lin Feng's auntie lives not far away, about 40 minutes by car. She and her current husband are in their second marriage and have a daughter together, currently in junior high school. Her husband travels a lot with his workers and is often away from home. Auntie stays at home to accompany her daughter with her studies and occasionally plays cards or mahjong. She gets along well with Lin Feng's family and they see each other frequently. Whenever there is something delicious in the house or they go out for a big meal, they usually invite Lin Feng. Lin Feng buys a carton of milk and some fruit, and goes upstairs with his parents to sit down. Xiaofeng is here too, come in and sit down. Have you eaten yet? We had dumplings for dinner tonight, there are some left in the fridge. Xiaoyu's aunt keeps her hair short and practical, and is a very efficient and enthusiastic person. We only came over after we had eaten, where is Xiaoyu? She's doing her homework in the back room, it's a heavy workload in her third year of junior high, she writes her homework every day until 1 or 2 in the morning. It's quite hard for children these days. Who says not? I can't help much, I just cook for her every day and keep her company. Lin Feng got up to leave. Auntie, I'll go first, I'll come again if I'm free. Sure, go back, don't bring anything next time, it's too much. After Lin Feng left, Lin's father went to bed after a brief wash. The two sisters were left alone in the room, whispering about all kinds of gossip. How are things between Lin Feng and that Xiaohan? Are they getting married soon? Forget it, they broke up as soon as they graduated. I've seen this girl before, she's quite pretty, but she doesn't seem to get along with Xiaofeng. Speaking of which, Zhao Ju suddenly leaned over and continued. Little May, I know a girl, she works in a bank, just started working, and she's very pretty. She's a year older than Xiaofeng, her family is well off, and both her parents have pensions. As she said, she took out her phone and showed Lin's mother a photo. What do you think? Isn't she pretty? If you're not satisfied, I'll introduce you to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang is her son from her previous marriage. After the divorce, Xiaoyang changed his surname to Zhao and is now called Xiaoyang. He is currently single and lives alone in an old house. Zhao Ju and her current husband bought him a used car, which runs on the platform and is more than enough to support himself. He has talked to 2 girlfriends, but it didn't work out, and Zhao Ju is always anxious. Why don't you introduce Yang to Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng has someone on the side. Zhao Ju is envious. Look at her son, his parents don't need to worry about his marriage. Lin Feng and Lang Mengniu haven't yet come to a decision about their relationship, and they haven't told Zhao Ju yet. Since they're here, why don't they go to Erd's house tomorrow and let him introduce Xiaofeng to a job? Lin Feng's second uncle is quite capable, and he is the most promising of the 4 sisters. Since childhood, he knew that studying was good, and that one should aspire to study hard and become successful in the future. Although he is now retired, he still has connections. Xiaofeng is studying at the best university in the city, with excellent academic performance, so it is not difficult for his second elder brother to find a way. Unlike Xiaoyang, who has graduated from high school, is ugly, and is stubborn as a mule, he is not qualified. Lin's mother laughed. Does Xiaoyang know that you usually say this about him? Zhao Ju looked completely unconcerned. He knows exactly what he looks like, and he doesn't need me to tell him. Let Feng solve his work problems himself. Zhao Ju wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. Zhao Lubiao and Lin's mother have a bit of a history. If it weren't for Zhao Lubiao back then, perhaps the Lin family would have had an easier time. The reason was that Zhao Lubiao borrowed a sum of money from Lin's mother back then, saying that he needed it urgently and that he would pay it back later. Back then, Lin's father had his eye on a second-hand house in the city and was going to use the money to buy it. Thinking that Zhao Lubiao had rarely asked for anything, he lent him the money. Since they were brothers and sisters, they only made a verbal promise and didn't even write an IOU. He said he would pay it back in 10 days, but it ended up taking years. In the end, the money was returned, but without any interest. Lin's father's favorite house was gone, so in the end, he simply saved it up for Feng's daughter-in-law. Did he think that was the end of it? But then the neighborhood was demolished. Yes, demolished. Lin Feng's father was so angry that he almost fainted. The two families had not been on good terms since that incident. Now they had completely stopped communicating. They spent the New Year and other holidays in the countryside, and Lin Feng's mother would not go to family gatherings, and Lin Feng would not go either. Even when Lin Feng's mother came to the city, to Zhao Ju's house or her eldest brother's house, she would not go to Zhao Lubiao's house. When Lin Feng returned home, Long Mengni was on the phone. As soon as she spoke, she let Lin Feng smell a lie. Come over some other time, I'm going on a business trip for study. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Okay, you can choose whatever you want to eat. After hanging up the phone, she turned her head and saw Lin Feng. Well, my best friend is coming to visit me. I'm not sure how to tell her in my current situation, so I'm going to take a while to prepare. Lin Feng knew nothing about Long Mingwei's family situation. Today, her household registration shows that she is from outside the city, or a first-tier metropolis. Lin Feng doesn't press the issue, saying, well, you decide. Lang Mengwei sits down to continue reading the script, but she is a little distracted. I'm going out to deliver some flyers. Call me if there's anything. Huh? Okay. If there's anything you want to eat, I'll bring it back. There's nothing I want to eat. Just come back soon. Long Mengwei is a little uncomfortable without Lin Feng at home. She looks at the clock and sees that it's past 10 o'clock. The TV show that had just now captivated her had also become boring. Lang Mengwei yawned and got up to wash up. She didn't know how long it had been, but she heard some noise. It was 3 a.m. She got up and saw Lin Feng tiptoeing back in. Her nose tingled. He's back. Lin Feng smiled. Did I wake you? Chapter 10, They are both lovely. Lang Mengwei shakes her head, asks a question while opening the refrigerator. Are you hungry? There are some leftovers in the refrigerator, do you want me to heat them up for you? I'm not hungry, it's already late, you should go to bed. Lang Mengwei follows behind Lin Feng and asks again. Do you want some water? Do you want some fruit? I don't need any of that. I'm going to sleep soon, so you should go to bed too. Lang Mengwei saw that he was tired and thought about the sofa bed in the study, which was a bit small for someone over 1.8 meters tall. Well, why don't you come over and sleep with me tonight? Lin Feng looked at her in surprise. Lang Mengwei blushed and stammered as she explained, not daring to look directly at the other person. The sofa bed in the study was too small, and the bed in the master bedroom was very big. Lang Mengwei had bought the bed herself, and the bed and mattress together cost more than 20,000 yuan at a discount. When she moved in, she had trouble sleeping, so she simply bought a bed of the same brand as the one in the house. Lin Feng looked at her, who looked quite shy, and smiled. No, I'm fine sleeping on the sofa bed. Don't force yourself. I'm a man, it's only right that I work hard to support the family and the baby. I promise to give you a good life, and I will work hard. Don't force yourself, you can sleep with me. Lin Feng washed his face and looked at her in the mirror. I'm a man in the prime of life, you're not afraid. Lang Mengwei suddenly widened her eyes, I'm pregnant. Lin Feng. Long Mengwei finally said. That's it, I'll go pack your things. After saying that, he went to the study to hug the quilt, and then went to the master bedroom. After Lin Feng finished washing up, he heard Lang Mengwei tapping the bed. Come on, let's sleep together. For some reason, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Lang Mengwei puffed up her cheeks, looking like a puffer fish. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Outsiders say that Teacher Lang is like the cold goddess on the mountain, never smiling and unfeeling. After a pause, she added, but I found you quite cute during the time we've spent together. Lang Mengwei guessed that she had rarely been told she was cute, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Cut the crap, come to bed, it's 4 o'clock. Okay. Since you've invited me so politely, I can't refuse. I don't want to talk to you. The two slept on opposite sides of the bed, looking at each other. Lang Mengwei yawned and couldn't hold on any longer. She muttered good night and fell into a deep sleep. As Lin Feng himself said, he is a passionate man. Lying next to such a beautiful woman, the sweet smell from her nose, the comfortable bed. It's a miracle if he can sleep. Let's check our phones. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng also fell into a deep sleep. Outside, it was drizzling. The next day, Long Mengru was awakened by hunger. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised to find that she was in Lin Feng's arms. It seemed that Lin Feng had not noticed that she had woken up, and was looking at the ceiling with curiosity and excitement. As Lang Mengwei was wondering, she noticed that there was a large hand on her lower abdomen, gently and carefully stroking it. It turned out that he wanted to feel the babies. It had been 3 months, and her belly was already showing. Lang Mengwei closed her eyes and continued to pretend to sleep, not knowing that her stomach made a protest sound. The hand on her belly retreated, and she slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she found that Lin Feng had already gotten out of bed and disappeared, and there was still his warmth on the bed. For some reason, Lang Mengru smiled softly, feeling that Lin Feng was strangely cute. Good morning. Good morning. Lang Mengru didn't have any classes today, so the two of them planned to buy some baby supplies to stock up on first. They got up relatively late, so they discussed going in the afternoon after lunch. It had rained last night, and the sun was a little strong today. Lang Mengwei wore a hat and loose-fitting clothes, looking elegant and carefree. Her clothes were loose, and she didn't look pregnant yet. With the mini-holiday approaching, both the shopping malls and the shops on the street were starting promotional activities. The two of them took the list and walked around while shopping. First, there were the things Lang Mengwei needed to prepare for the birth of her baby. Disposable underwear, pajamas for feeding the baby, shapewear belts, adult pads, etc. For the baby, there are baby blankets, diapers, diaper rash cream, baby baths, etc. They have done their homework and come prepared. They don't know the baby's gender yet, so they bought one set in yellow and another in green. I have olive oil here that can reduce stretch marks. Would you like to take a look, beautiful lady? You're pregnant with twins, so your stretch marks will definitely be much more serious than normal. You need to start prevention now. Lang Mengyi perked up at the sound of this. Show me. After reading the description, Lang Mengyi bought 3 bottles, regardless of whether they would work or not. There was no choice, it was buy 2 get 1 free, and this stuff is said to need to be applied for a long time. She also chose the most expensive one. At this time, Lin Feng came over with a pair of maternity underwear. This can adjust the tightness, do you want to buy a few? Long Mingshu blushed and looked away. Buy a few. Isn't he embarrassed as a man looking at these? Lin Feng consulted the shop assistant again and then came running over. Do you want to buy a top? Long Mingshu couldn't help blushing again when she saw the clothes in the shop assistant's hands. Why don't you go and have a look in the shop next door? I'll come and find you in a minute. Next door was a specialist store selling milk powder. Okay, find me when you're done. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Long Mengru finally felt relaxed. The saleswoman covered her mouth and said with envy, Beauty, your husband is really good to you, he's so serious about choosing these things. Unlike some men who are worried about face. They don't even touch these things. Long Mengru was shy, but she was also touched. Next door, Lin Feng had a good chat with the owner, who said that there was a different formula for each stage of a baby's development. 0 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months, etc., and the professional knowledge just came out of his mouth. When asked about the price, the boss said frankly, You are buying this too early. Wait until you are about to give birth and then buy it, otherwise it will just sit there. Our brand doesn't do many promotions, and the prices are about the same on the official website. I can't give you a discount, I have to make a profit too. If you don't believe me, you can open the app and check the historical prices and see how much the prices are during promotions. Lin Feng smiled. This was my first time being a father, and I didn't know much about infant formulas, so I wanted to learn more. The boss laughed and said, Sure, take a look and learn more. You have to be careful about what this little one eats. Lin Feng saw Lang Mengwei standing in the doorway, and the boss left first. The list of items had not been fully purchased, so they would sell them again some other day when they had time. What are you going to eat tonight? It doesn't matter, I'm not picky. Chapter 11, Brothers Who Missed the Truth. They entered the elevator with their bags. The last person to enter was the freshman neighbor. Her eyes rested on the shopping bags, and she sweetly greeted Long Mengru, "Hello, Teacher Lang." Long Mengru seemed to have a particularly interesting switch, and she could change her persona just by going out. "Hello." The freshman smiled and asked, "Teacher Lang, are you buying baby supplies? Are you pregnant?" Lang Mengwei finally responded other than with her usual cold demeanor. "You care about my affairs?" The freshman was swept away by Long Mengwei's cold gaze, and she shrunk her neck, entering a state of quiet as a chicken. She exited the elevator door. The freshman blinked her eyes, looking back 3 times as she watched Lin Feng and Lang Mengwei enter the room behind them. Teacher Lang is so cold and aloof, not at all easy to get along with. But who can blame her for being so beautiful? She had already found out a lot about the one next to her, and she had even been in the same school as her, and he was such a handsome guy. Did they have a child? Well, they probably did, otherwise why would they be buying baby supplies? Ah, I'm so excited. A teacher-student romance is happening right next to me. Once they entered the house, Long Mingyu let go of her cold demeanor and switched her persona. Are all kids these days so enthusiastic? Lin Feng smiled, tidied up and started cooking dinner. Since they had started spending time together, they had become like a married couple, and they got along very well. After dinner, Long Mingyu went to work in the study. Lin Feng washed the dishes and received a call from his roommate, who invited him out for a barbecue. "You poor guys, you can afford to treat me to a barbecue? Look what you said, no matter how poor we are, we can't let our friends suffer. Don't try to trick me again, I'll pay for it later." "No, we'll each pay for you tonight, and we hope you'll come." "Okay, send me the address, I'll show you my face." "It's the usual place, remember to bring your girlfriend too, or it'll be your treat." "Didn't I say in a while? Just wait a bit longer." "It's been many days already. If you're a brother, be honest with me, even if the girl is ugly, I'll support you." Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at the usual place on his little electric bicycle. Xiao Pang and the others glanced at him several times from behind. "Where is he? He didn't bring it." "Then you'll have to pay for the meal." "Okay." "Damn it. Boss, give me 10 skewers of large kidneys. And beef skewers, 20 more, and 20 lamb skewers. Give me 3 brain flowers, with lots of chili, it doesn't matter if it's too spicy. Boss, 5 beers." After ordering like crazy, the way a few people looked at Lin Feng's eyes, they wanted to kill him. Lin Feng pretended to get up. "Since you don't like me, I'll leave." "You can leave, but you've already paid." "I haven't even eaten, why should I pay?" "Since you said you'd treat us, you have to pay." The few people played around and brought the issue back around again, and they insisted on meeting this mysterious girlfriend today. Lin Feng repeated the same old words, saying that the timing was not right and it was inconvenient. Suddenly, Xiaopeng slapped the table and said, "I've got it. Brother Feng, you don't actually have a girlfriend, do you? You're just teasing us." "It's possible. Otherwise, why would Brother Feng be acting so mysterious?" "Brother Feng, since this girlfriend is so secretive, she can't be a man, can she?" "That's a crazy idea." The other 3 agreed that they would get this person drunk tonight, no matter what. Lin Feng is not good at drinking, and the 3 of them took turns getting him drunk. "No, I can't drink anymore, I'm drunk." "No way, Feng can still drink at least 1 more." With a head that feels like it's spinning, Lin Feng got up unsteadily and prepared to go pay the bill. "You guys eat, I'll pay, and go back." Xiaopeng stood up to support him and gave the other 2 guys a wink. "Feng, why don't you call your girlfriend to come pick you up?" Yes, we won't feel at ease if you go home drunk by yourself." "Brother Feng, what's your phone number? We can call for you." Lin Feng shakes his head and insists on going home by himself. I can do it. Xiao Peng simply takes out Lin Feng's phone. They are in the same dormitory and they all know each other's passwords. Xiao Peng looks through the contacts and says strangely, "Who is this baby's mother? Is she an aunt?" "You're silly, it must be Brother Feng's girlfriend." Oh, Oh, it seems I'm drunk too. Quickly call and ask her to come pick up phone. Lin Feng tried to grab the phone, but was told to give it back. No one was paying any attention to him. Lang Mengniu was at home reading her classmate's thesis, her brows furrowed in anger. If she didn't have a baby, she would have lost her temper by now. The phone rang on the table, and when she saw it was Lin Feng calling, her face immediately brightened and her tone softened. However, when the other person spoke, it was a stranger's voice. "Excuse me, are you Feng's girlfriend? He's drunk right now, can you come pick him up? We're all drunk, otherwise we'd have taken him home. Please come get him, he's talking nonsense." Lang Mengwei stood up abruptly and told her location. 30 minutes later, Lang Mengwei appeared at the barbecue stand. Xiao Pang and the others were stunned. Especially Xiao Pang, who could hardly speak. The three men sobered up a lot when they saw Lang Mengshi. "Lang, Goddess Lang, no, Teacher Lang, why are you here?" "Nonsense, of course we came here to eat barbecue, what else would we be doing?" "Well, Teacher Lang, what would you like to eat, we'll treat you." Lang Mengshi's gaze fell on Lin Feng. "Is he drunk?" Lin Feng squinted and saw Lang Mengyu and staggered to his feet. "Wow, you're so pretty." Lang Mengyu's mouth curved up. Xiaopeng and the others quickly went over to support Lin Feng, all of them smiling awkwardly. "Teacher Lang, my friend is drunk, I'm sorry." Lin Feng shook off the few people and walked towards Lang Mengyu, tapping his feet. A scene that made people's eyes pop happened. He embraced her, lowered his chin to the hollow of her shoulder, and she was already confused. "I want to come back, I want to go home." Xiaopeng and the others' eyes were about to pop out, and they were going to go up and pull Lin Feng away. "Good boy, how could you enjoy such a good thing? Seeing you get such treatment is even more difficult than them." Lang Mengwei sighed and asked, "Do you know where home is?" Lin Feng answered very affirmatively, "I know." Xiaopeng and the others' faces contorted. "Teacher Lang, he's drunk and talking nonsense, we'll send him home in a bit." Yes, his girlfriend will come pick him up in a bit." Lin Feng suddenly shouted like he was having a seizure, "I don't have a girlfriend." Xiao Peng and the others. Lang Mengwei said to Xiao Peng and the others, "In that case, I'll take him home." Xiao Peng and the others just watched as Lin Feng embraced Lang Mengwei and wouldn't let go. The two of them got into a taxi together. Chapter 12, Jealousy from the Brothers. Looking at the taxi that drove off, Xiao Peng and his friends couldn't even cry. "If I had known, I would have held on to the goddess Lang and begged her to take me home." "What nonsense, with your looks, the goddess Lang would have just kicked you away." "The goddess Lang is really beautiful and kind, and she's taken advantage of Feng, humph." Suddenly, they remembered something very serious. They hadn't paid for the barbecue yet. What a disaster. Not only did they get themselves into trouble, they also lost money. Was that baby's mother really Feng's girlfriend? "What are you looking at me for?" "How would I know? I just know that Feng is in for a treat tonight." "Forget it, okay? I can't eat when you bring it up." This barbecue was exceptionally bitter. Tears flowed uncontrollably from my mouth. Luckily Lang Menger is not short, so she can support Lin Feng without too much trouble. When they get home, Lang Menger prepares to pour him a glass of water. "Don't go." Lang Menger lets him hold her and asks tenderly, "I'll pour you a glass of water, aren't you thirsty?" "No, I want to hold you." Lang Menger stands and lets him hold her for a while, and notices that Lin Feng is staring at her stomach. Thinking of his sneaky behavior that morning, her heart softened. Lang Mengwei took Lin Feng's hand and placed it on her belly. "Do you miss the babies?" Lin Feng didn't say anything, his gaze gentle, his hand very careful. "I will let you all live a good life, and I will let you live a good life too." He said this extremely seriously, just looking at Lang Mengwei. Lang Mengwei's nose grew a little sour, and her heart was filled with happiness that she almost cried. "I don't really want anything big or luxurious, as long as our family is safe and healthy." If she really wanted to be rich and luxurious, she would have married someone else a long time ago. Lin Feng hugged her, his face pressed against her belly, smiling like a child. "This is my first time being a father, so please give me lots of advice." Lang Mengru smiled slightly. "This is also my first time being a mother, so please give me lots of advice too." She didn't know how long it had been, but Lang Mengru was tired from standing, so she looked down. Goodness, he's already asleep. Lang Mengshu took care of Lin Feng, laid him down, undressed him, and took off his shoes and socks. She washed his face and wiped his hands. Finally, she placed the trash can by the bed. After all this, Long Mingshu was tired and sleepy, so she lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Feng woke up and couldn't see Long Mingshu by his side. "Are you awake? Get up and eat. I made an omelette for breakfast, along with milk and buns." Lang Menger went downstairs to buy the buns, and the omelette didn't look very appetizing. "How did I get home last night?" "I picked you up." Lin Feng immediately responded, and realized that he had been tricked by the three bastards. Long Menger also figured it out this morning. "They still don't know about our relationship." "No, didn't you pick me up last night?" Just as they were talking, Xiaopeng's phone rang. Lin Feng looked at the contacts list and saw that there were a lot of missed calls, missed videos, and missed voice messages on VX. He called back. "Tell me, what happened last night between you and Teacher Lang?" It is not an exaggeration to say that his voice was deafening. Lin Feng cleared his throat and deliberately made the other person wait. "What do you think could have happened between us?" "Ah, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. How dare you lay a finger on my goddess? Are you worthy? You're not worthy. Goddesses should be beautiful and unique, and you? You should look in the mirror." In addition to Xiaopeng, the furious voices of the other two men also came through the phone. It was almost the same as a comic relief. "You bastard, bastard. Are you worthy? Who do you think you are? Go look in the mirror." Lin Feng was in a great mood as he watched them go crazy. "You guys are jealous." Xiaopeng screamed in fury. "Damn you. Tell me, quickly." Lin Feng saw Long Mingwei's face crumple with laughter and asked with a smile. "Last night, thanks to you guys, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have met Teacher Ling. And I wouldn't have had such a wonderful encounter. Brothers, you are really good brothers to me." These words literally made Xiaopeng and the others explode. "Avenge the goddess, there can be no truce. Today, it's either you die or I die." "Xiaopeng, calm down, don't listen to Brother Feng's nonsense. Long Nuer likes him? Why not, he's as big as a bird and handsome." Long Mengnu almost sputtered out a mouthful of milk. Lin Feng saw that she was uncomfortable and quickly ended the topic. "Okay, I'm not teasing you. Nothing happened between us. Because it's happened before." Xiaopeng and the others' arrogance vanished at this, and they started a new wave of mockery. "I told you, that cold goddess is beautiful and kind-hearted, she was just simply walking you home. But you should be happy, last night you were holding her and wouldn't let go, geez, shameless bastard. Let's settle the score from last night, plus an additional 200 yuan as a thank you." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng transferred the money. "What 200 yuan as a thank you, screw that." Long Mengyu laughed. "You guys had quite the interesting chat." Lin Feng laughs. "We're in the same dormitory and we get along well, so we don't mind talking about anything. You're their goddess, if they find out about our relationship one day, they'll probably stab me with a knife. Today, Lang Mengwei has classes in the morning and afternoon. Lin Feng first drives her to school, and then he drives to the grocery store. As soon as Lang Mengwei sits down, the gossiping of the teacher sitting next to her starts. "Teacher Lang, who was that guy last night? What boy? You don't know? It's all the talk today. They say a young man embraced you and you left together. Well, about that. I was just walking a student home." "Honest? Honest. It's almost lunchtime, and everyone's discussing what to eat. There's a new restaurant that serves braised chicken with rice. Why don't we go try it?" "It's too far. I don't want to go. I'll just order takeout." "Ms. Lung, what would you like?" "I'll bring it over." "Me?" At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded outside. "Teacher Lang, there's a delivery for you." Lang Mingyo looked at Lin Feng, who was carrying 2 insulated buckets on his left and right, and froze for a moment. "Thank you, have you eaten?" "Thank you for your concern, I've eaten." "You've worked hard, I have a cup of milk tea here, you take it." "Thank you, Teacher Lang, you eat, I'm leaving." As soon as Lin Feng left, the teachers gathered around. "Your boyfriend brought you lunch today?" He even used a flash delivery service, so mysterious. "It smells so good, I'm hungry just from smelling it. It looks so rich, I can tell it's got all the right ingredients." "Teacher Lang, do you mind if I have a little taste?" Lang Mingyo gave the foodie teacher some. The foodie teacher let out a scream, "This is so delicious. It's almost chef level, wow." After eating, his eyes were glued to Lang Meng's food. Seeing her pitiful look, Lang Meng's heart softened. "The portion is quite large, I can't finish it, so I'll give you some." The foodie teacher said he was sorry, but he had already gone to get some bowls and chopsticks. Chapter 13, Discovering that she likes him. "Teacher Lang, you've put on some weight lately. With such good food and such good cooking, anyone would put on weight." "You're right, I'm happy to gain weight eating such delicious meals." Lang Mengni was very happy eating Lin Feng's meals. In the blink of an eye, the short holiday was over. Lang Mengni was very tired now, and she didn't have the energy to do anything, just wanting to lie down and browse her phone. The two discussed not going out to the crowds and simply staying at home. After Lin Feng had prepared 3 meals a day at home, he delivered takeaways during the day and drove people home drunk at night. During the holiday, there were quite a few orders for takeaways and driving people home drunk. The university girl diagonally opposite had not been seen by Lin Feng in the past few days. She should be out having fun on holiday. That night, there was a sudden thunderstorm, and Lang Mengshi got up and unplugged the electrical appliances. When she called Lin Feng, it had started to pour outside. "Lin Feng, are you still driving for hire? It's raining and thundering outside, come back quickly." "I can't come back yet, I have to go to the county for this job, I'll be back at 3 or 4 in the morning if I'm lucky." Lang Mengwei was shocked, looking outside at the thunder and lightning, her heart full of worry. "It's so far away, how are you going to get back?" "I'll see if I can hitch a ride, if not I'll have to come back in the morning." "Where will you stay tonight?" "Just find a hotel." "I'll hang up now, you get some rest, I've got to go." After hanging up, Lang Mengyu kept thinking about Lin Feng. Anxiously, she walked around the house. With a pop, the power went out. Lang Mengyu's house had no spare candles, and her phone had only 20% power left, while her tablet still had 50%. In the night, she absent-mindedly brushed her tablet. Occasionally a loud thunderclap scared her, and she missed Lin Feng terribly. She wanted to call and send a message, but she was afraid of distracting Lin Feng. After looking through her friends, Lang Mengru finally called her best friend Wu Yishuang. "Baby, why did you suddenly call me?" "Oops, it's thundering where you are." "Yes, it's lightning and thunder here, too." "Listen, it's raining really hard outside." "Is my little baby scared and that's why you're calling?" "Oh, if only you had a man by your side right now." Speaking of men, Lang Mengshi missed Lin Feng even more. And Wu Yishuang was getting more and more excited. "My dear, you're not getting any younger, it's time to experience the taste of love. Have you seen the pictures I sent you in VX? Choose one, and I'll push you my business card. There are all kinds of men, from puppy dogs to wolf dogs, even older men are available." Lang Mengshi rolled her eyes and said, "I'm not interested in any of them." Wu Yishuang's voice immediately changed to a high-pitched tone. "Baby, are you interested in me?" "I'm not saying I can't, huh?" Lang Mengshi pursed her lips, "Who wants you? I can't afford you." Wu Yishuang said sweetly, "I can support myself, and I'm very easy to support, just give me love." With her best friend by her side, Lang Mengshi slowly relaxed. "Xuan, stop fooling around and find a stable guy. Get married? Are you crazy? I'm still young and haven't had enough fun yet." Wu Yishuang urged Lang Mengshu to hurry up and choose one. "It's no fun. I'm not interested in them." "How do you know you're not interested if you don't even know them?" Then she asked, "You're back from your business trip? Let's get together sometime." Lang Mengshu didn't say anything. "Say something, why are you so quiet?" "The power went out in the neighborhood and my phone is about to run out of battery." "Poor thing. Give her a hug." "Xiao Xuan, we're best friends, right?" "Of course, we've been best friends since we were kids." "What, do you have another best friend out there?" The sound of Wu Yishuang gritting her teeth came from the other end of the line, and Lang Mengru couldn't help but laugh. "When you have some free time, come visit me. On one condition, give me a really big red envelope." Wu Yishuang was surprised. "Why would you give me a red envelope? You're not a child." "You said something, I said something, and we chatted until the phone shut off." Lang Mengwei finally couldn't hold back her sleepiness, and fell asleep hugging Lin Feng's pillow. This nap was not a sound one. When she woke up, she thought she had slept for a long time, but in the end she realized it had only been an hour. The electricity hadn't come, and Lin Feng hadn't returned. Her heart was full of empty, lost, and worried feelings. Perhaps it was the influence of her pregnancy, but she was now feeling particularly difficult and wanted to cry. She can't cry, but the feeling of being miserable keeps her awake. Lin Feng, when will you be back? I don't know where you are. She murmurs to herself about Lin Feng. The more she talks about him, the more she misses him. She may have unknowingly fallen in love with him. This time, she woke up startled. It sounded like something had been knocked over, and she sat bolt upright, her eyes wide in the darkness. Could it be the bad guys? Why is the chair here? In the darkness of the night, a mumble came from the chair. It was Lin Feng's voice. Lang Mengwei was both surprised and happy. Lin Feng, you're back? Lin Feng nodded. Why is your phone turned off? Lang Mengwei stood up and fumbled her way to Lin Feng. I was talking on the phone with my best friend and lost track of time. Did you hitch a ride? Gradually adjusting to the darkness, she could see the other person's figure clearly. Lin Feng helped Lang Mengwei go back to lie down. I'm having really good luck tonight. When I got to the county, someone happened to be looking for a designated driver to get back to the city. So, I'm back. Lang Mengyu hugged him tightly. I'm so happy. The sudden hug took Lin Feng a little by surprise. I called you when I got to the county, but your phone was turned off and you didn't reply to my messages, so I was worried. Were you scared? It's okay, I'm back now. Lang Mengwei had been holding back her emotions, and when she saw Lin Feng, she suddenly had an outlet. This left Lin Feng a little at a loss. Why is she crying? Tell me what's wrong. Lang Mengwei shook her head and didn't say anything, and Lin Feng didn't pursue it. The short holiday passed in the blink of an eye. After that night, Lang Mengwei's attitude towards Lin Feng changed. Before, they treated each other with respect, but now she liked to cling to him and be even closer. She gradually became addicted to buying baby products. Do you like this baby clothes set? And this one, this one. It's cute, buy it if you like it. That night, Lin Feng received a message from the system. The host has been detected as the mother of the babies has been preparing nutritious meals for a month, reward of 10,000 yuan, please check. Then, a message from the bank card came through on the phone. Chapter 14, a sudden visit from a best friend. Lin's mother called her son, planning to take out her life savings and buy her son a house. In the village, we grow whatever we want to eat, so we don't need to spend money on it. Plus, your father still has his pension, which is enough to support us. The money you gave us every month from high school to college, we've saved it all. In total, we have enough to pay off the richest man in the world. As for the mortgage, we'll discuss it and pay it off together, when you have the financial ability to do so. Lin Xian was moved by all that his parents had done for him. Mom, I invested with a friend a few years ago and it paid off, so now I've made some money. When we find a suitable house, if the money is not enough, I will borrow some from you. Lin's mother was very dissatisfied. What is there to borrow? We are all family, saying this is a strange thing to say. Lin Feng said seriously, that money was saved by you and Dad with hard work. I will definitely have to repay you if I take it. This child has been sensible and assertive since childhood. Then that's settled. If we don't have enough money to buy a house later, we will ask Mom for it. We only have one child, and now you are also part of the family. We will definitely do our best to help if we can. Lang Mengni listened with her ears pricked as Lin Feng made the call. In the evening, Lang Mengni gave Lin Feng a bank card and told him the password. There are 500,000 yuan in it, let's use it to buy a house together. Lin Feng glanced at Lang Mengni and handed her the card. I'll find a way to get the money for the house. This money is yours, take it as your own private funds. My mother said that a woman can't do without her own private funds. Lang Mengni didn't expect Lin Feng to refuse. Apart from this 500,000 yuan, I have more money, so you can use it. Lin Feng thought about it for a while and said, you take it, it's not that urgent. Seeing that he was determined, Lang Mengwei didn't say anything more. It was getting hotter and hotter, and pregnant women's body temperatures were naturally higher than normal. Now that she was in the later stages of pregnancy, she didn't want to move around, and her favorite thing to do was to eat watermelon while blowing on the air conditioning. She would break into a sweat after the slightest bit of exercise. Except for classes and evening walks, she really doesn't want to move a muscle. That day, after Lin Feng finished running an order, Lang Menger was still sleeping. He started preparing the ingredients. At this time, something unexpected happened. Someone used a key to open their door. Lin Feng went out with a knife and looked. He ran into Wu Yishuang at the door. The two of them asked in unison. Who are you? Who are you? Wu Yishuang looked at Lin Feng's good-looking man's attire and her eyes lit up. I'm Long Menger's best friend, and you're her live-in boyfriend? No wonder you're not interested in other handsome guys. It turns out that there's such a handsome guy in the family. Lin Feng let out an "oh" and put away his knife, inviting the person in. She's still sleeping in the house, so you can sit for a while. What would you like to drink? Watermelon juice, lemonade, or just plain water? Wu Yishuang dragged her suitcase into the room. Everywhere she looked, there were piles of baby supplies, and she was immediately taken aback. What is going on here? Without thinking about what to eat, she went straight to the master bedroom. When she opened the door, she was shocked to see the sleeping figure of a princess, like Sleeping Beauty. If you ignore the bulge outside her belly. Wu Yishuang let out a gasp, walked up to Lang Menger, and stared at her belly for a long time. She reached out and felt it, and it was real. Lang Mengwei felt someone enter the room and feel her stomach. Then there was a familiar scent of Dior perfume, which left a deep impression on her. Finally, there was a pair of murderous eyes by the bed that made her wake up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Wu Yishuang's expressionless face. Baby, you'd better explain your stomach and this man to me properly. Long Mengwei gave Lin Feng a look. You go out first, I'll take care of things here. Wu Yishuang wasn't particularly pretty, but she had a nice aura about her, and she was a sophisticated type that you could look at for a long time. She had the right figure, was half a head shorter than Lang Mengwei, and was dressed in designer clothes. This time, she was wearing a sun hat, with sunglasses perched on top of her head, and her flaming red lips were wide open in surprise. As you can see, I'm pregnant. Wu Yishuang pinched her own chin. Is it the handsome guy outside? Long Mengwei nodded, yes. Wu Yishuang eased up and moved over a chair. Are you married? No. Have you registered your marriage? No. So, you're living together with a child? Lang Mengwei pursed her lips. We plan to register our marriage, and we'll have the wedding after the baby is born. Wu Yishuang said after a long pause, your uncle and aunt will be furious at you for this. Lang Mengwei seemed to have made up her mind. So, I plan to tell them after I give birth. Wu Yishuang didn't know what to say for a moment, and kept asking. Are you serious? Have you thought it through? Long Mengwei nodded. After saying that, she had thought it through. Wu Yishuang lifted her chin. What's the situation with that handsome guy outside? What are his family conditions? Lang Mengwei pursed her lips again. He's acceptable. Mainly, he has a good character and is good to me. Wu Yishuang understood. From the way you avoided the important issues, I can roughly guess what his family's situation is like. I don't understand, there are so many people around with good conditions, why do you have to fall for him? Okay, I admit that he is very handsome. Even someone like me, who has been through a lot, has to admit it. But getting married is not the same as dating, you can't just look at appearance, you have to look at other things too. Long Mingyu sat up. Wu Yishuang's face immediately showed a look of hatred for her, and she stared at her belly with resentment. Lin Feng, you haven't met him, but he has a very good character and many good qualities. As for the family background aspect, you know that only my parents care about it, I don't care. Wu Yishuang poked Long Mingyu's head. Think about your family's situation, it's definitely important to match the families. Lung Mingxi retorted, then are those of us who have gotten married happy? Wu Yishuang choked. It depends on what kind of happiness you want. Some people think that being able to do your own thing is happiness, while others think that mutual respect is happiness. Lung Mingxi was sweating all over, so she took a new pair of pajamas. I don't want a marriage where we're like strangers, and I don't want a marriage where we're polite to each other. What I want is to live a down-to-earth life. Even if we just go around taking care of the daily necessities, as long as we love each other, we will be happy. Wu Yishuang felt that her sister was naive. Since childhood, everyone has been fooled by her cold and aloof face. In fact, this silly girl is just a silly white sweet. You want love? Sister, this is something that can be encountered but not sought. I believe that there is love in this world, but I don't believe that I can encounter it. Lang Mengwei paused for a moment. There's something else. I met him from. After hearing the melodramatic encounter, Wu Yishuang felt that this was the beginning of a novel. What you mean is, if he hadn't met you, you were going to raise the child on your own? Lang Mengwei changed her clothes and nodded. I also remember that night, and we were both at fault. Chapter 15, Lang Mingjia's Trump Card. Lin Jia's parents' attitude towards her. And the bits and pieces of living together with Lin Feng over this period of time. As well as her own plans, she told Wu Yishuang about them all. Wu Yishuang covered her face and asked me to be quiet, to let me be quiet first. Her best friend had suddenly become pregnant, and she was going to be a godmother. However, she couldn't smile, not at all. We said we would get married together, but you secretly got pregnant behind my back. Lang Mengxian held her face and comforted her best friend. I really think Lin Feng is very good, and I haven't been able to make up my mind to stay with him before, but now I've decided. Wu Yishuang pulled out a smile that was even more hideous than crying. Lang Mengxian didn't care about the makeup on her face and started rubbing some glutinous rice balls. Don't worry, even if things don't go well, we still have our little Shuang baby. Wu Yishuang patted her hand, and her spirit returned. Yes, he treats you badly, I will beat him to a pulp. Divorce, net worth, find someone to get him out of the country, I have contacts. You just live the life you want, and I will carry the weight for you. Lang Mengyi was moved to sniff her nose, and tears fell. Xiao Shuang, you are really too good to me. It is not in vain that we have been friends since we were young. Although Lang Mengwei is silly and sweet, she has a very stubborn and strong personality. As best friends who grew up together, Wu Yishuang has seen her cry a few times. Suddenly, he didn't know what to do. Nonsense, I am the best in the world, even better than my husband. I will be the boss in the future, and he will be the subordinate. Okay, don't cry. Why are you crying even harder? Lin Feng heard Lang Meng's crying and knocked on the door, asking, what's wrong? Wu Yishuang opened the door with a scowl. You go comfort her. Lin Feng thought his best friend was having a quarrel and was about to comfort her. Then he saw Lang Menger burst out laughing at him. Lin Feng, Xiaoshuang said that in the future she would be the main wife and you would be the secondary one. Ah, that's really funny. Do you think it's funny? Lin Feng glanced at Wu Yishuang. The latter rolled her eyes at him and gave Lang Mingyu a look that said, this must be a fool. Wu Yishuang finished removing her makeup, revealing a fresh face. In the end, she sighed at the mirror. I hope that my best friend's choice is correct this time. Xiaoshuang, come eat. Lin Feng's cooking is delicious. You cry 1 minute and laugh the next. Why are you so unpredictable? Lin Feng laughed and picked up the conversation. Because she is pregnant, her emotions are more sentimental than normal people. Wu Yishuang was dazzled by Lin Feng's smile. Damn, I have to admit, this face value is unbelievable. I know a few of them, and none of them can compare. After tasting a bite of Lin Feng's cooking, Wu Yishuang's eyes lit up. Not bad, are you a chef? No, I learned from my parents and some online tutorials. That's quite a talent. She's no good, she's an idiot in the kitchen, to the point where it's unbelievable. Lin Feng was intrigued at the mere mention of it. Lang Menger exclaimed, don't tell. Wu Yishuang didn't want to tell at first, but now she had to. It was once when we were given an assignment at school to make chocolate and bring it to share at school the next day. Mine was ugly, but it looked like it was done properly. At least it was chocolate, I think. Logically, since we did it together, our results should be similar, right? But she fried the entire oven. That was the first time I saw an uncle in a fire truck and the first time I heard the alarm go off at home. Lin Feng asked in return, why did the oven break? Wu Yishuang was also puzzled. At the time, we thought the same thing, and completely ignored her own reasons. One time, she came to my house. My parents weren't home, and I was hungry, so she volunteered to cook for me. This time the oven didn't blow up, but the kitchen did. Wu Yishuang waves her hands and describes the scene with wide eyes. I was playing a game when I heard a loud bang. I thought my new headphones had 3D stereo sound. Then I saw her running over, covered in dust and ashes, and telling me to run with her. I was completely shocked. I saw the kitchen on fire, and we were so scared that we quickly ran outside to make a phone call. Luckily, no one was hurt, but half the house burned down. At the time, we thought that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't her fault. The last time I remember her cooking was when we got together for a meal during the holidays. Instead of going out, we had a hot pot at home. She volunteered to make the soup again. We didn't believe in superstition at the time, thinking that with so many people watching, there was nothing difficult about making a hot pot base. Lin Feng asked in surprise, "It didn't blow up again, did it?" Wu Yishuang nodded heavily, "Yes, the kitchen blew up." At that time, the vegetables and meat were all ready, and the soup was almost ready to boil, so nothing could go wrong. We remember that day and that scene vividly. She said she was going to take the soup pot and went into the kitchen alone, and I followed closely behind. Then I heard a bang, I don't know what broke, and then the stove caught fire with a bang. Luckily, there were a lot of people that day, and everyone came over to put out the fire. From then on, we believed that the kitchen was her nemesis. In my family, and also in the homes of our better friends, she is forbidden to go near the kitchen, not even within 1 meter. Lin Feng couldn't stop laughing after hearing this. Long Mengxi was embarrassed and aggrieved. I don't know why, I always follow the normal procedures. What can I do if the kitchen is going to explode? Lin Feng laughed again. The breakfast you made for me last time looked pretty good, and the kitchen didn't explode. Wu Yishuan looked at Long Mengyu in surprise. How dare you even go into the kitchen? Don't you want to live? It's not that exaggerated. Sometimes when I cook myself, everything is fine and it doesn't explode. She sounded a little guilty when she said this last sentence. It didn't blow up, but every time she cooks, there are always problems, and over time she eats takeaway. Lin Feng laughed, in the future, don't enter the kitchen, I'll cook and wash the dishes. Lang Mengxiao pouted and showed her dissatisfaction. Wu Yishuang smacked her lips, that handsome guy, you're such a good cook, can I order food? Lin Feng laughed, yes, I'll cook whatever you want to eat. Wu Yishuang laughed, I'll say this first, my tastes are quite picky. Long Mingyang raises her chin. Lin Feng cooks super delicious food, not inferior to any chef out there. Wu Yishuang makes a cutting sound, and she will turn her back on her friends. Chapter 16, Recognition of Lin Feng's Cooking Skills. In the hot summer, the two best friends whisper in the bedroom. Baby, you're really awesome, pregnant with twins at once. It would be even better if they were twins. Alas, I originally wanted to take you skiing this time. In the future, I'll be the only one who gets to be beautiful. Lang Mengwei yawned and reached out for a big red envelope. Wu Yishuang rolled her eyes, angrily went to the suitcase and complained while giving it to her. I took out the cash especially to give you a big, red envelope. It really is a big red envelope. Lang Mengxi weighed it in her hands and her eyebrows curved up. Thank you, I love you, hugs and kisses. I love you too, go to sleep if you're tired, you're pregnant now. Lang Mengxi yawned, leaned her head on the pillow and fell asleep without realizing. Wu Yishuang propped her chin in her hand and looked at her best friend's sleeping face. She could feel that she was genuinely happy. Lin Feng returned from the grocery store. Wu Yishuang put down her phone, sat down, and let's talk. Holding her arms, she looked at Lin Feng's face and raised her eyebrows. Your baby has told me everything. Since she has decided to be with you, as long as she is happy, I will support whatever decision she makes. But if you let her down and make her suffer, I, Wu Yishuang, will never let you go. You don't know my character yet, but you will. I'll show you what I'm capable of. I may not look it, but I'm actually a little white rabbit. I've dabbled in black belts and sanda, so there's no problem beating you up a little. No kidding, understand? Wu Yishuan looked at Lin Feng coldly, not joking at all. Lin Feng also took a stand. It would be hypocritical of me to say too much now. Time will tell, and I'll prove that she made the right choice. Wu Yishuan snorted lightly, it better be. Things have come to this, and judging by her attitude, she wants him to spend the rest of his life with her. Even if she objects again, she has a stubborn temper and there's nothing she can do. My baby told me that you plan to get married after getting a marriage license, what are your plans? Lin Feng confessed that she hadn't told me this. Wu Yishuan rolled her eyes, now that I've told you, do you have to buy a diamond ring and propose? Although there are no plans for a wedding yet, there definitely has to be an engagement, and I can't let my baby down. Lin Feng asked, Xiaolang's parents and relatives over there. This is a problem. Wu Yishuang frowned and thought about it. Why don't I invite some actors over to show their support? Lin Feng was speechless. Beauty, you really have some ideas. Wu Yishuang probably also felt that this idea was bad. Why don't I discuss it with my baby, and first do some ideological work on my aunt to see if she can be there for the engagement? It's not right for there to be no parents on the woman's side. Baby likes the Eldu brand, so just get her a 2-carat one. Thinking about Lin Feng's financial situation, a 1-1 would be fine depending on personal financial circumstances. After sizing Lin Feng up, she said, "Since I'm here, let's buy the engagement ring together. I know her preferences and I guarantee she'll be satisfied." Lin Feng sincerely thanked her. Wu Weishuang said reluctantly, "You think I want to? Men are all pigs." The meal that night was very rich, all the dishes Wu Weishuang had ordered. The three sat together at the small 1-meter-2 table. "It's okay, I didn't think you could really make it, it looks delicious, I wonder how it tastes." "Try it, Lin Feng's cooking is very good." "Don't rush me, honey, it's still hot, oops, it's for me." After taking a bite, Wu Weishuang was full of praise. "It's okay, very okay, it's the standard of a master chef. If you open a restaurant, you'll definitely do well." Not only was this dish delicious, but all the others were also extremely tasty. Wu Weishuang couldn't stop eating. Lung Mingnu said proudly, "See, I told you he was a good cook." Wu Weishuang gave her a thumbs up in recognition. There are many men who can cook, but very few who can cook well. And there are even fewer who can cook like a chef. After finishing the meal, Wu Weishuang leaned back in his chair, feeling remorseful. "What a mistake. I ate too much today, I'll have to go to the gym for a few hours tomorrow to work off the calories." "No, I have to get up and walk it off." Lin Feng cleaned up the dishes, "And you can go for a walk in the neighborhood." Wu Weishuang quickly packed her things. "Baby, let's go for a walk." It's been almost 3 hours, so Lin Feng made a video call to Long Mengniu. "Where are you now?" "We're over by the square, let me show you what we're doing." The camera pans, and among a group of elderly women dancing in the square, an out-of-place figure blends in. Wu Weishuang shouts slogans while dancing enthusiastically. It looks like she has completely blended in. "Xuan, when are you leaving?" "Let me ask, Auntie, when will you finish?" "Oh, we'll be a while." The camera pans, and it shows Long Mengru's helpless expression. "We'll be a while. Well, I'll cut the fruit for you, and call when I get back. I'll go run some errands. You go ahead, I can take care of myself." Wu Weishuang's guilty conscience eased after 2 hours of square dancing. It's not good to have a boyfriend who can cook, you'll easily gain weight. Lang Menger doesn't care, as long as you're healthy. Wu Weishuang gives her a dirty look. "With a body like yours, you can eat all you want and never gain weight. Can you understand the suffering of someone like me who gains weight even when they drink cold water? Do you know how hard I work to show off my perfect figure in the summer? I go to the gym every day, I go swimming every day. I dare not eat even one more bite. Today I ate so much, my intestines are regretting it." Losing weight is a lifelong struggle for women. Some thin people just don't understand. Like Long Menger. Just mentioning this makes me so angry. Wu Weishuang had a weak constitution as a child and sought treatment from various famous doctors and took a lot of tonics. It didn't have much effect until puberty. It was as if she had gained some kind of energy, and she started to gain weight quickly and uncontrollably. As a result, she embarked on her long journey of dieting. After all these years, I guess the tonics she took back then have been metabolized slowly. After Wu Weishuang gradually lost weight, she has been controlling her weight and is determined not to gain anymore. "It's all your fault, you picked such a good cook for a boyfriend. Wu Weishuang, have some self-respect, will you? You ate too much and then blamed it on me. If it's not you, who else? And why didn't you stop me in the first place?" Lang Menger picked up a tree branch. "Wu Weishuang, just try saying that again." "Haha, I can't compete with you being pregnant." "Calm down, it's my fault for being shameless." Chapter 17 Lang Menger, you need to wake up. At night, Wu Weishuang was sound asleep when Lang Menger woke her up. "Go sleep in the study. You can't sleep if you lie next to me." "Huh? Am I snoring, or am I not sleeping quietly?" "Well, both. Not only is it affecting my sleep, it's also hurting the baby." Wu Weishuang immediately woke up when she heard this. "Great, then I'll switch with your boyfriend." After a pause, she felt that this was not right. "I don't snore, and I sleep quietly." "You're asleep, so how do you know?" Wu Weishuang packed her things and moved. Dong dong dong, Lin Feng opened the door. Wu Weishuang pursed her lips and said, "You go sleep in the master bedroom, I'll sleep here." Lin Feng changed the sheets and pillowcases when he left. Wu Weishuang praised in her heart for this attentiveness. Back in the master bedroom, Lung Mengni was waiting impatiently. Her eyes were watery, and she was wearing a cool nightdress in the summer heat, looking at you with such longing. To be honest, Lin Feng couldn't stand it. Come on, let's go to sleep. In less than 2 minutes, Lung Mengyi fell into a deep sleep, while Lin Feng tossed and turned. Really, I feel uncomfortable all over. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up with 2 dark circles under his eyes, which made Long Mengru very puzzled. Have you been sleeping badly recently? Do you need to see a doctor? No, I haven't been sleeping badly. I just played with my phone a bit longer at night. Wu Yishuang couldn't help but laugh at the silly look on her best friend's face. You need to pay more attention. What? Long Mengru didn't understand what he meant, but Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. Long Mengru has classes this morning and afternoon. Wu Yishuang and Lin Feng took this opportunity to go ring shopping. They wanted roses, a romantic candlelit dinner, and I'll secretly record it all on my phone. Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped, I won't say a word. Nanchur is considered a third-tier city. There are 4 Eldu stores in the city, and Lin Feng drove to the largest one. Welcome, what kind of diamond ring would you like to see? We have new products at Eldu this year, would you like to take a look at the styles? The display case was filled with diamond rings, bracelets, and other jewelry. Lin Feng didn't know much about these things, so he nodded as he listened to the saleswoman. The new products were all in front of him, but Lin Feng couldn't see what was so new about them. He felt that they were all more or less the same. However, he did like one of them. The diamond was the biggest and shiniest, and the shape was also quite unique. How much is this one? Sir, you really have good taste. This is one of this year's main models. Wu Yishuang came over to take a look and nodded. Not bad, it's suitable for your baby. Glancing at the price, 38,000 yuan, not expensive. I just don't know if Lin Feng can afford it, or should he choose the one he was looking at? We can engrave the inside of the ring for free, sir, do you need it? Yes, engrave 2LS with a heart in between. No problem, so sir, are you sure you want this one? Yes. The saleswoman was delighted to have such a decisive customer. Sir, please bring your ID card. This way, please. We will enter your personal information. Wu Yishuang couldn't help but take another look at Lin Feng, who had made his purchase so decisively. Now that the ring was in hand, the next step was to set up the scene for the proposal. Let's eat at home. Xiaoling is pregnant, and there are some foods outside that aren't suitable for her. That's fine, the baby comes first. Then we need to go buy some. At that moment, an uncertain voice came from somewhere. Brother Feng? The 3 roommates appeared out of nowhere, surprising Lin. Brother Feng, you bought a ring at Eldu, are you getting married? Xiaoping turned his shocked gaze to Wu Yishuang and asked with wide eyes. Is this your girlfriend that you don't want to tell anyone about, our sister-in-law? This beauty is inferior to Goddess Lang. But she's a far cry from Jiang Jiahan. But she looks like someone you don't want to mess with. Lin Feng explained, don't get any ideas, she's not my girlfriend. Xiaoping and the others were very puzzled. If she's not your girlfriend, then why did you bring her to buy wedding rings? She's a friend of my girlfriend. Xiaoping was at a loss for words and said after a while. So, you're planning to get married? And as your best buddy, I haven't even met your future sister-in-law. This isn't good. When it's done, I'll introduce you guys. I have things to do today, so I'll go first. I'll contact you some other time. After saying this, he patted his friend on the shoulder and walked away with Wu Yishuang. Xiaoping and the others looked at each other. Oops, I forgot to ask the young lady just now if she was single too. Are you okay? She looks like a little firecracker, can you handle her? What are you talking about? She can handle me, and I can handle her. I think you're missing a woman and going crazy. It's not like you don't want one. The 2 of them bought some balloons, an air pump, flowers, candles, ingredients, etc. Wu Yishuang was exhausted, so she took a break while watching Lin Feng inflate the balloons by himself. You go and cook, I'll inflate the balloons. The 2 of them divided up the work. Wu Yishuang watched TV while pumping the air pump. Lin Feng was busy in the kitchen, so he went over to help when he had a moment. After another round of busy work, the scene for the proposal was finally set up. There are flowers, balloons, a candlelit dinner, and a marriage proposal ring. Wu Yishuang feels particularly involved. Not bad, let's go, I'm going to pick up my baby. You read the marriage proposal at home, don't stutter and be unable to say a word. Wu Yishuang happily goes to pick up the person. Lin Feng is left alone at home, nervous. Long Mingnu didn't expect Wu Yishuang to come and pick her up today. What? You're disappointed that it's not Lin Feng? Not at all. I'm super happy that Xiaoshuang is here to pick me up. That's more like it. Let's go, I'll take you home. Where's Lin Feng? Has he gone out for takeaways? Well, he said he wanted to work hard to support his family. After all, he has a wife and child. Seeing Long Mingyu smiling, Wu Yishuan felt she was hopeless. Look at your behavior, I really despise you. When they arrived home, they found the room pitch black as soon as they opened the door. A power outage? No way, the whole neighborhood has power. Maybe you forgot to pay the bill. Behind her, Wu Yishuang has already taken out her phone and started recording the scene. Long Mengru, who is unaware of what is about to happen, quickly takes out her phone to pay the electricity bill. Mom, I need to charge more, my life is now given by the air conditioner. Without an air conditioner, how can I live? Wu Yishuang said perfunctorily, then go and stay at a hotel. Lang Mengwei disagreed, saying that a hotel was nowhere near as comfortable as home. After passing through the entrance, she heard a loud pop. Suddenly, all the lights in the house came on, which startled Lang Mengwei. What's going on? Chapter 18, Proposal plus Successful Marriage License Application. A heart-shaped arrangement of red balloons was on the living room wall. There were also colorful balloons everywhere else. Lin Feng stood in the living room, with rose petals under his feet. She suddenly realized something and turned to Wu Yishuang, her mouth covered with difficulty to hide her surprise. Wu Yishuang held up the camera, her tone gentle. Go ahead. Lang Menger covered her mouth and walked towards Lin Feng, her heart aching and wanting to cry. Next, Lin Feng took the ring out of his pocket and got down on one knee. Will you marry me? Lin Feng was very nervous, holding the ring and looking at the woman in front of him. This action, these words. He had been practicing all afternoon, including right now, because he was so nervous that his speech was shaking. The man in front of him was handsome and imposing, kneeling on one knee like a knight. His gaze was gentle and simple, but his expression was apprehensive and full of unease. He tried to look composed, but Long Mengwei could still sense his nervousness. After all, he was sweating under the air conditioning. Lin Feng repeated his question. Will you marry me? Without rushing, he waited for her answer. Lang Mengwei took a deep breath, slowly extended her left hand, and said the three words. I do. Lin Feng put the ring on with a slight tremor, then stood up and smiled at Long Mengwei. Long Mengwei looked at the ring on her hand and smiled back. You smile, I smile, but Wu Yishuang doesn't smile. If the atmosphere doesn't forbid it, she really wants to say. How long are you going to keep smiling? It looks like she's an insensitive light bulb, just so dull. I have things to do tonight, so don't bother leaving the door open for me. Bye. With a bang, the door closed. The two people, who had been indulging in silly giggles, finally came back to their senses. Lang Mengwei motioned to Lin Feng to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Which one of you chose this ring? I did. Do you like it? It's very pretty, I like it very much. I was going to ask how much it cost, but I felt that discussing money in this atmosphere seemed a bit inappropriate. So you decorated this place together? Well, are you hungry? Let's eat. The lights were turned off and candles lit, instantly creating a romantic mood for a candlelit dinner. I don't know if it was a change of status, but the two of them felt quite uncomfortable during the meal. Why did you want to propose to me? As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Lang Mengwei had never worn makeup since becoming pregnant, except for the occasional application of lipstick to enhance her complexion. She was naturally beautiful, with flawless skin, and even without makeup was a very beautiful person. She looked less cold and more charming and fresh. Wu Yishuang said, You're going to get married with me. Lang Mengwei scolded her best friend in her heart for saying whatever came to her mind. She glanced at Lin Feng, cleared her throat to hide her shyness, and said, Since you've proposed, when are we going to get married? Anytime but tonight, she quickly corrected herself, adding, naturally, the sooner the better. The two of them were the type of people who made decisions and implemented them immediately. Lang Mengwei tilted her head, with a smile on her face, so let's do it tomorrow. Lin Feng also smiled, good. That night, Wu Yishuang sent a VX message. How did you feel being proposed to today? Very happy, I'm in a daze. Come on, can you be a little more ambitious? White eyes JPG. Tomorrow we'll go get the certificate. 40-meter sword JPG. Suddenly, Wu Yishuang asked in a cheap manner. Lin Feng swept the roses on the floor and asked, isn't it very messy? I didn't sweep them, they just lay there like that. I like looking at them. Baby, you've become so greasy. Let me ask you, how much is this ring? 38,000. Cat shocked JLF. It's only 38,000, how many engagement rings can a woman wear in her lifetime? Even if it's 3,800,000, I still think it's worth it. You didn't let him buy it, did you? Our family is just getting started, we don't have much money. He saw it at first glance and made up his mind. He bought it in one go. Wu Yishuang sneered. Your family is just getting started. So what? You're a family business, aren't you? Long Mengniu stroked the ring, looking at it more and more, unable to let go. I can't talk to you anymore, I need to go to bed. You're alone, but I'm with 3 people. And don't send any more messages, they'll disturb my sleep. Good night, baby. Wu Yishuang was speechless with anger. This woman's face changes too quickly. Lin Feng came in after his shower and saw Lang Mengwei looking at the ring left and right. She noticed him come in and quickly pretended to be unconcerned. You're done showering. The next day, Lin Feng got up, made breakfast, and packed up the documents related to the 2 of them. This is when Lang Mengwei got up. I'm going to sleep some more, I'm so sleepy. We're going to get our certificates today, remember? Get a certificate? Get what certificate? I don't care about getting a certificate, I just want to sleep. Cold Dream Girl is still half asleep, but suddenly she opens her eyes and asks, get a certificate? She turns to Lin Feng and asks, a marriage certificate? Lin Feng nods and says, if you're sleepy, just go back to sleep, we can still go later. Cold Dream Girl struggles to get up, not wanting to sleep anymore, as she knows that they need to get things done. After breakfast, they arrive at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock. They go to the divorce counter and the marriage counter. Both counters are quite lively. On the marriage side, the newlyweds were sweet and loving. On the divorce side, some were in a panic, some were arguing with each other, and some were laughing and chatting like friends. Lang Mengwei whispered to Lin Feng. Do you think this kind of situation could happen? For example, someone who was about to register for marriage was influenced by the divorcees over there and in the end, they didn't get their marriage certificate. The couple who are getting a divorce over there, seeing the new couple here who are so in love, reminisce about the past and reconcile. The staff member, not Lin Feng, answered. There are so many of them. Some people get married impulsively, while others suddenly want to get a divorce. They come back for a remarriage or a divorce another day, and it's a lively place. Someone asked doubtfully, why don't you separate the 2 places? The staff member answered, before, the divorces were on the 2nd floor and the marriages on the 1st floor. Once, a couple fighting over the divorce settlement fell from the 2nd floor. The man broke his back and the woman broke her leg, so we simply put the office here. Someone else asked curiously, why not put the divorces on the 1st floor and the marriages on the 2nd floor? The staff member said with a strange look, once. That beginning is really familiar. A couple got married and everything was fine. The man answered a phone call and the 2 of them started arguing. What happened? Did they fall too? You guessed it. So we simply arranged everything on the 1st floor. Those getting married and the 2 groups of people listening with bated breath to the divorces. Both fell silent. The staff member said with a smile. The new Civil Affairs Bureau has been completed, and we will move there next month. Marriages and divorces will be handled separately, so neither party will be hurt. Neither party will be hurt. Hurt. After waiting for more than an hour, it was Lin Feng and Lang Mengniu's turn. After taking photos, verifying the documents, and repeatedly confirming that it was the mutual choice of both parties, they signed and sealed the documents, and the 2 red books fell into their hands. They left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Feng was the first to share the good news with his parents. Mom, Xiaoling and I got our marriage certificate. Chapter 19. Lin Feng was stunned after hearing the news. The hometown was in the busy farming season at the time. When Lin Feng's mother answered the phone, she didn't hear what her son said at all. What? Say it again, Mom didn't hear it. What? You got married? Are you serious? When? This morning. You little rascal, you have to treat us to dinner. Lin's mother then noticed that everyone was staring at them, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Xiaofeng, I'll call you back after I'm done here. As soon as the phone hung up, the neighbors, who had known each other for 10 to 20 years, started asking questions. Lin's mother, did Xiaofeng get married? Are you serious? Is it that girl you were talking about, Xiaohan? He hasn't even graduated from university yet, isn't it a bit early for him to get married? It's fine, Xiaofeng has already got married, my boy still hasn't found a girlfriend. Xiaofeng, you have to throw a big banquet and invite us all to come, so we can meet your new daughter-in-law. Lin's mother couldn't stop smiling. Since Xiaofeng said that, then he must have got married, but the boy didn't even bother to let us know. It's not that girl, they broke up a long time ago. When you meet Feng's wife, don't mention it again. As for inviting you to dinner, that's definitely a good arrangement, I'll let you know when the time is set. You're busy, I have to go back and tell the old man. Lin Feng felt like he was on a treadmill, and in a flash he disappeared. It's good to be good looking, look at my aunt's son, he earns 200 to 300,000 yuan a year, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. Lin Feng has been handsome since he was young, and he has a good character, so he is very popular with girls. It's no surprise that he got married early. You tell me, the banquet was not held, and we didn't hear anything, so how did they get married? It's not strange. Nowadays young people have their own views on marriage, and neither marriage nor divorce is up to the family. Forget it, my head hurts. My daughter just won't get married, saying that being single will keep her safe, and she's driving my wife and I crazy. My son is married, but you see how much trouble he has? It's non-stop. Lin Feng's parents have always lived in the village and have good relationships with everyone. This time, when they heard that Lin Feng had gotten married, everyone was really happy. They discussed having a banquet and giving red envelopes. Lin Feng's father was sitting in the courtyard, having just lit a cigarette, when he saw his wife running up to him. He was so startled that he trembled and prepared to hide the cigarette. But today, his wife is running like the wind, so fast. She's already here. You. I have something to tell you. Xiaofeng and Xiaoling have got married. What? What did you say? Xiaofeng got married? Lin's mother is disgusted. How old are you and already deaf? She glances at the cigarette she's about to throw away, but doesn't bother. Now tell me, what are we going to do about our children suddenly getting married? Lin's father finally comes to his senses. This is a good thing. Lin's mother is beside herself with worry. I'm asking you, what do we do now? Lin's father is the most composed of the two. What else can we do? We've already got the marriage certificate, so we have to meet the in-laws, right? And we have to invite them to the banquet, don't we? This is a joyous occasion. Lin's mother nods in agreement. Now that Xiaoling is pregnant, we should just have a simple banquet, and then have a big wedding after the baby is born. This child is obviously spoiled by the family, and she can't be unhappy when she marries into our family. As for the in-laws, I don't think they know about Leng's pregnancy. Lin Feng's father asked worriedly, on the day of the banquet, it wouldn't be appropriate for a family member of the bride's side not to come, would it? It's fine for them, but wouldn't it make Leng feel a little awkward? I'll give Feng a call tonight and ask what the young people think. Sure, let's ask. Today is a happy day, as they are getting their marriage certificate. Lin Feng and Lang Mengwei discuss and ask Xiao Pang and the others to come over for dinner. Lang Mengwei has no objection, so you just make the decision. Lin Feng asks again, since we have already got our marriage certificate, should we change our titles? Seeing that Lang Mengwei doesn't understand what he means. Wife. Ha? I don't call you that, I call you husband. Lang Mengyi blushed in embarrassment. She was a bit uncomfortable with her sudden change of address to husband. Lin Feng didn't force her, and called Xiaopeng and the others. You guys want to see what my girlfriend looks like, right? Come over tonight with good wine and food. Don't come empty-handed, or I'll kick you out. You can come over now and buy the food, that's fine, I'll have someone to help with the cooking. Lin Feng asked again, wife, is there anyone you want to invite? Lung Mengni's heart trembled at the sound of the word wife. I just arrived in Nanshur not long ago, and I don't know anyone in particular, except for the two teachers at school. When I find an opportunity, we'll invite them to dinner alone. Lin Feng thought this arrangement was pretty good. When he got home, Lung Mengni went to bed tired in the master bedroom. Wu Yishuan learned that Lin Feng had a dinner tonight. Okay, call me when the food is ready, I'll be back. After sending Xiaopeng his location, Lin Feng set about preparing the ingredients. Before half an hour had passed, the doorbell rang. Xiaopeng and the other two were grinning at him from the doorway. Where's your wife? Why isn't she here? She's tired and resting inside. The trio were slightly disappointed to hear this, but immediately became interested in the baby products in the living room. What are you preparing these for? Trying to get pregnant? It could be that they're pregnant, but it's a bit early to be preparing for that. What's the hurry? You don't even have a girlfriend, and you spend all day looking at cute babies. Lin Feng gestured for them to keep their voices down. Nothing else, come and help. This time they brought all kinds of prepared foods, hand-shredded chicken, spicy rabbit, and marinated food. Each person bought one of their favorite foods. No problem. Brother Feng, you still haven't said what you're doing stocking up on so many baby products. I'll tell you the good news, I'm going to be a father. The three were half believing, and Lin Feng did not explain any further. Xiao Peng was helping in the kitchen, while the other two were picking vegetables in the dining room. Brother Feng, that beautiful woman we met in the mall the other day, does she have a boyfriend? Good brother, fart, fart. Lin Feng knew what fart he wanted to let out. Wait until she comes, then you can ask her. She's coming too? That's great, I'm so close to getting off the single market. Lin Feng wanted to say something, but decided not to discourage his best friend after all. The host has completed the family core task, giving the babies a home. The system rewards the host with a home. Congratulations on obtaining Unit 1502, Unit 2, Building 5, Ipin Jianshan Community, Fangbai Road, Gaodu District, Nanchur. The relevant documents have been processed, and the house is on its way. Please check your mailbox. Lin Feng was stunned after hearing this. Chapter 20, I'm curious about my sister-in-law. The system reward came too suddenly. If it weren't for the master skill, Lin Feng would have been afraid of breaking a finger. Xiao Peng was also taken aback. Brother Feng, are you okay? Lin Feng shook his head, his heart filled with disbelief, but he forced a calm expression on his face. Nanchur has 3 districts and 6 counties. They are currently living in Shiping, and it's just a bridge away to Gaodu District. Ipin Jianshan is the hottest property development in Gaodu District, and it was completely sold out less than a month after it was launched. The main reason is that it offers excellent value for money. The community has excellent greening and is like a park, with everything you could want, including an artificial lake. The price is just over 10,000 yuan per square meter, and the public area is very generous. The largest unit is 180 square meters, and the smallest is 79 square meters. Lin Feng has delivered takeaways to that community before, and he likes it even more than this one. He really didn't expect the system to directly give him a house. Just as he was thinking, someone called. He said he was a real estate agent and had brought over the property contract and other documents, which needed to be signed by Lin Feng in person. What's more, the documents were delivered in person. Mr. Lin, here are your documents. If you need anything, please contact me. Here's my business card. I'm online 24/7. If the seller has a need to buy a house in the future, please contact me. Lin Feng smiled as he handed the customer off with a heavy document bag. Before leaving, he invited the other party to stay for dinner, but the other party politely declined. Everyone knows that the other party was just being polite. Lin Feng went back to the study and opened the file bag, which contained all the materials for buying a house. The system had sent him a floor plan for a 140 square meter apartment with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 2 bathrooms, and a balcony. Lin Feng simply couldn't love the system enough. System, I love you so much. After putting the file bag away, Lin Feng came out of the study and was a different person from before. He was so happy, it was unbelievable. Xiao Peng and the others thought that Lin Feng was looking at a house, and wondered if real estate agencies were really that good these days. Brother Feng, what kind of house do you want? One of my relatives works in a real estate agency, I'll ask him to help you find one. Once we've sorted out the house, let's cook first, we won't have time later. There were 4 people in the dormitory, and Lin Feng was the youngest. But he was also the most assertive, with his own ideas about how things should be done, and he also took care of other people. Over time, he became the brother Feng of the dormitory. When the meal was ready, Lin Feng called Wu Yishuang to tell her to come home, and asked Xiao Ping and the others to go buy some wine. Get up, the meal is ready. Long Mingni muttered, and went back to sleep. Lin Feng saw that she was really sleepy, so he went out and went back to work for another half hour. Until the wine was bought back. Wu Yishuang also arrived home, but Long Mingni still hadn't woken up. In the living room, a handsome guy sat next to Wu Yishuang and went straight to the point. Little sister, let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Feng's friend, Zhouan. Do you have a boyfriend? Xiao Ping and another guy were watching the scene with interest. Wu Yishuang took a look at Zhouan. She admitted that he was quite good looking. He was not as good looking as Lin Feng, but better than the other two. You can see how attractive I am. Do you think I would have few boyfriends? Zhouan continued to ask, and little sister did not give a clear answer. Wu Yishuang did not have a boyfriend and was currently single. Handsome guy, you're not my type. It's okay, you're my type, we can give it a try. Not interested. How do you know you're not interested if you don't try? Wu Yishuang became a little impatient. Do you know how many times I've heard those words before? I'm only being patient and talking to you nicely because you're Lin Feng's good friend, understand? Xiao Ping immediately came over to smooth things over after hearing this. Little sister, my brother usually speaks so bluntly, I apologize. Wu Yishuang gave a non-committal him and got up to go to the study. Xiao Ping scolded Zhouan, this beautiful girl can tell she has a bad temper, just leave her alone. Zhouan sighed, but she really is my type. Xiao Ping was silent for a moment, and his expression became a bit serious. I advise you to give up. Not only is she a hothead and difficult to deal with, but her family is also rich. Did you see the bag she was holding? 120,000 yuan, did you know that? Zhouan was shocked. 120,000 yuan? Xiao Ping rolled his eyes at him. Of course it's real. My aunt really likes this bag, but she can't afford it. So she bought a knockoff to get her kicks. Zhouan was about to say something, but Xiao Ping interrupted him. With her arrogance, she definitely wouldn't carry a fake bag. If someone doesn't like you, just forget it and find someone else. Zhouan sighed and said, as you wish. On the other side, Lin Feng had been calling for a long time, but Long Mengwei didn't want to get up. There was nothing he could do, so Lin Feng had to talk while looking for clothes. Then I'll get dressed for you. As he said this, he went to undo the belt, and Lang Mengwei woke up with a start. I'm awake. Huh? You're awake? I really woke up, really, I can dress myself. You don't need my help? Long Mengwei's head shook like a rattle. Lin Feng saw her shy look and decided not to tease her anymore. Then I'll go out and get busy. Go ahead. As soon as he left, he saw that the atmosphere was a bit delicate. What's wrong? Xiao Ping said, Brother Feng, you should go back and apologize to that beauty. Zhouan is pestering her for a date. Zhouan is embarrassed. Brother, I just apologized to the beautiful woman through the door. Please help me make an excuse. Lin Feng nodded helplessly and said, okay, just don't do that again next time. Zhouan is not as handsome as Lin Feng, but he is not bad looking. Coupled with his sunny smile, he is very popular with girls. He has had many girlfriends, but his relationships have not been smooth. Brother Feng, is my sister-in-law sleeping a bit too long? It's been 4 hours since we arrived, and she's still sleeping? Why don't you go and wake her up again? I'm a bit hungry, I want to eat. At this point, the door opened. It was Wu Yishuang who came out, frowning as she held her phone. Baby, you're still asleep? You really can sleep a lot. I'll go wake her up. Lin Feng told his friends to set the table, and those who wanted to drink had drinks, and those who wanted to drink had alcohol. Click, the door opened. I said, baby, how many hours do you sleep a day? Are pregnant women all this sleepy? Aren't you afraid of putting on weight? Chapter 21 If you're my brother, let me kill you. When Xiaopeng and the others saw the person who walked out of the door, they were all dumbfounded. What? Are they seeing things? Why did the cold goddess come out? Xiaopeng asked uncertainly, cold, Miss Lang? Lang Mengni nodded slightly, greeted everyone politely, and confirmed her identity. Nima, is she really the cold goddess? What the hell is going on? Xiaopeng and the others exchanged knowing glances and smiled slightly at Lung Mengru before leading Lin Feng to the study. Excuse us for a moment, we'll be right back. Lin Feng was backed against the wall by the three of them and couldn't go anywhere. Their faces were grim, their jealous eyes burning with anger. Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and gave a dry laugh. Look, let's talk about this, don't be like this, I'm scared. Stop pretending. We don't believe you anymore. Seeing you so happy is harder for us than being eaten by a shark. Tell us, what's going on? Did you and the Ice Princess get together back then? You even have a child now, and we only found out now. You deserve to die. Is this how you treat us as brothers? We're not even shit. Lin Feng finally spoke up. How could you be shit? The three of them couldn't stand his smirking face, and Xiaopeng pretended to steal Peng's peach. Lin Feng anticipated this, but as a result, his hands were broken open by the other two. Sigh. Xiaopeng is 1.8 meters tall, but his face is on the young side, and if you told someone he was a high school student, they would believe you. He grinned and said, Brother Feng, if you don't give us a proper explanation today, I'm stealing this peach. Lin Feng didn't hide anything, and told them everything. The few of them looked at each other, completely convinced that Lin Feng was farting. Do you think we believe you? Are we reading a novel? Drunk and waking up as the cold goddess? I don't even dare to dream of such a beautiful dream, and you dare to say it. You've read too many novels, confess honestly, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Lin Feng was unable to laugh or cry, his legs were clasped. What I said is all true, what can I do if you don't believe me? During university, have you ever seen me have a girlfriend other than Jiang Jiahan? Don't you know what kind of person I am? Xiaopeng said sadly, actually, we don't really know you very well either. The other two nodded in agreement. Lin Feng reached out and swore, and then added, anyway, I'm telling the truth. You can believe it or not. Xiaopeng and the others said indignantly after a while, it's not that we don't want to believe you, it's just that how could such a beautiful thing happen to you? Since it had already happened, they gradually came to terms with the blow. Xiaopeng solemnly patted his best friend on the shoulder. The cold goddess is in your hands, so treat her well. That's right, if you treat her badly, the three of us will take turns beating you up. If you don't know how to cherish her, I can take good care of her. Oh, and your children too. Lin Feng suddenly slapped him. Don't even think about it, and don't say another word about it. Ouch, I'm sorry, I won't say it again. Don't even think about it, it's also a crime to think about it. Okay, I won't, I can't commit a crime, I can't let my brothers down, okay? After a while of fighting, the four of them finally left the study. At the dinner table, everyone enjoyed their meal, but Lin Feng had a miserable time. Before he could take a few bites, Xiaopeng and the others took turns getting him drunk. They kept saying things like congratulations and best wishes, and he couldn't refuse. At the end of the meal, Long Mengwei and Wu Yishuan went back to their room, leaving them to drink slowly. Brother Feng, if your wife's admirers knew, they would be green with envy. Not only did you get the girl, but you're also expecting twins. Let me congratulate you. Seeing you so happy makes my heart ache. They finished the wine, and Xiaopeng went downstairs to buy more. If he didn't get revenge for stealing his wife today, he would come and beat him up when he was 80. Lin Feng got the three of them drunk in turns until they passed out. Finally, he collapsed on the table and fell asleep. Xiaopeng and the others apologized to Long Mengwei. We're sorry, sister-in-law, we were so happy today that we got Feng drunk. We'll clean up these things now. Sister-in-law, I wish you and brother Feng a happy marriage, and don't forget to invite us to the wedding. Long Mengwei said she didn't mind. You don't need to clean up these things, I'll do it later. You guys are drunk, do you want to lie down and rest for a while? I have hangover medicine here, do you want some? Xiaopeng and the others were emotional and asked with great sadness. Goddess Lung, what do you see in brother Feng? Apart from his good looks and big penis, he's useless. Yes, isn't it nice to be your goddess in peace? Why did you come down to earth? Oh, my heart hurts so much. Goddess Lang, why don't you get a divorce and let brother Feng cry alone? Lang Mengni heard them getting more and more outrageous, and her head was hurting. Wu Yishuang asked, where do you live? I'll take you back. Zhouwen grinned, great. Xiaopeng burped and slapped Zhouwen on the back of the head. She's a tigress, don't mess with her. Seeing as they were drunk, Wu Yishuang decided not to argue with them. The one who drank the least in this group was Xiao Guan. Because he hasn't been in good health since childhood, he rarely drinks alcohol when he grows up. If he drinks too much, his body will break out in rashes, which will turn into itchy pimples. When they first met, Lin Feng and the others didn't believe it. In the end, they sent Xiao Guan to the emergency room for an infusion, and he only then came back to life. Xiao Guan is an introvert, not as rowdy as Xiaopeng, nor as lively as Zhouan. We don't need a pretty girl to take us home. Where is the address? No. Cut the crap, give me the address. Wu Yixuan got into Lin Feng's car, and she hadn't touched a drop of alcohol today. When they left, she and Lang Mengwei supported Lin Feng and went to bed. Lang Mengwei was then left in charge of taking care of him. If there's anything, just call, I'll come right back after I drop someone off. After everyone had left, Lang Mengwei started cleaning up the table and then washing the dishes. Finally, after cleaning up, she was so tired she didn't want to move. After sitting for less than 5 minutes, she got up again to boil water for Lin Feng and feed him hangover medicine. When Wu Yixuan returned, she was slightly dissatisfied to see that everything had been tidied up. You can wait until I get back to do all this. What's the point of you, a pregnant woman, doing all this? I am pregnant, not handicapped. I can still do some housework. In the evening, Lin's mother called. Lang Mingnu hesitated for a moment before answering. Lin's mother didn't know that it was Lang Mingnu on the other end of the line and asked as soon as she opened the door. Xiaofeng, you and Xiao Lang have gotten married, so what are your thoughts on the wedding? Should we have the banquet now? Or should we wait until Xiao Lang gives birth to the baby? We will visit your family, and the bride price. Mom asked, and we can pay up to 88,000 yuan. Your father and I discussed it, and we can't treat Xiao Lang badly, so the bride price is 150,000 yuan. What do you think? Xiaofeng? Why aren't you saying anything? Chapter 22, This is our new home. Lang Mingnu clears her throat. Auntie, it's me, Lin Feng. He's drunk and resting. It's Lang. So you heard what your auntie just said? Yes, I heard everything. I want to wait a bit before we get married. I haven't told my parents yet. In that case, when you let us know, we'll meet and discuss the wedding. After the phone call, Wu Yixuan asked Lang Mengwei what her plan was. Lang Mengwei's original plan was, after giving birth to the baby, they would soften up for the sake of their grandchild. But now that they want to have a wedding, it's not good that no one from the bride's side is coming forward. How about this, I'll first trick your aunt over here, and you two can have a good talk. While your stomach isn't particularly showing yet, you can still wear a wedding dress. Seeing Lang Menger's indecision, Wu Yixuan looked uncomfortable. I'll pack my things and fly back right now, and convince my aunt to come over. As for how to solve it, it's up to you. But don't worry, I'll help you, baby. Half an hour later, Wu Yixuan grabbed her bag and left the house, buying a flight that had recently taken off. When Lin Feng woke up, it was already dark, and the living room was playing the sound of a drama. Wife. Now it's getting easier to call her wife. Lang Mengni came over with a ticking sound. What is it? Lin Feng went to wash his face with a headache and asked about Xiaopeng and the others. Xiaopeng and the others went home, and Xiaoshuang also left. What about you? Are you hungry? Do you still have leftovers? Shall I heat them up for you? Lin Feng shook his head, sat down and waved Lang Mengni over. Lang Mengni didn't understand why, and the next second she was embraced by Lin Feng, and she was stunned. Let me hold you for a while. Lang Mingxiu didn't move, and softly said, We've got our marriage certificate now, but you haven't even called me husband. That voice sounded quite aggrieved. Yes, we've got our marriage certificate, but how can I call you husband? She reached out and hugged Lin Feng's head, and only then did she realize that his hair was very soft and smelled nice. Husband. A single husband made Lin Feng beam with joy. He nudged Lang Mengwei and made a request, from now on, you have to call me husband, okay? Now that he had said it, the rest was easy. Lang Mengwei smiled and said, okay, I'll call you husband from now on. The next day, while Lang Mengwei was at work, Lin Feng went to see the house that he had won as a system reward. The access card, face recognition, and the system had all been set up for him. Even the parking space had been arranged for him. Unit 2, Building 5, 1502, right? Lin Feng took out the key and opened the door, and fell in love at first sight with the interior design. The 140 square meter apartment was decorated in a simple and elegant style, and the furniture and appliances were all there, and all brand new. There were 3 rooms, one master bedroom, one secondary bedroom, and a study. At first, Lin Feng thought it was a bare-bones apartment, and he would spend 200,000 yuan on renovations himself. But he never imagined that the system would be so considerate as to give him such a beautiful furnished apartment. Everything here looks brand new, so Lin Feng, to be on the safe side, plans to have the house tested for formaldehyde. The system has specially treated the house, so there is no formaldehyde, so the babies can live here without worry. The system is expressionless and cute, but you can't tell it's cute. He is so satisfied with the house that he goes to pick up Lang Menger happily. Lang Menger is wearing a 2-carat diamond ring today, which immediately attracts the attention of those around her. Eh? Teacher Lang, you're wearing a ring? Are you getting married? You can't invite us to the wedding banquet, we want to see which handsome guy has captured your heart. This is a 2-carat ring, it's quite pretty. It looks beautiful on you. Congratulations! Remember to invite us to the wedding banquet and treat us to some sweets. We'll get the red envelopes ready in advance, don't forget us. They weren't at all interested in the wedding banquet. They just want to find out who the man is. They can melt this iceberg beauty. Lin Feng parked the car in the basement. When Long Mengwei got in, her face was still red. Why is my face so red? Do I have a fever? Just drive. Lin Feng looked in the rearview mirror. A few teachers were standing next to another car, and there were a few teachers that Lin Feng was familiar with. They were full of curiosity about the person in the driver's seat, and they all stretched their necks and looked over. This is a Harvard H15S, I think it costs over 300,000 yuan. It's new and a lot of people are buying it. I thought Mr. Lang's husband drove a $1 million luxury car. Ms. Lang is usually very low-key, and she's not the type of person who would only marry a rich man. If she wants to get married, she can just choose any of her many suitors. Let's go, and when we go back to Ms. Lang's wedding, we'll see who the groom is. I feel like I know her husband a little. I think I've seen him somewhere before. He has pretty hands, like a manga artist. Lang Mengwei looked out of the window. Suddenly, she noticed something. Lin Feng, where are we going? This isn't the way home. Call me honey. Honey, where are we going? You'll see soon. The destination turned out to be a residential area, which confused Lang Mengwei a little. But then she realized that it was probably a new rental. The place they were currently renting would expire in a week, and it was time to move. What do you think? As Lang Mengru entered the house, she was greeted by a huge floor-to-ceiling window, with a stunning river view on the opposite side. The night view of Nanshire had even been praised by the authorities. It should be very beautiful at night. Upon entering the house, Lang Mengru also liked the decoration and layout. After looking at a few rooms, Lang Meng's excitement gradually cooled. The rent for this place must be pretty expensive, right? She just remembered that this building is quite famous. With such a good interior and high-end appliances, the monthly rent must be at least 10,000 yuan. Lin Feng placed the key in Lang Meng's hand. This is our home now. Lang Mengwei froze for a moment, and then, reacting with joy, asked. Does that mean you bought it? It must have cost you 1.5 to 2 million yuan. Where did you get that kind of money? Last time, Lin Feng told her that he had saved 160,000 yuan. He bought a car not long ago, and now he has bought a flat. Where did the money come from? Lang Mengwei suddenly became nervous. You didn't go and borrow money from loan sharks, did you? Lin Feng shook his head to reassure her. How could that be? I earned it through investments I made with a friend from school who studied finance. I've continued to invest over the years, and that's how I finally saw the money. Lang Mengwei knew a bit about finance, but what kind of investments? How would Lin Feng know? I don't know anything about this, my classmate took care of it all. His family was well off, and when he was preparing to start his own business, I invested some money, and the annual dividends were deposited into my account on time. Chapter 23, A Visit to His Sister-in-Laws. Lang Mengwei still had a lot of trust in Lin Feng, and after listening to his explanation, she no longer doubted him. In their circles, there were indeed many people who had left their families to start their own businesses. Those with a bit of brains could make tens of millions of yuan in a few years with their connections. Some people who didn't have any business talent were just starting their own businesses for fun, and after gaining some experience, they would go back and inherit the company. Don't look at Wu Yishuang playing around like crazy now, but just wait a few years and see. She will still be forced by her parents to go back and take over the family restaurant business. There is nothing she can do about it, as they only have one child. On the way back, Long Mengni was in a great mood. She discussed with Lin Feng about moving to their new home. The two of them didn't really have much stuff, the most they had were the baby products they had stocked up for their babies. 3 days later, Lin Feng asked Xiaopeng, Zhouan and Xiaoguan to help with the move. The three of them grumbled as they arrived, and when they saw that the goddess wasn't home, they became even more reluctant. You didn't think of us for the good things, but you remembered us for this hard labor. You really are a good brother to us. Lin Feng laughed, saying that they were all brothers, which made people sad. He said, I'll treat you to a big meal later. With a little help, the work was efficient. Style, this house is okay, but the rent isn't cheap, is it? Brother Feng is so generous, and now the rental is in such condition. He is now married to a goddess, has children, and has reached the pinnacle of life, unlike us. Lin Feng laughed and didn't hide it from them. I bought this house. The three of them exclaimed. They felt that the gap with Lin Feng had suddenly become a chasm. The price of a first-class Jiangshan house is negotiable, and they know the price of second-hand houses. This house is at least 1.5 million, and with the renovations and appliances, it's close to 2 million. Add to that the SUV that just cost over 300,000 yuan, and you need to prepare for the cost of having a child. 3 million yuan is a must. Xiaopeng grasped Lin Feng's hand and made a deep and affectionate confession. If we become rich, let's never forget each other. The other two hoped that Lin Feng would ask to bring them along, and that they could have a taste of the soup. Lin Feng pulled out the same line of reasoning that he had used to explain things to Lang Mengniu, and Xiaopeng and the others had some recollection of it. Who would have thought that after their investment, it would really bear fruit? Don't worry, I won't forget you when there are benefits. During this time, Lin Feng didn't know. Xiaopeng and the other two had suffered repeated setbacks in their job searches, and their job applications had been rejected countless times. Fortunately, they were young and optimistic. Plus they encouraged each other, so they didn't feel so bad. As good brothers, they saw that Lin Feng was now reaping happiness and his life was slowly getting better. They were sincerely happy. What jealousy! It doesn't exist at all. When Lang Mengyu returned, everything in the house had been tidied up and the bed sheets and bedding had been put out. My husband has worked hard. There's nothing hard about this kind of work. You're the one who's worked hard. Wow, our home is so beautiful, I love it. I love it too. This will be our home from now on. Lin Feng showed her around and saw what else needed to be bought. Lang Mengyu shook her head. Everything is pretty much complete here, and I can't think of anything else that needs to be bought for now. We'll see when the time comes. In the evening, Lin Feng fires up the stove and starts cooking. Lang Mengxiu looks out the window at the river view, finds a lazy sofa and sits down to watch. Dinner's ready. Coming. In the evening, Lang Mengxiu takes a bath. She notices that her stomach has grown a little more, and that she seems to have stretch marks. After she's finished bathing, she quickly applies olive oil. Lin Feng is in the study when Zhao Ju calls. Have you really got engaged to the girl? And she's pregnant with your child? My mother told you, and I was going to tell you too, but I didn't know how. Zhao Ju gets angry when she hears this. She didn't tell me. I heard it from someone in your village, and I denied it 3 times. But they all said it was your mother who admitted it, so I rang your mother and found out. What's wrong with you? How could you not let your sister-in-law know about something so important? That's too much. Lin Feng explained, it's not that I didn't want you to know. I just thought that mom would tell you about it. And I really didn't want to tell you about it. Plus, I've been really busy lately, and I haven't had time. Zhao Ju couldn't really be angry. Lin Feng had just graduated from university not long ago, and when something like this happened, he was definitely thrown off his game. She just regretted not knowing earlier, so that she could have helped out a little. You're a good boy. Come to my house for dinner tomorrow. I'll cook something delicious. Okay. And don't bring any gifts, I'll just throw them away. In the city, Lin Feng has only 2 relatives. One is his second uncle, with whom he doesn't keep in touch much these days. The other is his aunt's family, with whom he has a very close relationship and keeps in touch from time to time. Lin Feng's father has 2 brothers and 1 sister. 2 years ago, Lin Feng's second uncle died of lung cancer. The family is all away from home and only occasionally get in touch. His eldest uncle is also away from home, but still keeps in touch with his father. His third uncle is also away from home, running a home improvement business. They exchange greetings during the Chinese New Year and other holidays, but otherwise don't keep in touch. Lin Feng's eldest aunt married into a family in the neighboring village, and the two families keep in close contact and have a good relationship. However, his eldest aunt hasn't been feeling well in the past 2 years and doesn't visit as often, but they do keep in touch by phone. Honey, tomorrow night, let's go to my aunt's house for dinner. Dinner at your aunt's house? What present should we get? Buy a carton of milk and some fruit or something. Although my sister-in-law told him to throw the gift away if he wanted to bring one, she never did. She is a softie despite her tough exterior. That evening, Lin Feng and Lang Mengwei talked about his sister-in-law. His sister-in-law's ex-husband was a lazy good-for-nothing who didn't work even after having a child. After divorcing her sister-in-law, he didn't want the child either. Now I heard that he has found another one, and my sister-in-law married Uncle Xiao. Uncle Xiao is also divorced, and now he and my sister-in-law have a daughter who is in junior high school. The next afternoon, Lin Feng called his sister-in-law. I'm buying groceries at the market, and the key to the house is still in the same place. You go in and sit down first, I'll be home soon. Who will pick up Xiao Ye after school? If you're buying groceries, I'll go pick her up. Xiao Yang will pick her up, and he'll come over for dinner tonight. Lin Feng didn't go upstairs, but took Lang Mengwei for a walk instead. They didn't bring the gifts until after their aunt called. You're such a child, I told you not to bring gifts, why didn't you listen? Come in, it's hot outside. Her gaze fell behind Lin Feng, and her eyes lit up as she beamed from ear to ear. Oh, you must be Xiaofeng's wife, come in, come in. Lin Feng was pushed aside by his sister-in-law. I heard you're pregnant with twins, congratulations. What would you like to eat? The rice isn't ready yet, but I have some fruit, would you like some watermelon? I'll go cut you some watermelon. Xiaofeng, come help in the kitchen. Chapter 24, even his sister-in-law is jealous. Lin Feng really thought that his sister-in-law was asking him to go to the kitchen and cut the watermelon. But she was grinning from ear to ear as she cradled half a watermelon in her arms and looked him up and down. That girl is really pretty, even prettier than the stars on TV. You're quite something. This time she's pregnant with twins, 2 at once. Your sister-in-law is really envious of your mother. If Xiao Yang had your abilities, I wouldn't have to worry all day long. My sister-in-law sighed as she cut the watermelon. If you get married, you have to know how to take care of people. It's hard for women to get pregnant and give birth. You have to take care of her and understand her. It's hard for someone to get pregnant with 1 baby, but your wife is pregnant with 2, which is twice as hard. You just graduated from college, and now you have a family to support. If you need anything, just let your aunt know. Lin Feng's heart warmed. You're a family man now, and I don't know when Yang will get married. Introduce him to a suitable girl. Lin Feng listened to his sister-in-law's words and couldn't help but ask. I heard from Mom that you were going to introduce him to that girl who works at the bank, right? Didn't it work out? Zhao Ju got angry when she mentioned this, and her head buzzed with pain. Your brother is useless, he can't even make a sound, and he sits there like an old monk. He's not good looking, he doesn't know how to talk, and the family situation is just like this, he really isn't in a hurry at all. Lin Feng persuaded, Auntie, fate is something that comes when it comes. Look at me, isn't it? Zhao Ju gave a cold stare. That's fate for you, but for him it's just luck. Forget about him. Take the watermelon to your wife and give him a call to find out where he is. Lang Mengniao ate the watermelon in small bites, looking like a different person from the one at home. Lin Feng called Zhao Yang and told his auntie. Xiao Yang said he would be there in about 10 minutes. He was asked to buy a bottle of light soy sauce. 20 minutes later, the two came in. The man was in his 20s, slightly overweight, about 1.75 meters tall, and looked a bit like Long Mengwei's sister-in-law. The young girl behind him was on the thin side, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and school uniform, and still dressed very nicely. If you looked closely, you could see that the two still had similar eyebrows and eyes. When Zhao Yang saw Lang Mengwei, he stuttered. Hello. Lung Mengni greeted him with a smile. Xiao Yu was more outgoing. Hello Feng's wife, I'll go back to my room and do my homework. Zhao Yang, on the other hand, entered the kitchen with a bottle of light soy sauce. Do you want to watch TV? I'll cast it for you. Don't you watch that drama recently? I'll cast it for you. With TV to watch, Lung Mingni didn't seem so nervous. You watch TV first, I'll go check in the kitchen. Once in the kitchen, Lin Feng unknowingly became the one in charge of the cooking. Zhao Ju and her son stared in amazement. Zhao Ju wanted her son to learn how to cook, so that he would be more attractive to a daughter-in-law in the future. Nowadays, girls are very demanding, so a man should at least have a skill. If he can't do this or that, why would a girl marry him? That night, they had braised fish, stir-fried shredded beef with chili sauce, stewed pork ribs with vegetables, stir-fried pork with chili sauce, seasonal vegetables, and 2 cold dishes. The remaining 3 dishes were all bought as ready meals. Cold dish, right? Do you want orange juice or coconut milk? Auntie, I'll just have boiled water. It's time to eat. Zhao Ju took off her apron. I was thinking of going out to eat, but then I thought you're pregnant and there are some foods you shouldn't eat, so I decided to just have a casual meal at home. After you give birth, I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat. Lung Mingnua said, Auntie, this is very nice. Zhao Ju, the more she looked at Lung Mengshu, the more she liked her. She was pretty, gentle, and knew how to talk. Xiaoyu was the first to leave the table, as she had a lot of homework waiting for her. Zhao Yang finished eating and went off to play with his phone. Zhao Ju was warm and welcoming, and served Long Mengshu a big bowl of pork rib soup, and even gave her the best tenderloin. She couldn't eat all that, and looked at Lung Mengshu pitifully. Lang Mengyi understood, can't finish it? Give me the leftovers. Lang Mengyi immediately beamed. Before leaving, Zhao Ju asked her son to drive them back. No need, we're driving. Ha? You bought a car? What car? Let your auntie have a look. Zhao Ju looked at the SUV in front of her and praised it as beautiful. Can I let my auntie ride in your car sometime? Of course. Zhao Ju smiled as she watched Lin Feng's car drive away, and her smile never faded. Now that Xiaofeng has a family, your sister-in-law's life will be easier. By the way, how much is that car? It doesn't look cheap. Zhao Yang replied that it depends on the configuration, and his floor price is over 300,000. Zhao Ju was shocked and doubtful for a while. Over 300,000, where did he get the money? Did your sister-in-law give it to you, or did the woman give it to you? Zhao Yang was also puzzled. Mom, why are you asking me? You don't even know, and you're asking me? Zhao Ju slapped her head. Your sister-in-law told me that Xiaofeng and his classmates seem to have earned some money from their investments. After that, she hummed a song and went upstairs. When Lin's mother resolutely married Lin Feng's father, many people didn't think it would work out. Lin Feng's grandparents' home was quite well off at the time, and Lin's mother was not poor herself, so she could have found someone with even better conditions. Later, the couple grew crops in the village and things got better. But how could they compare to life in the city? After Lin Feng was born, the costs of schooling and other expenses made life difficult for the family, and Zhao Ju was worried. That period happened to be a bad harvest, and the family borrowed money from everywhere. Zhao Ju thought about those days and sincerely felt happy for her younger sister. In the evening, Zhao Ju called Lin's mother and praised her to no end. Lin's mother was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. I'll send Feng and his family 2 chickens these days, and I'll bring you one too. Forget it, we'll leave the chickens for Feng's wife to eat, we don't need them. It's fine, I'll just buy some from someone else when I run out here. Feng's sister-in-law has also asked me to pick up some chickens from her house. Okay then, just pay the usual amount later. We sisters shouldn't talk about money, it's too formal. Yes, you do. You can't buy local chicken outside these days. 2 days later, Lin Feng took Long Mengyo for her prenatal checkup. It was the height of summer, and it was hard to go out during the day, so they had to go out in the afternoon at 4 or 5 o'clock. Summer vacation would start soon, and Lang Mengyo looked forward to it every day. For this prenatal checkup, they ate at the hospital cafeteria at noon while they waited for the test results. In the afternoon, the test results came out, but Lin Feng couldn't read them, so they had to wait for the doctor. They went to the toilet and came back just in time for their number to be called. Everything was normal, and they were told to come back for the next ultrasound. As first-time parents, Lin Feng and his wife were relieved. The next patient came in before her number was called. Doctor, please take a look at this list. What does it mean when there is no fetal heart? Chapter 25, I hate you like a log. Lin Feng and Lang Feng, who were about to leave, stopped in unison. A mother and daughter should be coming in, and they look quite similar. The doctor took a look at the slip and explained to them that the baby was gone. Can I get an injection to preserve the pregnancy? The baby has no heartbeat, and your daughter has also gone into labor. An injection to preserve the pregnancy is useless. What should I do? My daughter has finally got pregnant, so please do something, doctor. I can't do anything about this. If you go for surgery now, it will take a long time and be bad for your daughter's health. After hearing this, Lin Feng took Lang Mengwei's hand and went home. In the car, Lang Mengwei told Lin Feng about someone she knew. He graduated from a famous university, was excellent in every way, and was well matched with his husband. The woman became pregnant a month after marriage. At that time, they were in the honeymoon period and didn't want to have a child too soon. When they wanted a child, they couldn't have one, and they regretted it. Such a proud person, but now they are not doing well at all. Later, my husband said he had depression and was sent abroad for treatment. Lin Feng sighed. Some people don't want children, but they are prone to pregnancy. And some people want children, but it is as difficult as climbing a mountain, seeking ways and medicines. Lang Mengni confessed that she had a cold womb and was afraid that she really didn't want a baby, and it would be difficult to conceive in the future. She didn't want to be like that friend, who regretted every time she thought about her child. Although she has moved, she currently has a house, a car, and a savings of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. She has no mortgage or car loan, but Lin Feng cannot slack off either, and must work hard to earn money to support the family. The host is tested to accompany the baby's mother for a medical examination and is rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash, which has been sent, so check your messages. Before the words had finished, she heard a text message notification that the money had been credited to her account. Lang Mengwei saw that Lin Feng was about to go out, and looked at the temperature outside, which was almost 40 degrees Celsius, and her heart ached. Honey, please sleep with me. I can't sleep without you. Lin Feng wanted to ask if it was true, but it didn't seem appropriate. Since she had said it, it must be true. Okay, I'll sleep with you. Don't go to sleep without me. I'll wake up if I don't feel your breath. Lin Feng was full of question marks. Breath? Is that even a thing? Okay, go to sleep. I'll wait until you wake up to do other things. In fact, Lang Mengyu felt a little embarrassed after she had finished speaking, but she really hadn't said anything wrong. Although pregnant women sleep well, if Lin Feng is there, she will fall asleep quickly. The quality of sleep is better than usual. Lang Mengyu fell asleep less than a minute after Lin Feng had just lain down. After waiting for 5 minutes, Lin Feng got up and left, packing up to prepare for the meal delivery. Just as he was about to go out, he heard Lang Mengyu's drowsy voice. Honey, where's my husband? Where's my big husband? He looked over. Lang Mengshi was sitting up in bed, looking at him sleepily. Lin Feng came over and said, I went to the bathroom. You go to sleep, I'll stay with you. Lang Mengshi turned around and fell asleep, hugging his arm. As a couple who had shared the same bed for so long, apart from Lang Mengshi getting closer and closer, they really haven't had the slightest intimate act, not even a peck. Lin Feng felt that he still had to take the initiative and work hard. With Lang Mengshua's slow-witted personality, after the baby is born, they will still treat each other with respect. Xiao Peng sent an audio call, and the person next to him grunted in dissatisfaction, obviously disturbing her. Lin Feng quickly turned it off and sent a message to Xiao Peng. Can't answer the phone, let's talk online. Brother Feng, we're thinking of renting a place to sell barbecue. What do you think? Sounds good, count me in. We're looking for a place these days. If we find something we like, we'll let you come over and take a look together. Sure, you know how I am right now, so you guys just keep at it. We know. You go ahead, we'll go out and look around again. They had been job hunting for months without success, and their mental state was almost broken. Xiao Peng suggested that they start a small business together. It was already the second half of the year, so they might as well give it a try. If it didn't work out, they could just go their separate ways. Each of them had a little savings, not much, just a few 10,000 yuan each. The one who had saved the most was Xiao Guan. He had been in poor health since childhood, and his parents were both in business, so over the years they had accumulated some wealth. The family has only this son, and the monthly living expenses are quite high, so they hope that he doesn't treat himself harshly. The 4 people share a house, and they say that they can cook for themselves, so Xiao Guan's parents wholeheartedly approve. That month, they called over 20,000 yuan, telling him to eat better. As for work, they don't pressure him, and the worst that can happen is that he goes back to help his parents. Xiaopeng has an older sister, and the relationship between them is harmonious. Financially, they aren't as generous as his parents, but they definitely have a better life than Zhouan. Zhouan's parents divorced when he was in junior high school, and he followed his father. The father and son don't really have much to say to each other. They don't even call each other once a month, and it's like they're strangers. But every month, the living expenses are still paid on time. Zhouan makes a lot of money singing online thanks to his handsome, sunny face. He is currently in transition, but he is confused. There are so many handsome guys these days. Anyone who knows how to put on makeup, use filters, or edit photos can become a handsome guy or girl. Anyone who knows how to sing and buy a good set of equipment can make their singing beautiful and moving. In this fast-paced internet world, if you don't have a face that people can't forget, who will remember you? So this time, Zhouan also got involved. Until 5 p.m., Long Meng woke up, and Lin Feng had not yet delivered the takeaway. It was obvious that she had slept soundly. Lin Feng wondered if it was because her belly was now bulging that her sleep quality had declined. That night, he called Xiaopeng to ask if he had had any luck. A wry laugh came from the other end. It's not easy to find a shop. Good places are expensive to rent, and cheap places are in bad locations. Today I looked at one that was passable, but the rent is 80,000 yuan a year, not including the transfer fee. How much is the transfer fee? A total of 130,000 yuan. Since it's not bad, why not keep looking? If there's really nothing suitable and it's expensive, we can just set up a stall and sell. That's what we were thinking too. Lin Feng wasn't surprised by this outcome, and it just depended on whether they could find a suitable shop in the end. As soon as they hung up, Lin Feng's mother called to say that she had brought some free-range eggs, a few chickens, and a few ducks. She asked Lin Feng to pick her up at the bus station tomorrow morning. Chapter 26, Lin Feng's mother is a bit of a Versailles. The countryside is good in that it has a lot of local specialties that are green and healthy. Lin Feng's mother was eager to see her daughter-in-law and wanted to take the earliest train, so she started packing at 5:30 in the morning. She first filled the basket with coarse bran, then put in the eggs, then another layer of coarse bran, then another layer of eggs. She put 4 or 5 chickens and ducks in a plastic bag, made an opening in the bag so that the heads of the chickens and ducks could breathe, and then carried the bag. In the other hand, she carried some seasonal vegetables that could be stored for a long time, as well as some homemade dried vegetables. These were not worth much in total, but they were the only things available in the countryside. When it was time to leave, Lin's father called his son. After a journey of more than 2 hours, Lin's mother finally arrived at the bus station. It was already bright when she arrived. The rising sun in the sky showed that it was going to be another hot day. Next to the bus station, many hawkers had set up their stalls and were selling breakfast. Lin's mother was so hungry that she sat down to have some congee and half a basket of xilongbao. While eating, she chatted with the owner. "My son is here. I'll come back next time and eat at your place again." "That's your son, he's so handsome." Every time Lin's mother heard someone praise her son's good looks, she felt so happy. "You haven't seen my daughter-in-law, she's so pretty, prettier than the stars on TV." On the way home, Lin's mother pinches her belly and pouts. "Next time, I'm not eating at her house, the food isn't clean." Then she warns her son again. Xiaolang is pregnant now, so she can eat outside occasionally, but not too much. I watch the news and there's always something wrong, it's so worrying. When they arrived at the residential area, Lin's mother noticed that the place looked different from the last time she was here. "Have you moved to a new home? Has the lease on that house expired?" Speaking of the house, Lin's mother brought up the subject of buying a house with her son again. "Don't worry, Mom, I've already bought a house. Now I'll show you." Lin Feng carried a bamboo basket on his back and a plastic bag in each hand. Lin's mother followed behind him, astonished. "What? You bought a house? You didn't even tell us. Did you take out a loan?" "In the elevator. The owner of this house renovated it and was going to move in. But then his investment business failed and he needed money urgently, so he sold the house. I know someone in real estate, don't I? I got the news firsthand and bought the house." Lin Feng had been a well-behaved and sensible child, conscientious and steady in his actions. His parents trusted their son implicitly and had no doubts. "How much did you pay for it? Is it enough?" "Your father and I have some savings. I invested with my classmates and earned some money. The car and the house were all investment returns, so I didn't need your money. Lin's mother let out a little gasp and was excited to go see her son's new home. Mom, Xiao Lang is still sleeping in his room, so let's keep our voices down. Mom knows, hurry up and open the door so I can see your new home. Lin's mother was super satisfied with the decoration of the house, and the smile on the corner of her mouth never disappeared as she looked here and there. It's obvious that a lot of care and attention went into the decoration. It's really beautiful. This must be the robot vacuum cleaner. Technology really has changed our lives. After looking around, they went to the kitchen. The kitchen was double-sided, with a space of about 1.2 meters between them. It was very large and bright. Let's go and kill a chicken for Xiaoling to have for lunch. The mother and son went to the communal bathroom. After a bit of work, the chicken was properly prepared. I got you 3 chickens and 1 duck. Your aunt knows what's going on with you, so she gave you 2 chickens and 1 duck. I also got your aunt a chicken. If you have time, go back and see her, she misses you. Lin Feng nodded, and at noon I called my aunt and told her thank you. Lin Feng's mother simply killed all the remaining chickens and ducks and put them in the refrigerator. Her hands were fast as she plucked the feathers, smiling. Your aunt said you are a good boy to her, giving her money every holiday. She said that if she wants to eat chicken in the future, she can just ask me to go to her house and get some, because they feed a lot of chickens there. But I dare not really take it without paying. Her daughter-in-law and daughter would definitely be unhappy if they knew. Lin Feng replied that he could just pay for it. It was noon when they finished tidying up. Lin Feng's mother was also worried and concerned that her daughter-in-law had not got up. Should she let her sleep after breakfast? Lin Feng went to the kitchen to see how the chicken was stewing. Before I picked you up this morning, I made some thin congee, but you went back to sleep after eating it. Lin Feng's mother was relieved to hear this. Lin Feng cleared out the bed in the second bedroom and asked Lin Feng's mother to go rest first. I'll call you when lunch is ready. Lin Feng's mother was smiling as she took photos of the house. You go ahead, don't worry about me. Although she was sleepy and tired, she was full of energy. Her son bought this big, beautiful house. She's so excited. Lin's mother sends photos to her husband. Isn't your son's new house beautiful, bought in full? She turns her head and posts to her friend's circle, even pretending to be at Versailles. This child has been a worry-free child, and when buying a house, he didn't even tell us, he just made the decision himself. Next, it's the 9-grid layout, each photo carefully selected by her. Lin Feng was busy preparing lunch. When he had a moment to spare, he heard his mother giggling in the second bedroom. The sound insulation in the house was quite good, so he couldn't hear very clearly. When he had a moment to spare, Lin Feng sat down to check his phone. He found that quite a few people had sent him messages, so he clicked on to read them. Xiao Feng, you bought a house? That's great, it's quite nice. Where did you buy it, how many square meters is it, and how much did it cost? His sister-in-law had also sent him a message. You brat, you didn't even tell your aunt you bought a house, that's so rude. Where's the address? Your aunt wants to come over and take a look. Lin Feng goes to check his mother's social media, and is not at all surprised. His mother likes to record the little things in life, and her circle of friends is very active. She reads the comments and likes them, and also replies to them. Lin Feng can't help but smile, and gets up to go back to work in the kitchen. Lin Feng, cook your aunt's meal too, she'll be over for lunch. Oh, and your auntie wants to know where you live. Once she has the address, she'll be here in a hurry. This must be the video phone. Hey, sis, is the door open? As soon as she enters the house, your auntie starts praising it. From the decoration to the layout, from the layout to the decorations, from the decorations to the furniture. I finished steaming the rice and was about to stir-fry the vegetables when I saw your post on WeChat. I only found out today that he had bought a house. Let's go in and talk. The two sisters went back inside, not knowing what to say. Lin Feng went to wake Lang Mengshu, but found her awake. I don't want to get up, I just want to lie here. Her tone was rather coquettish. Why don't I bring your food over here for you? I really want to hear the voices of my mother and your aunt. Are they here? Learning that there were elders in the family, Lang Mengshu quickly got up. Chapter 27, This is my husband. Let's eat in the dining room. We can eat here too. You don't understand, I want to make a good impression on the elders. My mother and sister-in-law don't care about that. Lang Mengwei was getting changed when she noticed Lin Feng still sitting there, smiling at her. Oh, you go out first. What, I can't watch you get changed. Seeing that Lin Feng was not going to leave, Lung Mengwei pulled him up. Lin Feng was afraid of her strength and got up with her. Okay, I can't look now, but I will see it sooner or later. The two became more and more skilled at getting along with each other, and Lung Mengni's shyness became less and less. Her cheeks turned red, and she hummed lightly. Inside the house, the two sisters were grinning from ear to ear. As parents, who wouldn't be happy to see their children get married and have children and settle down? Lin's mother didn't know the price of the house in this neighborhood, but Zhao Ju did. This house must cost at least 1,000,000 yuan. She said, and opened the Anjiake and other apps to check the second-hand housing information on Yiping Jiangshan. My goodness, the smallest one of 79 square meters costs more than 1 million. The second-hand housing information for 140 square meters costs more than 2 million. Ah. Zhao Ju curiously asked, where did Xiaofeng get so much money? Lin's mother had no idea. She said that she invested with a friend a few years ago, and now she has earned money with the return. With Lin Feng's personal integrity as a guarantee, they didn't think much about it. Besides, investments are long-term. You can't expect to see an immediate return on an investment you made just yesterday. Lin Feng's sister-in-law's eyes welled up as she took her sister's hand. You're finally doing better. Lin Feng's mother smiled. She never considered her life to be hard. Maybe to outsiders, it did seem that way. At the dinner table, Lin Feng's mother reminded him. Pregnant women should exercise more, it's good for the delivery. You should go out with Lang for a walk at night. Lin Feng nodded, I know, Mom. After dinner, Lung Mengni felt sleepy, but she was embarrassed to go to sleep in front of the elders. So, she stayed up to help Lin Feng with the dishes. Go to sleep if you're tired. That's not good, eating and sleeping and eating, in the eyes of the elders, am I a pig? Why would that be the case? Go to sleep. Then you accompany me, it won't be as embarrassing if you're there. Lin Feng washed his hands and took Lung Mengni's hand and walked into the house. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng came out. Lin's mother asked in a low voice, did you go to sleep? Lin Feng nodded and went back to the kitchen to tidy up. When he finished, Lin's mother motioned for her son to come over, as it looked like the two sisters had something to say to him. Xiaofeng, you have to earn money to support the family now, so why don't you let me come over and help you take care of Xiao Lang? Mom, that's not necessary. Just take care of Dad at home. What do I need to take care of him for? He's capable of taking care of himself. Lin Feng thought about it for a while before speaking bluntly. Mom, it's good that you help take care of Xiaoling at home, but it makes Xiaoling feel a bit uncomfortable. So he used the incident just now as an example. This is just a very small thing in life. Mom, I appreciate your intentions. If I need your help, I'll ask you again. What do you think? Lin's mother didn't say a word. She could tell that Lang Mengni was uncomfortable, but she didn't want her son to work so hard. Zhao Ju thought Lin's mother was unhappy and quickly said, if Xiaofeng doesn't want you to take care of him, then don't. Young people don't live the same way we do. And our views are different too. If we live together again, we might even argue. Originally, Lin Feng and his wife had a good relationship. If we get involved, oh no, what if they have a conflict? Anyway, when my daughter-in-law gets pregnant in the future, I'll go if she wants me, but if not, that's fine. Lin Feng's mother smiled and said, okay, just let me know when you need me. Zhao Ju pretended to be disgusted and asked, do you think Xiaofeng cooks well now? Can you fix all these appliances in the house? Last time Xiaoye bought something, I didn't understand it after messing around for a long time. This matter just passed for now. If you don't take a nap in the hot summer, you will easily collapse in the afternoon. In the second bedroom, the two sisters chatted with each other in a nonchalant manner. I didn't contribute much to Xiaoling's pregnancy, so I'll give them some money later. That's good, if you didn't contribute, at least give some money. In the afternoon, Xiaoling's aunt took the chicken and duck back home. Speaking of Lin Feng's eldest aunt, Xiaoling couldn't help but feel that she was a very nice person. She didn't expect that this time, she would still think of her. I'll give you the money later, and you can give it to Lin Feng's eldest aunt for me. By the way, Xiaoling's aunt took Lin's mother to her place to stay. You don't have to be the third wheel here, let them have their own time. Lin's mother laughed with a smile. Auntie, why are you just here and leaving? Stay here for a few more days. Zhao Ju teased her. Xiao Lang, don't call her auntie, you should call her mom. Xiao Lang blushed and obediently said, Mom, just stay here for a few more days. No need, after you've finished the chicken and duck, I'll send you some next time. She took her daughter-in-law's hand and said, if there's anything you want to eat, just ask Xiaofeng to cook it for you. You also have to take care of yourself, go out and walk around when you have time. It's almost summer vacation, see if you want to go back to your hometown for a while. Mom didn't say you had to go, you decide for yourself. Long Mengno replied, when I get my vacation, I'll go back to my hometown with Lin Feng. While she can still travel now, it will be more inconvenient to travel when she gets older. Lin Feng's mother was delighted. Okay, then Mom will vacate the house and clean it up nicely for you. In the evening, Long Mengni and Lin Feng were taking a walk in the residential area. What can I say, Nanshire is such a small city. So it's not surprising to run into acquaintances. Teacher Lang? The couple were strolling slowly when they suddenly heard a voice. The person didn't look familiar to Lang Mengni, but if they called her teacher, they were either a colleague or a student. Judging by their age, Lang Mengni really couldn't tell. After all, some young people nowadays look quite old. Teacher Lang, who is this? This is my husband. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said hello. The other person had actually expected it, but they were still surprised to be personally verified by Lung Mengru. He looks like a little brother, is this a love affair between a younger man and an older woman? Long Mengru took Lin Feng's hand. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Ah, okay. The whole school knew that Goddess Lang was married, and some people even spread the rumor that she was pregnant. Those who refused to acknowledge reality simply said that she had gained weight. Lang Mingnua is very good at choosing clothes, and she always wears clothes that cover her belly. With her tall figure, she has become rounder, so it's not unreasonable to say that she's gained weight. Well, it's not unreasonable. The Goddess Ling has few classes, and she could be seen at school before. Now, even her colleagues in the office hardly see her. After class, she's gone. Is she pregnant? Is her husband too young or just too young looking? He is really handsome though, maybe I should find out which building they live in? Forget it, they are married and seem to be doing well together. As a teacher, it is one thing for him to admire Ms. Lang. But to go and do something to ruin her life, he would never do that. Besides, he is no match for her. Forget it, forget it. Chapter 28, This is a bad idea. Who is that? I don't know, I think he's a teacher. It's time for you to go on holiday. I don't have many classes, let me see, just 1 or 2, and then you can go on holiday. You promised my mother today that you would go back to your hometown for a while, right? Of course, I want to see where you live. When you like someone, you can't help but want to know everything about them. Wu Yishuang had been back for a few days, and things were not going well at all. She was caught by Wu's father and made to start as an intern. She has already worked for a few days, crying every day, thinking about handsome guys and having fun. Of course, she has not forgotten the important task she is shouldering. Lang's mother's tour will end in a few days, and she will definitely find a way to lure her over. Long Mingni has always been quite curious. I want to ask, how are you going to lure my mother over? She is such a busy person, will she spend time and energy on that? Wu Yishuang gave a little laugh. So, I'm going to trick her into thinking you're sick and about to die, so that she can come and see you one last time. Xiao Shuang, you're really something. Can you just wish me luck? I've got 2 young kids. Then he laughed again. Do you think my mom will fall for such a stupid idea? You're killing me. Come on, this is the best idea I've got. Why don't you just say that a company in Nanshire is looking for her to cooperate? Maybe my mom will deign to come for a visit. You're the one laughing, okay? Later, when your mom checks the other party's information and finds out that it's a fly-by-night company, she might sue them. The 2 of you kept arguing back and forth, but to no avail. In the end, Wu Yishuang simply gave up. Why don't you just say it, Auntie, your daughter hid the fact that she got married without telling you, and now she has a child. It's possible. My mom will come over and beat me to death when she finds out. But she came over, and it still worked. The conversation came to a sudden halt, and neither of them spoke. Lang Mengwei sent a message. Where are you? I was caught goofing off, so let me pretend to be busy for a few minutes. 10 minutes later, Wu Yishuang sent a message. Just leave it, you're the one who has to deal with the storm, not me, so I don't care. It's time to show our friendship. when my mom beats me up, you have to help me. Don't worry, even if she beats me up, she can't beat you. You're my precious baby. Then there was no more news. I guess she was caught goofing off again. Before the summer vacation, Long Mangru had 2 classes, but in the end, it was changed to 1 class. Happy and cheerful. In the last class before the summer vacation, Long Mangru had quite a leisurely job, just looking at everyone's exam papers. Someone gathered around in the office. Teacher Lang, you are getting more and more beautiful. Long Mangru now cut the mode, wearing a black bandeau dress, a bun hairstyle, and black-rimmed glasses. Looking tall and elegant, because she has become much more rounded, she even revealed a hint of cuteness. Long Mangru looked up at the other person indifferently. As if to say, little brat, I know exactly what you're up to. The other student twitched the corner of her mouth and begged for mercy. Please, Miss Lang, don't let me fail. I'll do anything, just 1 point. Lang Mangyi pushed her glasses up her nose. I'll do it 3 times. The other student was shocked. She didn't realize that the difference was so great. The other little girl begged pitifully. Teacher, I'm only 1 point short. Please, I'll only do it once, it's not exhausting. At this point, more students came. Long Mingxi's head ached, and she told them all to go away. Those who could come to her were all warriors. Warriors would never back down. So, where would they go? One was begging, and the other was begging. Get out of the way, let me do it. Everyone automatically stepped aside, and a handsome guy knelt directly in front of Lang Mangwei and said, "Ta-da-da, come over here." Long Mangwei was shocked. What are you doing? Teacher, please help us. We really can't fail the exam again. Long Mangwei was speechless. Get up. The other party insisted, no, please give us a chance, teacher. Long Mingxiu sighed and impatiently told them to go. I'll try my best to help, but it all depends on your grades. If the difference is too big, even if I drown, I won't be able to help. As long as she said that, everyone felt reassured. Thank you, teacher. I wish you get prettier and prettier. Teacher, you're getting more and more gentle now, this is my favorite snack, here you go. Teacher, when you get married, we'll definitely give you a red envelope. Everyone spoke at once, and Lang Mangwei couldn't help but smile. Okay. Lang Mangwei was actually not much older than them, but she usually didn't hang out with them. Plus, she was so beautiful that she gave people a sense of distance. When she smiled, she was suddenly peerless. Teacher, if I were a man, I would marry you. I can be a woman too, teacher is so beautiful, I'm not saying I can't. Teacher, you belong to all of us, how can you get married? How can you hurt our hearts like this? Lang Mengyo put down her pen and asked, are you guys leaving or what? What, do you all want to fail the course? This sentence was so devastating that everyone ran away in a hurry. Lang Mengyo had a busy day at school today. At noon, the delivery boy Lin Feng thoughtfully delivered lunch and a bouquet of flowers. On top of the bouquet was Lin Feng's handwriting. You've worked hard, honey. There's a heart-shaped drawing below, with the words I love you written on it. Her colleagues can't help but be envious, but there are rumors that Long Meng's husband is good-looking. But it seems that he's just an ordinary guy. Mom, everyone feels that the distance between themselves and the goddess has suddenly been greatly reduced. It was a long time after Lin Feng and Lang Mengwei had moved away before the freshman girl diagonally opposite realized. Ah, she's hooked on this couple. Moving house. Then the news of the engagement and pregnancy spread. What can I say, I'm hooked on this couple and they've disappeared. Lin Feng rode his electric bike with Xiaopeng and the others to look at the shop. This is the third one, what do you think, Finga? Not good. Alas, we don't think it's good either. Xiaopeng squatted on the ground eating an old popsicle. If it doesn't work out, we can set up a stall and sell barbecue. We don't need a shop. Lin Feng asked the question he had been wondering about for a long time. Which one of you can barbecue? From what he knew about these guys, they could only eat. Xiaopeng, Zhouan, and Xiaoguan all looked at Lin Feng. He knew it. Now that they had rejected the shop, the question of setting up a barbecue stall came up again. Where would they set up the stall? Lin Feng thought of a good place, and the 4 of them, with 3 electric scooters, set off. When they arrived at their destination, they saw that someone else had already arrived before them. Xiaopeng said, we ate here before, and it's been open for almost 2 months. Joan said, let's find somewhere else. Xiaoguan said, their food is so bad, I'm sure they'll go out of business soon. Lin Feng said, well, it's possible, so let's wait and see. Chapter 29, She always knew what she wanted. The four of them went to a small hot pot restaurant after some playful bantering. They hadn't eaten much today after a long day of running around, and their mouths were a bit dry. The small hot pot restaurant was doing a good business and the service was quite good. The four of them tasted the food and found it quite good. Do you want a drink, Feng? No, I'm going to pick someone up this afternoon. Xiao Peng was deliberately being sarcastic. Having a car is really different, you can't even drink. Joan poured the beer. Unlike us, he doesn't even have a bicycle, let alone a car. Xiao Guan is an introvert and doesn't usually say much. This is a good location. When the owner comes over, we'll ask about the rent. When they learned that the annual rent was 150,000 yuan, they were silent. Lin Feng said, that's normal. Just look at the location. There's a shopping street in front, a park behind, a vocational school on the left, and a residential area on the right. Naturally, the rent is unbeatable for such a good location. When Lin Feng left, he secretly settled the bill. They paid for the food and drinks they ordered next. I'll go pick someone up, you guys take your time. The three waved at him. From now on, when we go out drinking or singing, we won't invite Feng. I don't think he'll be mad, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, how can he be on the same level as us single guys? Silly bird. Let's go sing karaoke tonight. No, I'll treat. Let's go. Lin Feng drove Lang Mengwei home. What's wrong? You look so angry. Their grades are so bad. I wonder if I'm not a good teacher. Lin Feng had heard her lecture, and she was very good. It's not your fault, they're just too stupid. Lang Mengwei seemed to have lit a fire in her, and she talked endlessly to Lin Feng about the students' homework. I did my best at the computer today. It feels so exhausting, I need to go back and take a nap, it's so mentally taxing. Suddenly, she smells the hot pot smell on Lin Feng's body and her eyes widen. You had hot pot? Today, I went with Xiaopeng and the others to look for a shop, and when it was time to eat, we had hot pot together. Turning his head and smiling at Lung Mingyu, he said, you want to eat it? I'll go back and cook it for you. Lung Mingyu hesitated. It seems that pregnant women shouldn't eat spicy food, as it'll easily go to the baby in the stomach and give the baby eczema. She didn't know whether it was true or not, but she still had to be careful. It's okay, I'll make it slightly spicy for you. Slightly spicy, that's fine. When she got home, Lang Menger went to sleep for a while. When she woke up, Lin Feng had already prepared the hot pot, which smelled really good. Because there was a pregnant woman in the family and the refrigerator was extra large, a lot of ingredients were prepared. There was everything from fatty beef to duck intestines and tripe. For some reason, Lang Mengyo felt like crying as she ate. Sniffling, she ate while talking about her family. This was the first time she had mentioned it to Lin Feng. My parents were very busy, and as far as I can remember, the people who spent the most time with me were Xiaoshuang's mom and the auntie at our house. Every time I went to Xiaoshuang's house, her mom would have dinner waiting for me, and her uncle would come home for dinner if he was free. I don't know when it started, but I often went to their house for dinner, and I really liked the atmosphere there. Later, my mother let me go to Xiaoshuang's house for dinner, as she had dismissed the maid, and she would pay for my meals. Xiaoshuang's parents would argue and go Cold War, but mostly they were happy. I thought at that time that I wanted to find a husband who could cook, had a good temper, and didn't need to be rich. Lang Mengyi is particularly envious of Xiaoshuang, even now. She grew up with the love of her parents. It seems like she did, and it also seems like she didn't. Lin Feng also talks about his parents. Everyone in the village knows that my parents have a very close relationship. They often argue, but their love for each other has never changed. My mother decided to marry my father because she liked his character. Although life was a bit difficult, my mother didn't mind. She said, I would rather have a down-to-earth life with someone who loves me than a life of wealth and luxury with no one to love me. Perhaps because he was influenced by his parents since childhood, Lin Feng's words and actions are more like those of his father. He can cook, do housework, plan ahead and take responsibility. His mother is a firecracker, and she can cook and do housework, but she is very responsible. Back then, she needed tuition fees to go to school, and that year, her father happened to fall ill. She took on all the housework and farm work, while also taking care of her father. Her father later told her behind his back, I could recover so quickly, thanks to you, Mom. She can't cook for shit. Despite his words, Lin's father treated his wife even better. In the evening, Xiaoshuang called Lang Mingni. During this period, Xiaoshuang had called her every day and sent her messages. Once she finished work, there was not a single message. I don't know why, but I just want to send you a message when I'm at work. Maybe it's because I'm just killing time, huh? My dear, my sweetheart, do you know what I'm doing right now? I'm revising the plan. Damn it, this is the 5th version I've revised. I don't want to live anymore. Oh, I want a hug. I haven't eaten yet, and I've lost weight in just a few days. Lang Mengwei messaged the students in the group, but her mind was elsewhere as she answered. So what do you want to do? Quit your job and stop working, or just keep lying there and let the adults beat you to death? Is there any other way? Yes, you can find a husband to take care of things for you, and you can go out and have fun and eat what you want, okay? That doesn't seem to work, and there's no suitable partner. Then go on a blind date. I think your aunt and uncle would still like to find you a husband to help you with the housework. Wu Yishuang didn't say anything, and finally sighed. This year we're going to launch a new flavor of drink. Do you have any suggestions? You know I drink boiled water for health, and I don't know anything about these drinks out there. It's nothing. You're just good looking, what else can you do? I can stick with you. You are truly my big treasure. With you, I don't need any man. I will work hard to earn money to support my 2 adopted children. What the hell is an adopted child? After Lang Mingniu hung up the phone, Wu Yishuang called again in a short while. Baby, call me in 10 minutes and say that something important has come up, okay? You're such a jinx. My parents really are setting me up with someone. Then find out more first and let's talk about it later. No need. You know this person too. Who is it? Tell me. Feng Changwan, he's losing his hair and he cheated on me. I don't know if my parents are setting me up or trying to get me killed. Okay, I'll call you in 10 minutes. Sisters, best friends forever. 10 minutes later, Long Mingyu coldly dialed the number. Wu Yishuang, I have something important to tell you, come over here. What, you want me to go back to work overtime? Have you no humanity at all? Then there was a tirade of abuse. Lang Mengshi absolutely had reason to believe that Wu Yishuang was taking potshots at someone else. It seems she's been getting a lot of abuse at work. Chapter 30, the couple goes back to the countryside. Thanks, sister, I've escaped. You just scolded me, you have to make it up to me. Okay, 200 yuan in red envelopes. My parents have frozen my credit card for everything these days, I'm very poor. Forget it, I'll help support you, poor guy. She flipped her 200 yuan red envelopes over her backhand and sent them over, which moved Wu Yishuang to tears. It left Long Mengwei speechless. That night, Lin's mother received a call from her son and couldn't sleep. She rolled up her sleeves and got up with a spring in her step to clean up the house. Lin's father, who was just about to go to bed, was puzzled. What was going on? Get up and clean, the son and daughter-in-law will be back in a couple of days, it has to be clean. If they're coming back in a couple of days, won't it be just as good to clean tomorrow? Lin's mother glared at him. Just do the work, why are you talking so much? What are you looking at me for, do I look pretty or is there something on my face, or do you have something to say? Lin's father held back for a long time before he said. I was going to say that you go to bed and I'll get up and clean up. No, we'll get it done faster if we do it together. Lin Feng's old house was built in recent years, with a total of 3 floors and a western appearance. At the time, Lin Feng's mother decorated it with the requirement of possibly becoming a wedding room, so the configuration was quite high. Their family was well connected, and everyone in the village who was renovating a house came to lend a hand and introduce reliable workers. The house cost a total of about 400,000 yuan, which was considered good in the village. Fruit trees are planted in the front yard, and there are chickens, ducks and pigs in the backyard. The first floor has a kitchen, living room, toilet and 1 bedroom. The second floor has 2 guest bedrooms, a toilet and a master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom. There is also an upstairs master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, a study and a small room. There is also an open-air garden, which is now used for drying things. The couple lives on the first floor, and their friends and family stay on the second floor during the New Year holidays. The room on the third floor is reserved for their son's wedding. Lin Feng goes home to live on the third floor, or goes to the third floor to live when the second floor is full. The two elderly people scrubbed and cleaned, and before they knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. Lin's father felt uncomfortable when he stayed up late, and he was exhausted. He was told to go to sleep. Go to sleep, and we'll clean up tomorrow. You go to sleep, I'll be busy for a while. Early the next morning, Lin's mother got up to clean the pigsty, chicken coop, etc. In the beginning, in order to make it easier to clean, they used a cement floor and did a good job of the drainage. Lin's father got up and saw Lin's mother bathing the family's 2 pigs. No, you read that right, bathing the pigs. In addition to the pigs, the family's chickens and ducks were also not spared, all wet and muddy. The cement floor was rinsed clean. Come on. You know what if the daughter-in-law came back to see the pigs and threw up from the smell? The neighbors are carrying bowls of rice and eating while watching the fun. Lin's father asks if his family's pig needs a bath. Lin's mother is taken aback, but quickly says very affirmatively, yes. Lin's father's job today is to take down and wash the curtains, duvet covers and sofa covers. After she washes the pig, she will wash the dog. After that, she will go to the supermarket to buy some fruit and snacks such as melon seeds. Xiao Feng's mother, where are you going so early in the morning? I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things. What are you doing, Auntie? It's almost noon, and Lin's mother is carrying a basket full of food. There's even a big watermelon. Lin's father is shocked and distressed. Why didn't you let me go with you? Carrying all this on your shoulders is going to hurt. I'm not tired and it doesn't hurt. I'm in great shape. In fact, Lin's father is better at doing housework than Lin's mother. It's just that Lin's mother is so happy that she wants to do everything herself. Everyone knows Lin's mother, and when they see her buying so much, they know she has guests. They joke about it, and now everyone in the village knows that Xiaofeng is bringing his wife home. Plus, the neighbors spread the word. They also know that Lin's mother even gave the poultry a bath, which made everyone laugh. After tidying up the house, Lin's mother felt that something was still missing. She went off again, leaving Lin's father in a daze. When Lin's mother came back, Lin's father was at a loss for words when he saw what she was holding. Did she order takeaway? Lin's mother had no idea where she got a vase, and inside it were some pretty wild flowers. Xiaolong must like flowers, I'll go get some more. Why don't we just buy some? There aren't any in town. How about plastic flowers? They don't smell. Then, let's go pick flowers. So, they watched the old couple look for flowers and find a nice vase. In the evening, they cleaned the air conditioner again. They hung a mosquito net in case their son and daughter-in-law were bitten by mosquitoes at night. The swivel mosquito net is pink. Lin's father has become numb. He does whatever his wife tells him to do. Whenever he expresses an opinion, it shows a lack of understanding of women and current trends. Father Lin. Mother Lin is turning around, hurry up and tell me, what is missing in the house? Can I express an opinion? Sure, what's missing? I think it's fine just like this. You don't need to express an opinion. He knows. Next, just wait for the young couple to come back. Xiaofeng, have you set off yet? What time will you arrive? Well, don't rush, drive slowly and carefully. Your father and I will be waiting for you at home. We've already cooked dinner, so you can eat when you get back. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, just drive safely. After the phone call, Lin's mother glanced at her husband. I said you should change your clothes, they don't match your pants. Didn't you say you looked good in this? Hurry up and go. Okay, whatever you say. Chapter 31, They're so enthusiastic. Nowadays, most people living in the village are elderly people and children. Very few young people return, as they are all working hard in the big cities. The Lin family is well liked, and coupled with the funny behavior of the two of them throughout the day. Now everyone knows that Lin Feng is bringing his wife back, and everyone is curious. Now people are already waiting on the road that leads back to the village. Hey, isn't that Xiaofeng? Do you guys think so? Let me put on my glasses and have a look. Oh, it really is them, driving back in the car. I heard from Xiaofeng's mother that the boy is now buying a car and a house, and is leading a very good life. Xiaofeng has been obedient and hardworking since he was young, and he has just finished school, but he has already settled all the important matters in life. Here they come, let's see if the person sitting in the back is Xiaofeng's wife. I can't see, the window is between us, but there is someone there. Let's go say hello. Lin Feng drove to the entrance of the village, where there was a plaque with the name of their village. He saw a few familiar-looking old men walking towards him, with smiles on their faces, their eyes persistently looking into the car. Is that Xiaofeng? Oh, it really is, you're back today? Xiaofeng stopped the car, rolled down the window and greeted them. Xiaofeng bought a car, that's not bad, it's quite nice. Oh dear, is this pretty girl your wife? She's really pretty. She's prettier than the actresses on TV, you're a lucky guy. This car isn't cheap, how much did you pay for it? Everyone's attention was on the car, but Lang Menger in the back seat was cold. Lang Menger smiled and was about to say hello to them when she saw them all leaning out of the car window. You're pushing me, I'm pushing you, it's all heads. The words of praise were particularly sincere, and they kept saying the same things over and over again, but it made Lang Menger feel quite embarrassed. Auntie and uncle, aren't you going to work? The sun will be up soon. We heard that you were bringing your wife back, so we came to see. Your parents have been very busy these few days, cleaning the house and washing the animals in the pigsty and chicken coop. Anyway, you haven't had breakfast yet, so go back quickly, your parents must be waiting anxiously. Lin Feng laughed and said, okay, I'll go back first, I'll go see you when I have time. After saying this, he rolled up the window and drove off. The elderly people followed the car back while discussing things. They planned to go to Lin Feng's house for a visit, chat, listen to gossip and so on. There was no choice, this was the only entertainment in the countryside. Lin Feng's house was just down the road, the village had built roads for every household, all leading directly to each other. The village was actually developing very well now, it was not like the old memories. Lin Feng saw the figure of his parents from afar. Here they are, Xiaofeng and the others are here. Lin's mother was so happy, she seemed to be on cloud 9. After the car drove past, she quickly followed it on foot. The yard was very spacious, more than enough to park 2 cars. Was the trip okay? Is Xiaoling tired? Go inside and sit for a while. Lin's mother saw that Lang Mengni's face didn't look very good, and she felt very distressed. They had driven for more than 2 hours, on the highway, and they were worried about their daughter-in-law's condition. Lang Mengni is fine, she's probably just a little tired from the ride. She didn't want to worry her parents, so she said she wasn't really tired. Behind them, Lin Feng and his father were carrying boxes of gifts and groceries. Are you going to your aunt's house this time? Yes, I haven't seen her in a while, I miss her. After dinner, the neighbors sat in the courtyard picking vegetables, not going to the fields to work, just waiting for Lin Feng to return. Lin Feng greeted him, Uncle De, come, have a smoke. Lin Feng rarely smoked, but now that there was a pregnant woman in the family, he had quit. Uncle De had been their neighbor for more than 10 or 20 years, and as the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. The two families had a very good relationship. Uncle De was now alone in the countryside, while his children had all moved away to develop their careers. Usually, they would transfer money over during festivals and birthdays, but they would all come back during the new year. Lin Feng had played with their son and daughter since they were young. They are still in touch and their relationship is quite good. This time when Lin Feng came back, the other party also asked him to bring a carton of milk, some small bread and a can of milk powder for the elderly. Uncle De, here, Dong Go asked me to buy this for you. Uncle De took it over with a smile while smoking. But he said, I'm causing you trouble again. I should have bought these myself and saved you the trip. Lin Feng laughed, what trouble is there? In the future, I'll call you when I come back, and let me know if there's anything I can bring. Don't be polite with us all the time, it's not good to be too formal with your neighbors. Uncle De's eyes reddened as he grinned and nodded. In the past, when Auntie was still around, she took care of the neighborhood relationships. Uncle De was like a silent man, just doing his own share of the work. Now that Auntie is gone, Uncle De is even more taciturn, and only speaks to the Lin family. When he meets people, he just says hello briefly. Over time, no one followed suit and stopped talking to him. Lin Feng was stunned when he entered the room. How should I put it? It's quite diverse. For example, there's a picture of peonies on the wall, the prosperity theme. On the other side are slightly abstract roses, in a triptych. Lin Feng's father whispered to his son. Your mother didn't know what style your wife liked, so she hung them all. He lifted his chin and looked at the fresh flowers on the table. We picked them early in the morning. And these curtains at the front door, we hired someone to install them, because we were afraid that Lang would get bitten by mosquitoes. Lin Feng was touched. You two have worked hard these past 2 days. Lin Feng's father was indeed very tired, but seeing his son and daughter-in-law back home made all his fatigue disappear. Don't worry about it, just bring Ling back more often when you have time. Lin's mother was afraid that Lung Mengyi was hungry, so she made some congee in the pot. Do you want some? Before Lung Mengyi could answer, Lin's mother went to the kitchen to serve the rice. The kitchen had both a wood-burning stove and a gas one, so they could use whichever was convenient. Mom, where's mine? I'm hungry too. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw that there wasn't any for him. Serve yourself, you're a big boy, why do you need me to serve it for you? Why don't you let me feed you? It's not that you're biased against me, Mom, but what's he saying? The porridge, slowly cooked over a fire, really smelled good, and Lang Mengwei ate 2 bowls. In addition, the fried peanuts, the braised tofu, and the homemade pickles were all delicious. Your room is on the 3rd floor, I'll show you up. The stair railings are made of wood, and the steps are covered with non-slip floor tiles. Lin's mother followed Lang Mengnua and kept telling her to take it easy, not to rush, to slow down. This is your room, this is the bathroom, this is the study. The master bedroom also has a semicircular balcony, and at a glance, all you can see are mountains and greenery. You rest, and let us know if you need anything. Okay, Mom. Lin's mother was exceptionally happy at the sound of her son calling her mom, and she hummed as she descended the stairs. Chapter 32. Lin Feng's father is very dedicated to fishing. By now, quite a few villagers had arrived. They were sitting on the bench chatting with Lin Feng and his father. Lin Feng was smoking, and they sat around chatting with them. Not many young people nowadays are willing to sit down and chat with the older generation for a while. Lin Feng is very popular with them. Long Mingni took a deep breath standing on the balcony. The country air is so fresh. I wonder what they're talking about. Looking down, she saw the group of people chatting in the courtyard. Everyone in the village spoke with a dialect, and Lang Mengni didn't understand a word. She yawned a few times and went to bed. As she watched the sunrise, Lin's mother told her son to go cook dinner. Mom, I'm just home for a visit, and you're telling me to cook? Lin's mother glanced over. What's wrong? You still think of yourself as a guest? Your father's cooking is quite spicy, and Xiaoling won't like it. She likes the food you make. Maybe it's because she's reached an age where her taste buds have changed. There's plenty of meat and vegetables in the fridge, and there are seasonal vegetables in the garden, so Lin Feng has plenty to work with. Cooking on a hot day is like a sauna. But the food tastes good with firewood. After a while, Lin Feng's mother comes back to help out. The mother and son chatted about their day. Let's braise the pork knuckle. I bought some that's not too fatty, Lin Xiao should like it. Lin Feng turned his head and saw his mother sitting in front of the stove. Mom, I'll do the cooking, you go out and chat with them. I bought 3 watermelons, why don't you cut them up and serve them? Lin Feng's mother was halfway through cutting the melons when she suddenly noticed the smell of garlic on the knife. Forget it, it's normal for the knife to smell of garlic when you eat watermelon. The house that the Lin family had repaired was not only in a good location, but also shaded from the sun. It was almost noon, and the sun was barely visible over the horizon. The people sitting outside chatting sensibly left one after the other. Lin's mother gave everyone some melon seeds and candy. Lin's father gave out cigarettes, the strong ones that cost more than 20 yuan, and this time his son had bought him several. Xiao Feng, go tell Xiaoling to eat. After a pause, she added, forget it, it's tiring to go downstairs for anything. Let's take the food upstairs. A little while later, Lin Feng came downstairs, followed by Long Mengni. This was the first meal they had eaten at home, and it was best to eat it together as a family. Xiaofeng, I'll give this to your Uncle De. A big bowl of rice, a plate of assorted dishes with meat and vegetables. Uncle De leads a rough life on his own, and cooking for one is a hassle. Plus, with all the busy farm work, he often goes hungry. So whenever Lin's mother is not busy, she will cook Uncle De's meals as well. But it's just an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks, and he can't eat much anyway. Besides, Uncle D is not picky, and he can happily eat a bowl of plain noodles. Uncle D is still busy with farm work inside the house. This is embarrassing. Uncle D, you really don't have to be so polite. We're neighbors, so don't do this in the future. After saying this, Lin Feng went back to eat. After lunch, the sun was already shining brightly. After Lang Mengni took a nap, Lin Feng sat in the living room with his parents and peeled the corn. Most of it was peeled by the machine, and the rest was done by hand. The three watched the news together while peeling. Outside the door, someone called Lin Feng's father and asked him to go fishing. Lin Feng's father glanced at his wife and then at his son, but didn't say anything. Lin Feng's mother's face, which had been happy, suddenly turned gloomy. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Dad, go ahead, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back." Lin Feng's father was suddenly overjoyed, and got up to quickly pack his equipment, lest Lin Feng's mother change her mind if he was late. "I promise I'll be back soon." After saying this, he dashed outside. He vaguely heard the two of them talking outside. "Hey, can Feng's mother let someone go today? Don't waste time talking, just go, or something might happen." Okay, she's even using a Chinese idiom. Lin's mother snorts, she doesn't want to get angry on this happy day. Ever since your father fell in love with fishing, he fishes during the day and at night, and never comes home. Lin Feng knows his father, it can't be that bad, he must still be doing some work. After all, if you don't do a good job, he'll have to do double the work later, so why suffer yourself? Lin Feng's mother glared at her son, but she couldn't help but laugh. There used to be a lot of farm work in the Lin family, but later, some of it happened to be divided into the scope of contractors. Therefore, the Lin family doesn't have much to plant now. Fishing has become Lin Feng's father's hobby in his spare time without him knowing it. Lin Feng's mother didn't reject it at first, because who doesn't have a hobby? She also goes to the square dancing when she has time. But you don't know how ridiculous your father can be for fishing. Lin Feng was instantly intrigued when he heard this. One night, I got up and found that your father was gone. I looked everywhere but couldn't find him, so I quickly called. He said that your Uncle Gu invited him for a drink. Ha, if I hadn't heard the last words, hooked, I would have almost believed him. Lin Feng curiously asked, so you didn't lose your temper? Lin Feng's mother snorted lightly. I was on the phone at the time, and I thought that if I wanted to catch him in the act, I would definitely catch him in the act. So I waited. That night, your father was working very hard, so I guessed that something was going on. Sure enough, after lying down for more than 20 minutes, he said he couldn't sleep and got up to watch TV. I didn't expose him, but I wanted to see what kind of tricks he was playing, so I urged him to go to sleep quickly. I waited, and then I felt someone moving around me, so I immediately perked up. Your father tiptoed around, got dressed, and sneaked out the back door to go fishing with your Uncle Gu. Lin Feng was amused. You followed him? Lin Feng's mother pursed her lips. I can follow him. He rode off on his bike. I locked the back door and saw what he would do when he came back. It was after 5 a.m. He snuck back and didn't have a key to open the door. Guess what he did? Lin Feng asked, following the story. Lin Feng's mother laughed angrily. He climbed over the wall from the pigsty. Ouch, he stank. I felt sorry for him, so I didn't expose him. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, when did you break the ice? Lin's mother snorted, at night, of course. He did the same thing again, but this time, because the car was being repaired, he walked over. I followed him for miles, to the pond at the foot of the Huangguashu waterfall in the next village. I was exhausted. I just watched him hang up the hook, drinking tea with your Uncle Gu, talking and laughing, having a good time. I gave a shout of hey and jumped out, almost giving them a heart attack. Lin Feng couldn't stop laughing. My father really wanted to go fishing, but it was just too difficult. Lin Feng's mother said with a smile, from then on, your Uncle Gu said he could only do it with my permission, because he was afraid of having a heart attack. Actually, I wasn't asking him to fish. You could have just told me. What's the point of sneaking around like that? Lin Feng asked in return. If I had told you, would you have said yes? Lin Feng's mother glares at her son. As long as they don't go night fishing, I'll agree to it. As soon as Lin Feng mentions night fishing, his mother gets a headache. You don't know how dangerous it is to ride a bike at night. If you're not careful, you'll fall into a ditch. It's slippery when it rains, and it's easy to fall into the pond. At night, if something really happens, who will save them? Your uncle's wife can't control him, and her son won't listen. Chapter 33, Go see your eldest aunt. In the afternoon, the sun set. After dinner, Lin Feng and the others were ready to take Lang Mengwei out for a stroll. There are a lot of mosquitoes outside, so here's the mosquito repellent suit your mother gave you. It's clean, so put it on. It was a set of elegant, long-sleeved, long-trousered clothes made of cotton silk, which at first glance looked like pajamas. Seeing Lang Mengwei hesitate, Lin Feng's mother explained to her the danger of mosquitoes in the countryside. Lin Feng seemed to read Long Mengxi's thoughts and asked in a low voice if she thought it was ugly. Long Mengxi didn't answer, and was silent. She wanted to give Lin Feng's blind date and herself a good impression. "You're so pretty, you'll look good in anything. Go try it on, I think you'll look great in this set. Go give it a try, if it's really ugly, we won't wear it, and tomorrow I'll go to town and buy you a nice set." Since Lin Feng had said that, Long Mengniu decided to try it on. It is said that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, but for those who are naturally beautiful, even if they wear just a sheet, they will still look good. Long Mengniu looked quite good in this outfit, a bit like the village beauty, coupled with her high-class face. Fashion and rustic coexisted. "Quite pretty, Lang, I'm not lying, come and have a look." Long Mengxi turned around in the mirror, feeling pretty good. The clothes were comfortable to wear. Lin Feng also felt pretty good. "Come, I'll show you around." They walked along the concrete road, holding hands, with one person using a fan. Nowadays, houses are built in rows, unlike when he was a child, when they were built house by house. After dinner, they sat down together to cool off, chatting and drinking tea. "What's that?" Long Mengniu saw what looked like fruit hanging from the tree by the road in the moonlight. Lin Feng took out a flashlight and looked. "Oranges. Do you want to eat them? They're big and green, I don't know if they're ripe. I want to try one." "Whose are they?" "I don't know, I'll ask my mom when we get back." "Here, pick a big one for you. This orange is heavy." Lin Feng peeled it as they walked. "Here, try a piece." Seeing Lang Mengyi eat it, Lin Feng asked, "Is it delicious? Is it sour?" Long Mengyi shook her head, "It's not sour. It feels quite delicious. You try it." As a result, she spat it out after taking a bite. Her handsome face looked like it was wearing a mask of pain. "It's so sour." "It's not sour. I think it's quite sweet." "Do you think it's sour?" Lin Feng watched her eat it with relish. "Maybe it's because you're pregnant." After finishing one, Lang Mengyi wanted to eat another. This piece of land should be cultivated by the whole family. Lin Feng looked for a tree and chose a big one. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Which heartless person came to our house to steal tangerines? Stop right there." The two were startled. They didn't expect to be caught by the main person, and Lang Mengyi was embarrassed. Lin Feng looked clearly at the person coming, and it was an old man carrying a hoe and a basket. "Uncle Hong, it's me, Feng." The other person had a flashlight in his hand and saw Lin Feng and his wife clearly. He relaxed. "It's Feng, I thought you were the thief who stole the tangerines." "Sorry, uncle, my wife saw that your tangerines were so good looking and wanted to try one, so I picked one for her." "It's fine, just pick as many as you like." Lin Feng chatted with him for a while before the other person left. It turned out that he was on patrol. Someone had stolen a lot of his tangerines before, which made him very angry. "If you like them, I'll buy some from him the next time I go." "Great. It's not as lively here as in the city, and there's no one around for a long time after you leave. But it's still very cool at night, and it's so pleasant when the wind blows. Back home, take a shower and go to bed." "Where's Dad?" "He didn't come back from dinner, he's still fishing." It's better not to talk about it, or Lin's mother will get angry. It's not good to lose your temper in front of your daughter-in-law, so she just smiles. "He'll be back in a bit, so you should get some rest. You're going to Aunt Xiaofeng's tomorrow. I'm going downstairs to call Lin's father when he comes back. He's carrying 7 or 8 caddies of grass carp and some crucian carp. Look what I caught, isn't it amazing?" "I'm just asking if you think it's amazing. You left in the afternoon and didn't come back until now. You might as well not have come back at all." "Hey, how could I not come back? This is my home." "Oh, you know it's you, so you're not coming back?" "Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let the kids hear." Lin's father was so bold this time, not because his son and daughter-in-law were at home, but because Lin's mother wouldn't scold him. Okay, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again next time. Don't be angry, okay? Tomorrow, let our son cook the fish for us, okay?" Lin's mother looked disgusted. "We're an old married couple, and it's embarrassing for you to give it to me." "But she likes it." "Tomorrow we're going to your sister's house, so go eat dinner and go to bed early." Lin Feng's father chuckled when he saw the food in the pot. I knew you were thinking of me. Nonsense. Why is there so much of it? Eat your dinner. Okay. I don't know if it was because she didn't like the bed or because the sound of insects and frogs outside was too loud. But Long Mingnu didn't sleep well. Come here, honey. I'll sleep with you. Did I wake you? What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Maybe you're not used to it. She breathed in the scent of Lin Feng's body and felt him coaxing her like a child. Go to sleep, I'll sing to you. Lin Feng was also half awake, probably not even knowing what he was doing. Go to sleep, my dear baby. After a few coos, there was no sound. Long Mengniu snuggled into his arms, and sleep gradually set in. The next day, the rooster crowed. Lin Feng looked at the time, it was after 6 a.m., and it was already light outside. He hugged his beautiful wife and slept a little longer. It was 7:30 a.m. when he woke up. Today, there was a schedule to keep, so he couldn't sleep in. Wife, wake up, lazybones, wake up. After breakfast, they took gifts with them and the family went to Lin Feng's aunt's house. Some of the roads have been repaired, while others have not, so the ride is a little bumpy. Lin's mother takes out a cushion. Cold, use this. Thanks, Mum. When will you stop being so polite to me? It's a 20-minute drive on the main road, and then another 20 minutes on the smaller road. This small road can only accommodate one car at a time, so what happens if two cars meet? Cold wonders curiously. Lin Feng didn't know the rest of the way, and he had to rely on his mother's directions. It was really too much of a change, with road repairs and felling of trees everywhere. Finally, they arrived at his aunt's house by car. The house was a former red brick building with 2 floors, and it didn't look dilapidated because someone was living there. There were quite a few people sitting in the courtyard. The car slowly drove towards the courtyard, and someone recognized them. Gue Feng, you have relatives here. It's Xiaofeng. I haven't seen you for a while. I heard you got married. Oh, did you have the banquet yet? What brings you here today? Come sit. I called Hao back from the field and told him they had guests. Guifen, your brother is here. Chapter 34, Walking the Pig. A woman with gray hair, who looked a bit like Lin Feng's father, came out of the house. She waved a fan and smiled when she saw the visitors. Younger brother, sister-in-law, Xiaofeng. Oh, this must be Xiaofeng's wife, she's really pretty. Come in, sit down. Why did you bring things with you? The furnishings in the house were still the same as Lin Feng remembered. Sit, I'll turn on the air conditioning for you. Where's the remote control? Let me find it. Long Mingnua surveyed the home, a bit old-fashioned but clean. There was a faint smell of medicinal wine in the room. Do you want anything to drink? I have milk and fruit here. Auntie, we're all family, we'll help ourselves to what we want to eat. Lin Guifen sat down, surveying Long Mingnua and Xiaofeng, and then looked at her stomach. I heard you're pregnant with twins, that's wonderful. I can see that it's going to be a boy and a girl, I'm never wrong. Lin Guifen's mother laughed, Big sister, you can tell if they're twins? Lin Guifen smiled proudly, it's pretty much always right. I've never been wrong in all these years, you know that. Lin Feng's parents both smiled happily. If it's a boy and a girl, that's perfect, even 2 granddaughters would be great. Their family doesn't discriminate against boys. Lin Feng whispers in Long Mingxi's ear. My aunt has a knack for telling the sex of a baby just by looking at the shape of the belly. Really? Yes, in the past, many people asked my aunt to tell the sex of their babies, but she stopped doing it later. Why? In those days, some families valued boys over girls, you know. Lin Guifen goes to the kitchen to cook, and Lin's mother goes to help her. Lin Feng's father was chatting with someone outside. Inside, Lin Feng showed Long Mengniu an old photo album. Guess which one is me? There were so many people, but Lin Feng was easy to spot. He really had grown up handsome. This is my aunt's daughter. She took care of me when I was little, but now she's married far away. This is my aunt's son. He's working hard away from home. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something. My aunt also grows tangerines. Come, I'll take you to pick some. The tangerine trees are in the backyard, but they aren't growing very well and the fruit isn't very tasty. Lin Feng took a bite and didn't want to take a second bite. Your aunt is not in good health, so she hasn't taken much care of these 2 trees. Lin's mother came out to chop some green onions and looked up to see two people grimacing at the tangerines, which was really painful. Don't eat them, go back and buy these delicious ones on the way to town. Lin Guifen's husband is short and thin, and he smiles kindly. This is Xiaofeng's wife. Make yourself at home. He likes to smoke a pipe. You're pregnant, so I'll go out and have a smoke. Guifen's cooking is just so, and Lin's mother's cooking is just that too. Lin Feng wanted to cook, but Guifen told him to go away. Lang Meng and I is used to Lin Feng's cooking, so she only ate half a bowl. Lin Guifen did not know, and kept persuading her to eat more. When she left, Lin Feng gave his aunt 2,000 yuan, telling her to buy something delicious. You have to support your family now, so keep the money. You can always give it to me later. You have to give my aunt money every time you come. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I really can't take it this time. Lin Feng returned the money. Auntie, I'm still young and can earn money, and I'll earn a lot more in the future. Lin Feng's mother was also standing nearby, saying, Sister, the child means well, so please accept it. Lin Guifen's eyes welled up with tears. This child, I have not raised him in vain. Come and visit during the new year. Driving past the tangerine orchard last night. Mom, your daughter-in-law loves the tangerines here, so please buy some for me. It's no big deal, I'll buy you a bag later, and I'll buy more when I'm done eating them. Lin Feng's mother said to Lung Mengyu, I'll store some more for you. In the afternoon, Lung Mengyi saw Lin's mother feeding the pigs and was curious to take a look in the pigsty. Don't come, it smells, don't let it smoke you. The pigsty was quite clean, and the pigs were still little piglets. Hearing someone coming over, grunting and grunting, they came over here. They are quite cute with pink cheeks. Pigs are actually very clean animals. Lin's mother heard her daughter-in-law say that the little piglets were cute. She turned her head and smiled at her daughter-in-law. Little Lang likes little pigs, does she? After Lin Feng finished cooking the pig feed, he heard some pig squeals and wondered what was going on. There was a door at the back of the kitchen leading to the pigsty. He opened the door and was shocked. Mom, what are you doing? Lin Feng's mother ignored her son and handed Long Mengyu the rope. Go play. Long Menger took the rope blankly and glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mother took the bucket back to the kitchen, and Lung Xiao said that the piglet was cute, so I let her play with it. By play with it, Lin Feng's mother meant walking the piglet around like a dog? Lin Feng came back to his senses and saw Lang Menger holding the pig carefully and walking towards the outside. The little pig followed behind, cheerfully. Lin Feng was afraid that the little pig would hurt Lang Mengyu if it made a sudden dash, so he took the leash. I'll do it. Lang Mengyu pursed her lips, and will go for a walk with the pig. Lin Feng didn't object, as long as his wife was happy. So, everyone saw Lin Feng walking the pig. The two of them and the pig made a pretty. The little pig cooperated, stopping and walking, and arching its back at this and that. An old man on the side of the road, whom Lin Feng did not know, laughed. Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone walking a pig. Isn't it fun? Lin Feng laughed, great. The old man shook his head and muttered to himself. You're such a big man, but you act like a child. Young people nowadays. On the way home, Lin Feng ran into his father. He didn't say anything, but just reminded Lin Feng to keep an eye on the piglet and not to hurt Lung Mengyu. Don't forget to eat fish for dinner, and you can cook the fish in soy sauce. After walking the pig, Lin Feng carried it back. Lang Menger sent the photo of walking the pig to Wu Yishuang to see. Ah, baby, how come you're chained up? Do you need me to come rescue you? Get away, I'm telling you seriously, Lin Feng's parents are really nice to me. You're their daughter-in-law, they must be nice to you. How can I put it to you? I said that the piglet was cute, and my mother-in-law didn't hesitate to take the pig out and let me walk it to play. She described her feelings at the time, do you know? Neither of my parents have ever pampered me like that. Lin Feng's parents gave her a different kind of parental love. This is something she has never felt before. Wu Yishuan kept displaying entering. But in the end, what was sent out was, indeed, they are good to you, which means you didn't marry in vain. And, I'll tell you something else, so you can get ready. Lin Feng came out and sought his previously happy and giggly daughter-in-law, who had lost her smile. She gave him a small smile and said, the day after tomorrow, my mother is coming to Nanshur. That day has finally come. We'll go back tomorrow morning. Chapter 35, Lang's mother is here. That evening, when Lin's mother learned of the news, she was both happy and worried, not knowing what her in-law's attitude would be. Tomorrow, you must be nice to your mother-in-law. No matter what she says, she has given you her daughter, and I would not feel good about it if I were in your shoes. Lin Feng sighed, worrying that she would not approve of their relationship. Lin's mother, however, took it very lightly and said nonchalantly, "That's normal. When I married your father, no one supported us either. You are the one who lives with Xiaoling, not your mother-in-law. Xiaoling's attitude is what matters. Time will tell what kind of person you are. If you treat Xiaoling well in the future, her parents will see it and remember it, and naturally change their opinion of you." She patted her son's shoulder and asked, "Do you want me to go with your father? Or will you face it alone?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I have to face this on my own. I'm an adult, so how can I hide behind my parents when something happens?" On the way home, Lang Mengwei seemed a little preoccupied. When Lin's mother left, she bought 2 whole orange skins, which Lang Mengwei peeled and ate when she was annoyed. When they arrived home, Lang Mengwei and Wu Yishuang made a phone call. The girl really told the truth when she persuaded Ling's mother to come over. "How did my mother react at the time? Auntie was quite shocked at the time and asked me again and again if it was true, but how could I joke about such a thing with her?" Wu Yishuang was very worried and comforted her best friend. "Auntie seemed so angry, she said she was coming over to scold you. I've already bought the plane ticket and will come over with Auntie, hoping to be of some help. I'll let you know first, I didn't tell Auntie that you met after drinking and that you naturally fell in love. Because you have a cold womb, your period is irregular, and you were busy at work, you didn't know you were pregnant." In this matter, Wu Yishuang still processed and handled it. Leng Jiaming, she just wants to minimize the problem and make it all go away. Don't let it slip out of your mouth. Okay, I got it. One more thing, I took leave to come with your aunt this time, so you'll have to make up the wages. Since when did you care about money? I have no choice, I'm really poor these days. Okay, how much is it? I even reimbursed you for the round-trip airfare. My dear, you're still the best, it's not for nothing that I love you so much. This line of reasoning Lang Mengshi told Lin Feng, so that the two of them would not be exposed when the time came. The plane left at 10 a.m. Lin Feng and Lang Mengshi waited, and finally they waited for Lang's mother and Wu Yishuang. Lang's mother was just over 1.7 meters tall, on the thin side, but well maintained. Her temperament was very elegant, but also a touch cold. She wore exquisite makeup, her long hair was slightly curled, and she wore a pair of large earrings, giving her a sense of style. She wore high heels that were almost 10 centimeters high, and her walk was graceful and charming, making her a bright spot in the crowd. She carried a bag on one shoulder and pushed a small suitcase with the other hand, her eyes scanning the crowd for something. Soon, she saw her daughter and Lin Feng. Her expression slightly changed as she walked towards them. Behind her, Wu Yishuang ran over, pushing her suitcase. "Auntie, aren't you tired walking so fast in such high heels?" Lang Mu ignored her and just asked, "Where is the car?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Auntie, the car is parked over there, let me help you with the luggage." Lang Mu said indifferently, "No need." After that, she took the lead and walked towards the parking direction, without saying hello to Lang Mingnu. Lin Feng took his wife's hand and squeezed it, giving her a reassuring look. Wu Yishuang whispered to Lin Feng, "Auntie is like this, just get used to it." Lang Mu walked in front, and when she noticed that no one was following her, she stood still and waited. The handsome young man held his daughter's hand and followed in her footsteps, walking very slowly. Her daughter's stomach was already quite big, and she was walking a bit like a beggar. "Auntie, this car." Lang Mu took her eyes off the Cadillac beside them and sat in the back seat. Wu Yishuang sat in the passenger seat, and behind her were Lang Mengwei and her daughter. Nobody spoke the whole way, and it was a bit like they were strangers. Lin Feng had heard from his wife before that their relationship was like that, and that they weren't as close as ordinary mother and daughter. Now it seemed that it really was distant. "Mom, are you tired?" Lang Mengwei broke the silence first. Wu Yishuang glanced in the rearview mirror and gave her best friend a thumbs up. "Yes, take the first step towards your own happiness." Lang's mother is in the back seat, closing her eyes. Without opening her eyes, she says slowly, "I'm not tired." Although her tone is cold, at least she has responded. They have arrived at the residential area. Wu Yishuang is a little confused. If she remembers correctly, this is not the residential area. Well, it should be over there. The lease for this place has expired. When he got home, Lin Feng first took his wife's shoes and changed them, then took out 2 pairs of new lady slippers. "Auntie, these are the new slippers we have prepared for you. Xiaoshuang, this is yours." Xiaoshuang, in order to liven up the atmosphere and to show her determination, said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You guys sit first, I'll go cut some fruit." Lang Mengniu came over and said, "Let me help you." There was no need for 2 people to cut fruit. In fact, she just didn't want to be awkward with Lang's mother. Soon, 2 plates of watermelon were cut and toothpicks were stuck in them. Wu Yixuan was craving ice at the moment. "Auntie, you eat, this watermelon tastes good." Lang Mu said indifferently, "You eat, Xiaoyu, let's chat alone." Lin Feng quickly glanced at his wife. Lang Mingyu took Lang Mu to the master bedroom. Lin Feng was very worried and asked Wu Yixuan, "Do you think they will fight?" Wu Yixuan was surprised. "I don't think so. I rarely see Auntie fight, and my baby is pregnant, so she wouldn't be so irrational. Besides, Auntie told me not to tell anyone about this, not even Uncle, and I didn't tell my parents. So I think Auntie has already made up her mind this time." Chapter 36, I Can't Fix Lungmu Anymore. Study. The mother and daughter sat down, and the first to speak was Lungmu. "Why is it him?" Her speech had a natural rhythm, unhurried, and her voice was cold. She sat elegantly, her expression calm, her tone interrogative and interspersed with questions. "He's very nice, takes good care of me, and has a good personality. I want to marry him and live together." This sentence did not seem to satisfy Lung Mu, and after a moment's thought, she asked again. "What I'm asking is, why him?" Lang Mingni was a little confused and looked at her mother. Lung's mother slowly spoke out her doubts. "You are my daughter, I can't say I understand 100%, but I also know that you must have a reason for choosing him. I don't believe that saying you love him and want to live with him and marry him is the reason you chose him." Lung Mengni wanted to argue, but Leng's mother raised her hand to indicate that she should stop talking. "How long have you been in Nanshur, and you can be attracted to a man with a good face and personality? Since you were young, you have been chased by many boys because you are pretty, have a good personality, and excellent academic performance, ever since junior high school. In high school, college, studying abroad, including the children in our circle, the children your father befriended. I will be fair and say that those children come from good families, have good looks, and good personalities, and they are also attentive to you. At that time, I also told you that if you wanted something, as long as the background matched, I could find it for you, right? But you didn't like any of these people, so I was very puzzled, wondering if you had a psychological disorder. Later, I thought about it, and I realized that in terms of relationships, you never take the initiative. You need to be receptive and passive, so that you can take the initiative in this relationship and do something. So, what did he do to you? And why was it him?" It's not true that Lung Mingno's heart wasn't touched. She had always believed that Long Mu did not understand her. It seems that this understanding was wrong. Long Mu saw her daughter not speak for a long time, and she was not angry, only said, "It's okay if you don't say anything, I'll ask Xiaoshuang, she will always tell me the truth." Long Mengru saw Lang Mu making a move to get up and leave, and hurriedly said, "It's because I'm pregnant." Lang Mu's face suddenly changed, and she, with her rich life experience, instantly thought of many possibilities. Lang Mengwei did not hide anything, and awkwardly told the whole story of how she met Lin Feng. The reason she drank so much that day was because she had a fight with her parents. Lang's mother pursed her lips, and for a moment, neither of them in the room said a word. Her chest rose and fell, and it was obvious that Lang's mother was angry. "Do you know how much effort we have put into your cultivation? You are our only daughter, and we want to give you the best of everything. We have chosen your future husband over and over again, just so that you can avoid detours in life and have a smooth journey. Now that this has happened, I am very disappointed in you and I feel very sad." Seeing her daughter's sadness on her face, she pursed her lips stubbornly and remained silent. Lang's mother took a deep breath and continued. "When you give birth to a child and become a mother, you will naturally understand how difficult it is for parents. You are getting married now, which means you have decided to trust that person, right?" Lang Mengwei nodded. Lang's mother asked in return, "What if you trust the wrong person?" Lang Mengwei told her what she planned to do, get a divorce. Lang's mother didn't say anything for a while, and then she laughed, as if with a hint of mockery. "Divorce? I hope you can do what you say you'll do then. I've seen too many people endure for the sake of their children and choose to stay in a marriage that is dead in name only but still painful." Lang Mengwei didn't like Lang's mother's speculation about Lin Feng. Mom, according to what you just said, if I marry the people you like, will I be happy? As far as I know, how many people in those circles are happy after getting married? There are too many things to consider because of the marriage alliance, because of the matching social status, and because of face. You and Dad. As she said this, Lang's mother suddenly looked at her daughter. Long Mengru was silent. Her own marriage was being discussed and questioned by her daughter, so naturally Lang's mother's face did not look good. But she didn't say anything. Marriage is like drinking water, you know best whether it's hot or cold. You chose him, so no matter what happens in the future, you mustn't come to us for help. You must walk this path on your own. Long Mengwei's eyes reddened, and she stubbornly refused to let herself cry. Lang's mother took out a card from her bag. The money here is the money I saved up from your childhood New Year's Eve gifts, as well as the money I saved up for you over the past few years. I don't remember exactly how much it is. You can decide whether to keep it as private money or use it for the household. I will definitely tell your father about your marriage and getting a certificate. Long Mengru saw that Long Mu was about to leave again and became anxious. Mom, Lin Fengren is a very nice person. You can try to get to know him. Don't you understand yet? Since you have chosen him, whether you are happy or not in the future is your business. Long Mu retorted, if I'm not satisfied with him, can I make you divorce him? Are you willing to do that? If I'm satisfied with him, it means you have a unique perspective and are just lucky, and you won't divorce him in the end. See, the result is the same. So does my opinion matter? Long Mengyu suddenly smiled. If you don't think it matters, it doesn't matter. You only care about the result anyway. After saying that, Long Mengyu turned around and left. Mom! Long Mengru's eyes widened slightly, and she was suddenly at a loss for words. This child, can't you just speak properly? No matter what, she is still her mother. Such a big matter as marriage, and she didn't even tell them from the beginning, and she just made the decision herself and went through with it. Even if she can let it go, as her mother, she can't be angry, right? Is this the attitude you're going to show me? You're going to be a mother yourself soon, so why are you still acting like this? She was really angry with her. Long Mu sulked in her room. She didn't know whether to go or not. She was so angry. Just you wait. I'll show your child how to torment you. Long Mengyo stormed out of the house, her little face full of grievances. Lin Feng, who was waiting outside the door, pulled her over and comforted her. Did Auntie say something to you? It's okay, I'll go in and apologize to her. Let me talk to Auntie, Xiao Shuang. Wu Yishuang came over and took her hand to lead her back to the room. Baby, come, I'll tell you about the strange colleagues at work. I guarantee it will open your eyes, come on. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Long Mu wiped away her tears and came in. She thought it would be Wu Yishuang, but she didn't expect it to be Lin Feng, and her expression immediately turned cold. Lin Feng could tell that she had just cried. Auntie, don't blame Ling, it's all my fault. If you're angry, take it out on me. She's pregnant now, so she shouldn't get angry or sad. Since she said all this, there's no need for me to be polite. Chapter 37, Making Lang's mother lose her temper again. She stared at Lin Feng, her well-maintained face full of anger. But when she spoke, her tone was still slow and steady, her emotions very stable. My daughter could have married someone with better conditions, you know. Lin Feng did not sit down either, standing to the side like a well-behaved child listening to a lecture. I know that she is not only beautiful but also so outstanding, and there are plenty of people with better conditions than me, so marrying me is really a disservice. He did not follow up with a pledge of loyalty, waiting quietly for Lang's mother to lash out. He wanted Lang's mother to vent her anger, so that the person would feel more comfortable. We only have one daughter, and we have spoiled her since she was little. We are not talking about being rich and powerful, but our family is also moderately well off. She has always been excellent in both character and studies, and she has also lived a very comfortable life. Can you guarantee that she will maintain the same quality of life? She wants to buy a bag that costs tens of thousands of dollars, but can she just buy it? She wants to go skiing in Switzerland, but can you go with her? She wants to travel the world, but can you do that? Lin Feng looked at Long Mu and answered. I know that she originally had a very good life and could find a man who was better than herself. But she chose me in the end. Auntie, I am really sorry for marrying your carefully cultivated daughter. I'm sorry that I've made you worry about her future. It's because I'm not good enough that I feel sorry too. No matter what I say, you will doubt and disapprove of me. How about if I write an agreement for you now, that if I do anything to hurt my family in the future, I'm willing to leave everything behind? This is the best I can come up with, and if you have any suggestions on what you want me to do, you can tell me. It was only then that Lang Mu looked at Lin Feng properly. If Lin Feng had just come up and told her those lofty words and various promises, she would have thought the person was hypocritical. Now, Lin Feng had thrown the problem back at her. It had caught her off guard. To put it nicely, it was a fait accompli. To put it harshly, it was a done deal. In this, her daughter genuinely liked this child. If she didn't like him, how could she possibly get married? The only thing that made her feel better was that Lin Feng hadn't planned this long ago, and that this was really just an accident. After thinking about it, Lang Mu didn't really have a good idea for the time being. Forget the agreement. As you said, if one day you really do something to hurt my daughter, even if you don't want to leave with nothing, your father and I will find a way. We've worked hard for many years and know a few people. Don't you worry, when that day comes, you won't have money, you won't have people, you won't have anything. Lin Feng assured Lang Mu that if that day ever came, he would do as she said, and he believed in her words and in your abilities. Lin Feng's attitude was as upright as it could be. He is handsome in appearance, with a straight face and clean eyes, not looking like someone with crooked intentions. Lang Mu snorted lightly. Men's mouths are deceitful, you'd better do what you say and don't let me marry the wrong person. I won't argue with what my aunt says, time will tell. I couldn't tell if she was angry or not. That girl Xiaoshuan, I'll deal with her later, tell me about your family. Lin Feng didn't embellish anything and told her everything. In my opinion, my family is very good, my parents are very good, they love me very much, and they are also very much in love with each other. In my aunt's eyes, our family may not be that wealthy, but there is nothing to be ashamed of. Lang's mother's expression slightly moved because of Lin Feng's words. This child, she can't get it again. Lin Feng saw Lang's mother's attitude softening, and smiled. Auntie, you must be hungry, the meal is ready, why don't we go out to eat first? Xiao Lang said that you eat lightly, and you cook what you like. She was so happy when she found out you were coming today, and she's been thinking about you the whole time. Lang's mother sighed and glanced at Lin Feng. In the other room, Wu Yixuan learned that her lie had been exposed. Oh dear, now Auntie is going to scold me again. Don't be sad, baby, when you have the babies, your aunt and uncle will definitely be lenient with you for the sake of their grandchildren. They just can't accept it yet, so give them some time. She could faintly hear the voices of the conversation in the living room. Then came Lin Feng's voice, wife, Xiaoshuang, come out and eat. The two of them looked at each other. Lung Mengni quickly wiped away her tears and sniffled as she went out the door. Go wash your hands and eat, I'll go to the kitchen to serve the soup. At the dinner table, Lang's mother had already sat down. She glanced at her, her eyes red like a bald man's, and sighed, a little disappointed. In the kitchen, Wu Yixuan came over and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Not bad, how did you manage that? Lin Feng smiled, exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Wu Yixuan couldn't hold back her laughter. What the hell, exchanging sincerity for sincerity? You, an outsider, can exchange sincerity better than a family member? At the dinner table, Lin Feng used the serving chopsticks to pick food for Lang Mu. I heard that this is your favorite, try it, auntie. And this, you said it's good for the skin, I often make it for Lung Xiao. And this soup, it tastes delicious, and I learned how to make it from you. Not a single word was mentioned about Lang Mengwei, but it seemed like every sentence was about her. Wu Yixuan praised Lin Feng as they ate. You can be proud, there's a reason why her precious daughter likes him. After dinner, Lin Feng went to wash the dishes. Lang Mengwei wanted to help, but Lin Feng stopped her, saying, no, you go keep your aunt company. Wu Yixuan covered her mouth and laughed. Aren't you just putting the person in an impossible situation? She took her best friend's hand and sat down with Lang's mother. Let's watch some TV. There's a good show on recently. As soon as the TV was turned on, they saw an elegant woman who immediately started scolding her daughter. That man has no money, no career, what do you want with him? I don't want his money or his career, I just want him. The point is that you need to have something to look forward to. What's the point of wandering the world with someone who has nothing? Wu Yixuan was so shocked that her hands trembled and she quickly changed the channel. She gave an embarrassed smile and said, what nonsense literature. Let's watch anime. So everyone watched the story of the forest zoo. When Lin Feng finished washing the dishes, he saw the three of them watching anime and neither of them said a word to each other. Auntie, Xiaoshuang, you've had a long journey, do you want to go and have a nap? Wu Yishuang had been sitting on pins and needles for a long time, so she quickly got up and said, I'll go and sleep in the study. After saying this, she walked away with a clatter. My dear, you'd better fend for yourself. But your husband seems to be quite eloquent, so I'll leave it to him. Lang Mu got up and went to the second bedroom. Long Mingni was also sleepy. She was mentally exhausted today and needed to rest. What did you say to my mom? Did she give you a hard time? Don't pay any attention to what she said, that's just the way she is. Lin Feng frankly admitted that Auntie was actually quite nice and reasonable, and she didn't give me any trouble. Lang Mangwei? Wu Yishuang on the side was also taken aback. Few people would say that Aunt Lang is a very easygoing and reasonable person. Chapter 38, Meeting the Parents. Lang Mengwei didn't believe it. In her impression, her mother had nothing to do with either of them. Lin Feng said seriously that Auntie was quite nice. I thought she would scold me and then give me a card to leave you. Lang Mengwei burst out laughing. Have you watched too many TV dramas? It shouldn't be like that in reality. Lin Feng laughed as he hugged her. It's not impossible, but don't worry, no matter how much your parents pay me, I won't leave you. The two of them fought, and Lang Mengyu also swept away her previous sadness and sat up and asked. Seriously, tell me what you talked about. Lin Feng got up and sat down opposite her. Nothing, just about being faithful in a relationship, being responsible for a family, and our love. Lang Mengyu pounded him and was embarrassed, so tell me properly. Lin Feng looked at her very seriously. Is that what you were talking about? I promise that if I ever do anything to hurt you, I will leave everything behind and you can decide what happens to the children. Auntie also said that if I ever treat you badly, you can punish me. Lang Mengwei was taken aback. She didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Feng steadily, and suddenly smiled. Honey, you know, my family has some assets and connections. Lin Feng hugged her and said with a smile. My wife is so beautiful, so virtuous, so gentle, and the best person in the world. I love and care for her, and you're not even here yet, so how could I possibly do anything to hurt you or our family? He put his arm around her and slowly rocked her, his words full of happiness. Lang Mengni leaned against him and gave a small smile. Do you really think my mom is someone who is easy to get along with? Lin Feng nodded. I think Auntie is actually a very nice person, someone who is not good at expressing her emotions. You are very similar. Just look at our family. We say what we think, and we don't hold grudges. Lin Feng's mother called her son to ask how things were going. When she learned that he had stabilized the situation, her mind started to work. Tell you what, order a meal at the restaurant tonight, and your father and I will come over. Order the most expensive meal, and ask your daughter-in-law what your mother-in-law likes to eat. Lang Mengwei was right next to her, and heard everything clearly. By the time Lin Feng and his wife got up, Lang Mu was already up and making work arrangements on the phone. Auntie, we're going out to eat today. Lang Mu nodded in reply. Wu Yishuan was so happy to be off work that she was watching dramas. Eating out is fine. Lin Feng sent her a location, you take them out to eat first, I'll go to the station to pick up my parents. Sure, no problem, come early. The address is a 3-star hotel with a beautiful and atmospheric decor. A wedding photo of a newlywed couple is placed at the entrance, with the two smiling sweetly. When Lin Feng brings his parents to the private room, the food has already been served. At the large table that can seat 20 people, Lang's mother is sitting at the head. She has changed her clothes, is wearing light makeup, and is wearing new jewelry. She is sitting there elegantly and calmly. Lin Feng's parents look over and are both amazed. Lin's mother's eyes widened in surprise. Mother-in-law, you are so beautiful, with such an air of elegance and such a stylish appearance. You are even more beautiful than the actresses on TV. If you were to go out and become an actress, you would definitely be an international star, a world-class superstar. Lin's mother's intense gaze startled Lang's mother. Mother-in-law, I'm going to ask you a question. How do you maintain such a beautiful appearance? Even makeup can't make you look this beautiful, and those earrings really suit you. I heard from Xiao Lang that you are a dancer, right? You are so amazing, I admire you so much. Lin's mother spoke very sincerely, without deliberately flattering. A pair of eyes that are not alert looked at Lang's mother, making the latter inexplicably feel a little embarrassed and happy. Your earrings are also very beautiful. Not as good looking as your mother-in-law. Wow, this watch is really exquisite, it makes you look younger. Lynn's mother is quite pretty. This time, in order to meet her in-laws, she went to get her hair done and let the young girl put on some light makeup. She dressed in her best, looking like a wealthy woman who has everything under control. She didn't care if Lynn's mother was going to respond or not, and just kept talking. Lynn's father cleared his throat and reminded his boss to stop babbling and eat. Look at me, I'm so happy to see my in-laws, I forgot I'm here to eat. Come on, let's eat. Do you drink, my dear? I can hold my drink, why don't we have some? Yes, at the Lynn family, Lynn's mother is the one with the best drinking capacity. Lynn's father can't hold his drink, so he can only sip. No, if you want a drink, go ahead. Forget it, what's the point of drinking alone, I need some company. Let's eat. The food here was the first time Lynn Foam had tried it. To be honest, the taste was just so, I didn't find it very delicious. He peeled the shrimp for Lang Mangwei, with one person responsible for eating and the other for peeling. Do you want some more? Lang Mangwei shook her head and pointed to another dish. I want to eat this. Lin Fong turned the table and served Lang Mangwei. Lang's mother watched them without saying a word, while listening to Lin's mother chatting. I used to study dance, and I was admitted to our provincial dance school. Lin's father was surprised. You passed the entrance exam for the dance school? I've never heard of that. Lin's mother sighed. At that time, I was in junior high school, and if I passed the entrance exam for the provincial dance school, I could go to the provincial school to study. But in the end, Lin's mother had to say that she had a good grasp of the situation. Wu Yishuang pursued, what happened? You had an accident and injured your foot, so you couldn't continue dancing? Lin's mother was taken aback. How did you know? Wu Yishuang was also taken aback. Well, I was just saying. Lin's mother looked despondent and full of regret as she spoke of the secret she had buried in her heart. That year, I went out with some classmates and ran into a female classmate who was being bullied. The people who came were very ruthless and had sticks and things. At that time, there was just me and another girl, and we agreed to help together, but in the end she fled in a panic. I was hit with a stick by the other person and injured my leg. Anyway, the doctor said there was no way I could dance again. At the time, I was afraid to tell my parents, so I just said I fell. They scolded me a lot. Lin Fong had heard his aunt mention the story of her mother when she was young. She was pretty, with short hair, like a tomboy, a pretty rowdy and very righteous girl. Lin Feng's mother asked, what about them? Lin Feng's mother sighed, they ran away a long time ago. I never saw them again, and I never heard the girl say thank you. The atmosphere in the room fell silent for a moment. Lin Feng's mother then quickly added, these things are in the past. Who hasn't done a few absurd things in their life? With Lin Feng's mother and Wu Yishuang warming up the mood, the meal was relatively harmonious. The atmosphere was still quite lively, with everyone chatting and laughing. As for Lin Feng's mother, she just let it be. I always feel that it's not quite enough fun. Mother-in-law, how about we go back and have a drink? My daughter-in-law said you can hold your drink well, so why don't we have a competition? Mother Lang didn't think it was necessary. But she hadn't drunk for a long time and she saw that Lin's mother was so happy today. She mentioned this again and again, not wanting to disappoint her. In the end, Mother Lang agreed. Chapter 39, Two Women with Amazing Drinking Skills. On the way back, Wu Yishuang made an excuse to go out and play, saying that she would not be back for the night. Lang Shu gave her a look, where and with whom would she go play? Wu Yishuang immediately became honest, I'm actually going to an internet cafe to play games, not with anyone. Lang Shu saw that she was telling the truth, so she slowly spoke. Come back before midnight, or a little later at the latest. Okay, Aunt Lang, I'll be home on time at the latest. It can be seen that Wu Yishuang is still very afraid of Lang Mu, and the monkey obediently obeys her whenever she meets her. Mother-in-law, what kind of wine would you like? I'll ask Xiaofeng to buy it. Anything is fine, as long as it's not too inferior, I get a headache after drinking it. Xiaofeng, did you hear that? Buy good wine, definitely buy good wine. Lin Fong asked if it should be white or beer. Lin Mu looked at Long Mu next to her and said, Mother-in-law, what would you like to drink? Lang Mu asked, have you ever tried a mixed drink? It's when you mix several kinds of alcohol and drinks together. Lin Mu was curious, you can drink like that? I want to try it. The two men in the Lin family don't drink much, so they don't drink often, and they aren't sure which wines on the market are good. According to Lang Mu's requirements, they bought a few bottles of white wine and a few cans of beer. They also bought Sprite, Coke, fruit wine, and flavored wine. Lin's mother went to buy some snacks to go with the drinks, such as marinated food. When they got home, Lin's mother waved her hand and said, "You all go rest, the two of us will drink slowly." Lin Mengnil was a little worried before going to bed and said, "You all drink less." Lin's mother signaled her daughter-in-law to rest assured, knowing what she was doing. Lin's mother was quiet and only responded with a soft hum. Lin's father sat down to keep her company. In this way, the three elders in the living room watched TV while drinking. Lin Feng didn't know what they were talking about. But he knew a little about Lin's mother's strategy, which was to use alcohol to conquer her. My mother can drink the amount of alcohol that knocks out 2 or 3 men without a problem, but what about Auntie? This Lung Menger really didn't know. I don't know how much she can drink. I've only heard that my mother can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and she rarely gets drunk. In that case, there's something to look forward to. You go to sleep. My father is keeping an eye on them, so nothing will happen. Besides, they are all adults and know what they are doing. Lang Mengshu thought about it and yawned, washed up, and went to bed. The two lovers slept in each other's arms and fell asleep in a daze. They didn't know how long it had been. When they got up in the night, they noticed that the living room light was still on. Lin Feng went over to take a look. It was 1 a.m., and the guys were still drinking, while Lin Feng's father had fallen asleep on the sofa. The two mothers' cheeks were slightly flushed, and it looked like they were the type who didn't get drunk easily from drinking, and they didn't look very drunk. Go get your father a blanket, and let him sleep on the sofa tonight. Your mother-in-law and Xiaoshuan can sleep in the second bedroom, and I'll sleep in the study. After making the arrangements, she turned to Lang's mother and started chatting about the ups and downs of the family. My dear mother-in-law, you have no idea how difficult that period of time was for us. When I think about it now, I can't help but cry. Back then, this guy. Poking a finger at the man sleeping soundly on the sofa, Lin's mother pursed her lips. He was sick and needed money for treatment for an acute illness. And at that time, Lin Feng was about to go to university, so there was tuition and living expenses. Lin Feng closed the door and lay back down. He also admired Lang's mother for listening so intently. Her mother was a great nagger, and when she got going, she could go on and on for a whole day without taking a breath. Lin Feng slept until after 5 a.m. He got up to cook, and found that the living room was a mess except for Lin Feng's father. He didn't know what time the two of them had gone to sleep. After preparing breakfast, Lin Feng's father woke up when he smelled the food. He felt that he had not slept comfortably, and that the sofa was too soft, so he was not feeling well. Dad, what time did Mom and them go to sleep? Lin Feng's father had no idea, he didn't know, he fell asleep. Stretching, Lin Feng plans to go and have a look around the neighborhood. On the way here, I heard that the neighborhood is in a good environment, and there is a small park. Dad, remember to bring your phone with you. If you can't find your way, you can call me and I'll come and pick you up. After thinking about it, he added, wait a minute, I'll go with you. Lin Feng's father didn't think it was necessary. I'm a big person, I don't need you to follow me. No, I'm going out to buy groceries and take out the trash. Oh, I see, I was thinking too much. In the elevator. The house is nicely decorated, you've got a bargain. When they arrive at the residential area, Lin Feng goes out to buy groceries and lets his father wander around. Go ahead, don't mind me, I'm a big boy, really. Just kidding, I'm not even 50 yet, I still have a few years before I get Alzheimer's. Oh, there's a lake. There are so many fish, they're so fat. This little pavilion is nice, sipping tea, listening to music, wow. What about the exercise equipment? I'll go up and get fit too. Lin Feng returned after buying groceries. He was about to go upstairs when he called his father. Dad, have you gone back yet? Not yet, I'll have to wait a while. Are you lost? No way, your father is exercising here. Okay, I'll go back and pack for lunch. Go ahead. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng's father frowned and muttered. I just came down from a few buildings, it seems to be Building 7. Well, it seems to be Building 5, why don't you call Xiaofeng and ask? As a result, Lin Feng was in the elevator and the phone was not working. After thinking for 3 seconds, Lin Feng said with certainty that it was Building 7, no mistake. Knowing the floor and room number, but forgetting the building number, just go back and make 2 more trips. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng's father returned home. "Dad, did you go to the wrong house?" Lin Feng's father was stubborn and said, "No, I'm a grown man, how could I go wrong?" Seeing that he would not admit it, Lin Feng directly pulled up the Circle of Friends post he had made 15 minutes ago. A map of the community park with text. "I didn't think that as an adult I could get lost, family, who would understand?" The facts were in front of him, and Lin Feng's father admitted it. "Yes, I got lost." He was so righteous about getting lost, so what? What the hell? Lin Feng laughed. "This is 5th building, 15th floor, 1502, don't forget." Lin Feng's father muttered, "Don't worry, I won't forget this time." Lang Mingnu got up, had breakfast, and took a look inside the house. Lang's mother and Lin's mother were sleeping in the second bedroom, and they were snoring. They didn't drink much last night, so I think they should have had a good chat. Chapter 40, Lin's mother's big move. When Wu Yixuan woke up, they realized. She came back a little while later and ran to buy them some wine. She didn't know what exactly to drink, but she wanted wine and barbecue. Wu Yixuan recalled the scene at the time, "As if I could see two tigresses fighting, neither one willing to concede." Lin's father sighed, "After all these years, I've never seen your mother's drinking limit." Lang Mengwei had only seen Lang's mother drink red wine, and she had never seen her drunk. She had only heard people say that she could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and no one had ever drunk her under the table. It was around 3 p.m. when Lin's mother was the first to wake up. She supported her head as she struggled to wash up, and then she went to eat dinner feeling dizzy. Then she smiled. "Little Lang, your mother bragged to me last night that she could definitely drink me under the table. But now she hasn't even got up yet, and she's lost big time. When she does get up, I'll make sure she's the one laughing." Lin's father quickly came over to remind Lin's mother to face reality. "This is our in-law, you'd better not make her angry." Lin's mother quickly said, Yes, I was drunk and confused." She added in a low voice, "It's not too late for me to laugh at her later. Right now, she's still not quite back to normal, and she's not in a very good state of mind." An hour later, Lin's mother finally woke up. She sat dazedly by the bed, looking out the window and wondering when the last time she had been drunk was. It seemed like too long ago. So long ago that she had already forgotten what it was like to be drunk. "In-law, you're awake. Are you going out to eat? You seem in good spirits. Looks like I lost." "Oh, it's just that I'm a little better than you." Lin's mother smiled faintly. Lin's mother sincerely suggested that her daughter-in-law should smile more often, as she was so beautiful and looked especially pretty when she smiled. "Xiaolang is just like you, but she's not as cold as you are. She's super cute and obedient." Lin's mother put a stop to the smile and said nothing, "Going to wash up for dinner." "Auntie, is that enough? Do you want some more?" Lin's mother scolded her son. "You brat, how can you be so inconsiderate? Calling me auntie like that is too formal. You should call me mom." Lin Feng quickly called sweetly, "Mom." Lang's mother was clearly stunned, not sure if she was shocked or if the alcohol had not yet worn off. Lin's mother suddenly started scolding her son. "You little brat." Lang Mengni and her mother trembled. Lin Feng's father hurried over, "My dear, what are you doing? What did the boy do to you?" Lin Feng's mother snorted, "Get out of my way, this has nothing to do with you." Lin Feng's father thought about it for a while, and finally gave his son a look that said, "You're on your own." Lin Feng's mother then went into the house and found a stick. "Lin Feng, where did you get this stick?" Lin Feng's mother shoved the stick into Lin Feng's mother's hands. "You can beat and scold the boy today, we won't say a word. Our brat doesn't deserve Lang, and we're the ones who've got the better end of the deal. But it's done now, so you've got to tell us what you think about this today, and what you're going to do about it." Then she kicked him, shouting, "Apologize to your in-laws now." Lin Feng reacted quickly, saying, "Sorry, Mom, I won't say a word if you want to hit or punish me today." Lin's mother went into the house, clattering, and took out 2 more sticks in her hand. "I'm not done yet. Hit him." Lang's mother's head was throbbing, and the stick in her hand felt like a hot potato. Should she hit him or not? Before, she hadn't actually expressed her opinion, but her emotions had been running high. Now, she was being told that she had to make a decision today. Seeing that Lang's mother wasn't going to hit him, she turned around, picked up a stick, and started smacking him. Lang's mother-in-law really was going to hit him, so Lang's mother hurried over to stop her. Lin's mother's attitude at this time was completely different from what she remembered. You young people don't understand the hardships of your parents. Although I gave birth to a son, I am also a mother. Lang, you are outstanding, you are excellent, you are a university teacher. I think your parents must have spent a lot of money to cultivate you. Your family is in a good condition, right? There may be an aunt in the family to take care of you. Such a daughter. Suddenly one day, she got pregnant with someone else's child, and without saying a word, she wanted to go with someone else. If I were in her shoes, I would be heartbroken. What if this guy treats my daughter badly? What if she's happy? What if she's stupid? No one would feel good about their precious daughter's happiness being in the hands of another man. But what can I do when it comes to my own daughter? Force them to break up? Or support them? I love my daughter and can't bear to blame her, scold her, or even make her sad. So, the culprit for all this is him. Mother-in-law, you go ahead and hit him, as long as you can let go of your anger and spare his life. Don't stop me. Lang Mingyo looked at Lang's mother. Lang's mother had already reddened her eyes and was sad and upset. Mom. For a moment, no one in the room said a word. Lin Feng spoke up, Mom, I promise you, I will definitely give Xiaolang happiness and I will not let her down. Lin Feng's mother also said, Mother-in-law, if my son does something stupid, I will be the first to spare him, I will definitely live skinning him alive. Lin Feng's father, who had not spoken up, also came over to express his position. Xiaolang chose our Xiaofeng, they have feelings, so you can rest assured and let us take care of Xiaolang. In the future, you can see how our family behaves, if Xiaolang is not happy, our family. Lin Feng's mother gave him a huff and held her tongue. Lin's father shrunk his head and became a quail. After a while, Lang's mother turned her head and wiped the tears from her cheeks. She looked at her daughter.